Chapter 243. Miss, you can't. Zhang Zhu hurriedly said. Miss, our Zhang family's caravan is the weakest in the entire caravan. If we take him in, we will undoubtedly offend another family. For 2 insignificant servants, it is not worth it. Miss, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the Zhang family's caravan and the people around you. Zhang Zhu advised. This. Shang Xianci was caught in a dilemma, unable to make a decision. What's so difficult about this? Miss Zhang, I am only a helper of the Chun family, not their servant. If you are still in a dilemma, I have a way to solve it. You can tell the Chun family, me and my companion offended you. If you want to punish us, then imprison us. The Chun family will definitely not offend you for 2 mortals. Feng Yuan said. That's a good idea. Shang Xianci's eyes lit up. Miss. Zhang Zhu helplessly sighed, knowing that he could no longer persuade her. Feng Yuan immediately took advantage of the situation and stood up, bowing deeply to Shang Xianci. Lady Zhang, you are such a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future. Shang Xianci shook her head. I never thought of you repaying me since I met you. Then I will do my best to help those who need help. Tonight you can sleep in my camp. Xiao Dai, arrange a tent for the 2 of them. Yes, miss. Xiao Dai unwillingly agreed. Come with me, you 2. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xiao Dai did not give Feng Yuan any face and led the way. Looking at Feng and Bai's departing figures, Zhang Zhu deeply frowned. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like Feng and Bai, but as Shang Xianci's bodyguard, he had to think of her safety. He decided to personally handle this matter. This was only a small tent, the space inside was narrow. But Feng and Bai did not care. They had even used a beast trap tree as a tent. This environment was already good enough. In the darkness, the 2 casually laid down. Feng Yuan reached out his hand and held Bai Ningbing's hand. Everything will be fine, Bai Yun. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes. She naturally knew Feng Yuan's true intentions. He secretly transferred a portion of snow-silver primeval essence to Feng Yuan through his palm. Sleep early. Luckily we met such a good person like Miss Zhang. Feng Yuan closed his eyes and started to cultivate secretly after he finished speaking. Now that he had already advanced to the 2nd rank, his primeval essence was the Scarlet Steel Sea. Although he could already use the 4 flavors liquor worm, Bai Ningbing's learning silver true essence was undoubtedly more outstanding. For Feng Yuan, as long as Bai Ningbing was around, the 4 flavors liquor worm was useless. Snow silver primeval essence cleansed his aperture. Feng Yuan's foundation rose rapidly. With the effect of breath concealment goo, he was not worried about his aura leaking. As long as he did not use goo worms outside his body, the disguise would not be broken. Right now, breath concealment goo had yet to truly step onto the stage of history. In his previous life, around 150 years later, it became widely known because of Hunter Prince Sun Gone. In the following 50 years, during the Great War that affected the entire southern border, it was widely used and flourished for a time. That is to say, according to his previous life's historical footsteps, people would only consciously guard against breath concealment goo after 150 years. 200 years later, people would have matured methods and rich experience to deal with breath concealment goo. Breath concealment goo was also a rank 3 goo, and there were no rank 4 goo masters in this caravan. Although there were many goo masters who would pay special attention to 2 ordinary people like He Tu and Bai Yun. After exhausting this silver primeval essence, Feng Yuan immediately activated the crocodile strength goo in his aperture. Traces of new strength were permanently added to his body. The bones in his body were no longer white, but resembled hard black iron. It was like a firm cornerstone, steadily bearing the continuous growth of strength. The night passed without words. The next morning, just as the sky brightened, the whole camp woke up. After a period of nervousness, the caravan set off. Zhang Zhu did not directly go to Chan clan, but first secretly inquired through his subordinates. There was indeed a fight last night, and many people saw it at the scene. As for Brother Chang's group, they covered up the fact that Feng Yuan beat them up. If this matter were to spread, it would be too shameful that so many people could not beat Feng Yuan. Then how would Brother Chang and the rest survive? In fact, they went back that night and discussed it. After interrogating each other, they reached a consensus and fabricated a story of, they bullied a newcomer. and in the end, Fang Yuan took the initiative to hand over the Yuan stone, and then they were indignant and went to find the old steward. To prove that the fight had indeed happened, Zhang Zhu went to find Chang clan's leader. This vice leader heard that his subordinates had 2 mortals who offended Zhang Xianci and were detained, and could not help but ponder. Although he did not want to offend Zhang clan because of 1 or 2 mortals, he did not want to compromise on the spot. Chun clan's prestige could not fall. Secondly, among the servants there were people who were related to him. Thus he asked who they were. Zhang Zhu told him. Chun clan's vice leader was slightly stunned. He still had some impression. Back then, it was the old village head's request that allowed these 2 people to join. But to think that on the first day they would poke a hole in the ground. According to his estimation, Fang and Bai should be the old village head's relatives. But so what? The old village head was enlightened by him, and was under his control. Abandoning these 2 people, he would not dare to have any objections. Moreover, it was clearly these 2 who made a mistake, and even caused trouble for Chun clan. They deserved to die. Thinking of this, the vice leader had already decided to abandon these 2 people to resolve the conflict with Zhang clan. But on the surface he showed a difficult expression. Brother Zhang, I won't hide it from you, if you take these 2, our Chun clan will not have enough manpower. You can't ask us Gu masters to do manual labor to move goods, right? How about this? I will call the steward in charge over. He understands the situation. If we really lack manpower, then we cannot give these 2 people to you now. They will stay with me for now, and when the next village recruits new people, I will hand them over to your Zhang clan. All right. Zhang Zhu nodded. The vice leader could not help but reveal a smile. This way, there wouldn't be any gossips about the Chun family being afraid of the Zhang family. When the old steward was called over, he felt some apprehension in his heart. Did I do something wrong? But when he heard the situation clearly, his heart immediately became excited. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. These 2 people were really unlucky, falling into Zhang clan's hands. It would be best if they both died, then wouldn't those 2 Yuan stones be mine? Thinking of this, the old steward immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that there was absolutely no problem with manpower. Even if there was a problem for those 2 Yuan stones, he would definitely throw away his old bones and personally move the goods. At this point the dust had already settled. Zhang Zhu said his goodbyes, but his heart was sullen. For the next 10 days, Fang and Bai worked during the day and cultivated at night. Ziyu Mountain had already been left far behind by the caravan, stepping into Fei Ho Mountain's territory. Fang Yuan knew that the further he was from Ziyu Mountain, the more concealed his identity would be, and the safer he would be. These days, he had already gained half a crocodile's strength, but many bone spear gu had starved to death, and his milk spring water was already insufficient. He could only give up some to supply the remaining gu worms. Fang Yuan felt heartache. Although he could not use these gu worms, he could sell them. He planned to buy gu worms in Shang Clan City and gather a set. This required large amounts of yuan stone. Although he had heavenly essence treasure lotus and could produce tens of yuan stone a day, but in the caravan, to prevent his identity from being exposed, he could not use it. Thus he needed to control Shang Xianci even more. Once they reached Shang Clan, Shang Xianci would become one of the young masters, and this would bring great convenience to Fang Yuan's trip to Shang Clan City. Of course, the prerequisite was that he not only had to get close to Shang Xianci, but also gain her trust. The mountain forest was deep and serene, and white fog lingered. The caravan slowly moved forward on the narrow mountain path. The white fog was getting thicker, and people's vision was getting smaller, slowly becoming limited to within 10 steps. Fei Ho Mountain was foggy, and if Fang and Bai traveled alone, it would be extremely difficult. But being in the caravan, they could naturally borrow the strength of investigative gu masters. Suddenly, a clamor came from ahead, and the caravan stopped. What's going on? There's trouble. We encountered a monkey group blocking the way. At once, many people in the caravan discussed, but they were not surprised. In Fei Ho Mountain, monkeys ruled the land, and monkey groups formed a sea innumerable. When the caravan moved here, they would encounter monkey groups blocking the way and robbing them. As long as one had some experience, they would not be surprised. Monkeys from Fei Ho Mountain? I've read about it in books. To think I can see it with my own eyes today. Bai Ningbing softly muttered with excitement. At first, the caravan passed by Fei Ho Mountain and fought with the monkey groups, killing wave after wave. In the end, the caravan was either annihilated or returned in low spirits. Fei Ho Mountain was once thought of as a forbidden land that could not be used for trade. If it was any other mountain, the wild beasts would keep each other in check, and there would always be a gap to enter. But the wild beasts on Fei Ho Mountain were only bandit monkeys. They lived together, and although there were fights between monkey groups, once they encountered external enemies, all the bandit monkeys in the mountain would unite together. Such strength was not something a caravan could match. Even a large clan might not be able to exterminate these monkey groups. Until Heaven Crown Marquis appeared. This righteous path rank 5 Gu master went deep into Fei Ho Mountain, fighting his way to the mountain peak. Then he used a monkey language Gu to reach an agreement with the monkey emperor. Everything changed because of this. Fei Ho Mountain's trade route was opened. Now this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes in southern border, connecting east and west, and its importance was self-evident. Those damned monkeys, they've appeared again. Right now they are blocking our path. Everyone, you know the rules. I'll say the ugly words first. Whoever breaks the rules will implicate us. My Jia clan will be the first to not let him off. The caravan leader shouted coldly. That's natural. Brother Jialong is right. We will act according to the rules. If anyone tries to take advantage of us, we will expel him from the caravan. Chapter 244. Bandit monkeys had strong bodies and were as large as elephants. Adult bandit monkeys were 10 feet tall and had bulging muscles. Their upper arms were twice as thick as their lower limbs, and their tails were like iron rods that could smash mountain rocks. Bandit monkeys had golden fur that was covered with black tiger stripes. What was strange was that fur would naturally grow from their waist, covering their crotch and tail like a leather skirt. Howl! This bandit monkey group's monkey king suddenly opened its huge mouth and let out a loud and clear howl. Their howl was as forceful as a lion or tiger's. Howl, howl, howl. The monkey king's howl caused the monkeys to respond. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged and the sound waves spread, causing the white fog to disperse by a lot. Everyone's field of vision suddenly widened. Only then did they realize that both sides of the mountain path were filled with bandit monkeys. More than 1,000 bandit monkeys had surrounded the caravan. Their bodies were huge and the trees were as tall as their heads. Some saplings only reached their waist. At the front of the caravan, the even larger monkey king was sitting on a stone stool. A gray stone wine jar that looked like a water jar was placed beside it, emitting a strong wine fragrance. After the monkey king howled, it closed its mouth. The other bandit monkeys were still howling. This instead showed the monkey king's imposing manner. Its gaze was calm and its eyes shone with brilliance as it sat motionlessly. In contrast, those ordinary bandit monkeys were staring at the caravan's goods, looking restless and eager to try. Monkeys, foxes, lycanthropes, these wild beasts all had intelligence. This bandit monkey king's intelligence was only comparable to a 3-year-old child, and not as good as the lightning lycanthropes, but it was smart enough to communicate. The caravan leader Jialong squinted his eyes and looked at the monkey king, suddenly saying, "Jia Yong, you go?" "Yes, leader." Jia Yong stood up. He was tall and fat, with a big belly, and looked very sturdy. He was a defense-type Gu master and his vital Gu was water armor Gu. He was a rank 2 Gu master and specialized in water battles. One time he was swimming in the river and killed a turtle the size of a small boat. From its body, he obtained a turtle strength Gu. After using it, he gained a permanent turtle strength. Seeing Jia Yong approaching, the monkey's roars suddenly became louder, the sound waves shaking the forest. Jia Yong had a solemn expression on his face. He rolled up his sleeves and stood before the monkey king. The monkey king had a huge body. Even though it was sitting down, it was still a head taller than Jia Yong. It looked at Jia Yong and roared. Immediately, several bandit monkeys carried a stone table and walked over, huffing and puffing. The stone table was as large as a bed and extremely heavy. When it landed on the ground, a muffled sound could be heard. 2 more bandit monkeys brought over stone stools. They were placed in front of the monkey king. The monkey king patted the stone table, and the banging sound was like the beating of a drum. Jia Yong swallowed his saliva and sat down. He extended his right arm and placed his elbow on the table. The Monkey King also stretched out his left hand and clasped his hands together. A female bandit monkey beside him suddenly screamed. When Jia Yong and the Monkey King heard this model, they exerted their strength at the same time and started this unique contest. The bandit monkeys revered strength, and arm wrestling was the most important social activity among the monkeys. The little monkey could arm wrestle as soon as it was born. Arm wrestling was not only a game among the bandit monkeys, it was also a common method to resolve disputes. Back then, the righteous Gu Master Heaven Crown Marquis only had rank 5 cultivation. With such strength he naturally could not fight his way to the peak. He used this custom of the bandit monkeys to arm wrestle until he reached the peak of Fei Ho Mountain and defeated the Monkey Emperor. Then, he obtained the recognition of the monkey group and made an agreement to open a trade route. From then on, all caravans that entered and exited Fei Ho Mountain had to follow this agreement and arm wrestle with the bandit monkeys. The winner would obtain the recognition of the bandit monkeys and be exempted from tolls. The loser would have to let the monkeys take a portion of the goods. This way the caravans could do business and the bandit monkeys could also taste the benefits, never getting tired of it. For many years the caravans complied with the agreement. The trade route gradually prospered and the agreement gradually stabilized. Beside the stone table, Jia Yong's face was flushed red and his expression was distorted. He had already used all his strength, but he still could not resist the Monkey King's strength. His arm gradually tilted to the side, and finally with a bang the Monkey King's arm pressed down on Jia Yong. Victory! The Monkey King stood up and happily pounded its chest with its fists. The monkey group shouted loudly. Their momentum was shocking. Jia Yong lowered his head and retreated. On the way back, the bandit monkeys on both sides mocked him to the extreme. Some lifted their leather skirts and revealed their red buttocks. Facing Jia Yong, some made faces and some wagged their fingers. To think that there would be a day when I would be mocked by animals. Jia Yong sighed helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. Jia Long was expressionless and waved his hand behind him. The group that belonged to the Jia clan began to move forward. The monkeys swarmed forward and plucked the goods from the open caravans. The Jia clan played a trick and covered the fine coal stones with a layer of gorgeous silk and silk cloth. The monkeys' attention was attracted by the colorful cloth, and they let go of the gray fine coal stones that had a higher market price. The monkey group played wantonly. Many of them wrapped the cloth around their arms, waist, and back. The scene was extremely noisy. "Where is Jia Ping?" Jia Long shouted in a deep voice. Jia Ping slowly walked out. He formed a sharp contrast with Jia Yong. He was as thin as a match and seemed extremely weak. "I have come to take revenge for you." He walked past Jia Yong and casually patted his shoulder. "With big brother Jia Ping here, it will naturally be a piece of cake." Jia Yong cupped his fists and smiled bitterly. Jia clan members sighed in relief when they saw Jia Ping, showing a relieved expression. Seeing Jia Ping's arrival, the monkey group let out strange cries filled with contempt and disdain. The Monkey King had already sat down and unconcernedly lifted the wine jar, and drank a mouthful of monkey wine. "In the end, you are still animals judging people by their appearance." Jia Long sneered. This Jia Ping looked thin and weak, but he actually had the strength of 2 bears. He only used the tendon coiling goo, causing the tendons in his body to twist like tree roots, thus compressing his muscles. Jia Ping sat down and stretched out his hand. His hand was not even a quarter of the Monkey King's claw. But after exerting his strength, he only lasted for a moment before he defeated the Monkey King. For a moment the monkey group's roars stopped. The Monkey King's eyes were wide open, showing an expression of disbelief. Jia Long chuckled and waved his hand, indicating the group to continue moving forward. The monkeys blocking the road automatically gave way, but did not make a move. Jia clan's group moved forward for a small distance before the monkey group called out and blocked the road again. The Monkey King patted the stone table, refusing to believe it, and challenged Jia Ping. Jia Ping had a smile on his face. "Another victory. Everyone, I will be going first." Jia Long cupped his fists. After saying goodbye, Jia clan's group passed this round. "Alright, it is our Lin clan's turn." "Lin Dong." Lin clan's vice leader shouted. The others did not argue. The caravan had already discussed the order. As time passed, the caravan moved forward section by section. To pass Feiho Mountain and minimize losses, each clan specially nurtured mini-gu masters. Bull strength, tiger strength, elephant strength, python strength, horse strength. Gu masters went up one by one, each displaying their abilities, winning and losing. Most people passed the round, and it was finally Zhang clan's group's turn. Zhang Zhu's expression did not look good. He was a healing type Gu master and did not specialize in strength. Moreover, he could only use his own strength to arm wrestle with the Monkey King, and could not use Gu worms. Once discovered, it would be considered cheating and would attract the monkey group's attack. In this Zhang clan caravan, other than him, a rank 3, there were no other Gu masters. Thus, in the caravan, his strength was at the bottom. Shang Xianxi's life in Zhang clan was not good, and as an illegitimate child, she was ostracized. Especially after her mother passed away, the situation became even worse. According to her mother's will, Shang Xianci sold her family assets and established this caravan. Many Zhang clan members wished for this disgrace of the clan to die outside. Thus, they did not send any Gu masters in. Uncle Zhang Zhu, don't worry, they are just some goods. As long as you are here, it's fine. Shang Xianci was very attentive. Noticing Zhang Zhu's expression, she softly consoled him. Finally, only Zhang clan is left. TSK, no need to look, they are bound to lose. I know that Zhang Zhu better. Zhang clan's caravan is said to be organized by Zhang clan's girl. Thus, only Zhang Zhu is left to keep up appearances. Many Gu masters stood behind the round, looking over with the thought of watching a show. They had more or less lost some goods, so their moods were naturally not good. Comparison produces happiness. Unlucky people would often feel better after seeing even more unlucky people. Many people looked towards Zhang clan's caravan, seeking comfort in their hearts. The goods are dead, human lives are more important. Uncle Zhang Zhu, you don't need to go up, we can let the monkey group take the goods. Shang Xianci said. Miss doesn't know. If we don't compete, we won't be able to pass. These monkeys are stubborn, we have to wrestle. Miss, even if we lose, we can't lose. We can't let others look down on us, I will go now. Zhang Zhu cupped his fists, bracing himself to go up. Wait. Right at this time, Fang Yuan came out from the crowd. Miss Zhang, you've saved my life before. Let me go this time. He cupped his fists. With just you. Servant Xiao Dai rolled her eyes. It's already this time. You are not a Gu master, don't add to the mess. Shang Xianci also smiled. Hey Tu, I appreciate your intention. This is not a joke, the Monkey King has great strength. Didn't you see the Gu masters in front have broken bones? Miss, even if I break bones, I will still repay you. Fang Yuan insisted. How can you be like this? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you break bones, it would be my family's miss who needs to treat you. Xiao Dai waved her hand in disgust. Don't come and make trouble, okay? Miss Zhang, you don't know. My strength has surpassed ordinary people since I was young. Even adults didn't have as much strength as me. This time I will definitely go. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked towards the Monkey King. Hey Tu! Shang Xianci wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Zhang Zhu. Miss, he is not an idiot, he definitely has the confidence to stand up. Sometimes we need to believe in others. Zhang Zhu persuaded. In fact, he had no confidence in Fang Yuan. He only felt that it was good to take this chance to teach this mortal a lesson. Look, the Zhang clan actually sent out a servant. Haha, Zhang clan has no one. So they sent a servant to embarrass themselves. Chapter 245. It's actually him, the heavens have eyes. Brother Chang's group saw Fang Yuan's figure, and their eyes shone with excitement. I can't wait to see his broken arm. Zhang clan's young lady is kind. He offended Zhang clan, but she didn't execute him. So she wants to send him on stage here. Fang Yuan slowly walked to the stone table and sat down. The Monkey King stared at him and stretched out its arm. The two's hands touched, and under countless gazes, the contest began. The Monkey King exerted its strength, but Fang Yuan's arm was like steel, not moving at all. The Monkey King's pupils shrunk, showing a trace of shock. This was the strongest human it had ever met. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. Even with the strength of 2 boars, he could still win against this Monkey King. Moreover, He now had the strength of half a crocodile, and the Monkey King had fought many rounds before, so its strength was already lacking. It could be said that this was a situation where Feng Yuan would win for sure. Speaking of which, this Monkey King's strength isn't that huge. Those Gu masters from before, some had the strength of a bear, some had the strength of a horse, but they lost in the end. It wasn't because their strength was inferior to this Monkey King. It was because arm wrestling couldn't display their full strength. In fact, bear strength, horse strength, rabbit strength, fish strength, turtle strength, crocodile strength, and so on were all different. This difference was not only in the strength but also in the domain in which the strength was good at. Bear strength was for smacking, horse strength was for galloping, rabbit strength was for jumping, turtle strength was for carrying weight, and crocodile strength was for biting. Every type of power had its own domain of expertise. That is to say, in a certain domain, a certain strength would be displayed to the greatest extent. In arm wrestling, it was more about the strength of the arm. Bandit monkeys were very good at this. Clues could be seen from their physique. Their upper limbs were often twice as thick as their lower limbs. Since they were born, they had started arm wrestling and had a lot of training as a foundation. If it was another way of competing, many defeated Gu masters might be able to win against the Bandit Monkey King. From this point of view, every type of power had its own uniqueness, and they could not be differentiated based on the amount of power they possessed. Let's take a person for example. The strength of a person's fist is definitely less than the strength of a kick. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to unleash all of his strength. I have the strength of 2 boars, half a crocodile, and my own strength, but my arm wrestling strength is definitely not the sum of them. Of course, it was not impossible for him to focus all his strength on a single movement. In that case, we'll have to rely on that legendary Gu worm. Arm wrestling could not fully display Feng Yuan's true strength. But in the end, he had a deep foundation, so he would not be defeated. However, he couldn't make it so obvious. Thereupon, Feng Yuan deliberately revealed a strenuous expression. His arms trembled as if he was in a deadlock with the Monkey King. After that, he slowly suppressed the Monkey King step by step. When the results came out, almost everyone was stunned. He actually won. This person was born with divine strength. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, and gasps of surprise could be heard one after another. Find out who this person is. If possible, immediately recruit them. The leaders of many families were tempted. Compared to those Gu masters who invested large amounts of money to nurture, Feng Yuan's price-to-performance ratio was too high. He did not need to invest at all and could be used to create profits for the caravan. Zhang clan's luck is good. They picked up a treasure. At once, many Gu masters looked at Zhang clan with envy. No wonder we couldn't beat him. Brother Chong and the rest were speechless at this scene. This is a monster. Now that I think about it, I was really lucky to not be beaten to death by him. Thinking back, they immediately felt a lingering fear. They originally wanted to find a chance to take revenge on Feng Yuan. But after seeing this, they no longer had any desire for revenge. Instead, they were worried that Feng Yuan would take the initiative to find trouble with them in the future. Chun clan's old steward's expression was ugly. To think that this fool had such brute strength. Oh no, I hope vice leader won't blame me. He carefully glanced at Chun clan's vice leader. Chun clan's vice leader frowned. He thought of many things. He started to suspect Zhang clan's intentions. Was it a trap to ask for Zhang clan's people? Zhang clan saw the value of this servant, so they purposely imprisoned him and then came to ask for him? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Anyone who felt that they had been tricked and cheated would not be in a good mood. But the mistake had already been made. He could only pinch his nose and swallow this loss. I didn't see wrongly, right? Servant girl Xiao Dai covered her mouth. Seeing this result, she was shocked speechless. The worry on Shang Xinxi's face disappeared, and her lips curled into a smile. Let's go. Zhang Zhu waved his hand, directing the caravan to move forward, his eyes emitting a complicated light. Feng Yuan won, and Zhang clan's caravan started to pass the checkpoint. Feng Yuan won 2 rounds in a row, and more than half of Zhang clan's caravan left. In the 3rd round, Feng Yuan purposely lost in order to disguise himself, and Zhang clan's caravan still lost a lot of goods. But even so, Fang Yuan's performance was enough to make everyone look at him in a different light. After returning to the caravan, he received a warm welcome. Miss Zhang, fortunately I did not disappoint you. He cupped his fists and said to Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes flashed, and she re-evaluated Fang Yuan, her voice as gentle as water. My mother said not to judge a book by its cover. Hey too, you have given me a vivid lesson. I am really grateful to you. This is 150 yuan stone. It is a thank you gift. 150 yuan stone? Servant girl Xiao Dai was shocked. Miss, why did you give him so much? Fang Yuan took a step back and righteously rejected. Miss, I am here to repay your kindness, not because of these yuan stones. Please take back the yuan stone. I will not accept this reward. Xiao Dai quickly followed up. Miss, you see, he said he doesn't want it. You should keep it. Shang Xianci insisted. This is not a reward, it is a thank you gift. It is my thank you gift. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious and his tone was solemn. Don't mention 100 yuan stone. Even if it is 1,000 yuan stone, I will not accept it. Miss Zhang, although I am only a mortal, please do not insult me. Is that so? Shang Xianci was helpless and could only take back the yuan stone. Humph, at least you are tactful. Xiao Dai curled her lips. Zhang Zhu, who was at the side, was silent, but his gaze was even more complicated. The grace of saving my life is hard to repay. Please allow me to help Miss again. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said. There were many monkey groups on Bandit Monkey Mountain, and along the trade route there would be a group of monkeys at fixed intervals setting up a checkpoint. Since then, Fang Yuan repeatedly made a move, deliberately showing off, winning and losing some. The caravan walked and stopped, and after spending more than 20 days on Bandit Monkey Mountain, they finally left this tall mountain. The caravan's goods were reduced by nearly half, and everyone's mood was inevitably down. Zhang family became the only happy team. Because of Fang Yuan's efforts, their losses were far less than expected. Fang Yuan became famous because of this, and many clans sent servants to find him. They all wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, and gave generous conditions, but Fang Yuan rejected them all, and still stayed in Zhang family. At least you still have some conscience, you did not waste Mrs. treatment of you. Xiao Dai changed her attitude towards Fang Yuan because of this. This little girl was straightforward, and had no subtlety. Her attitude was never in Fang Yuan's consideration. What Fang Yuan cared about was Shang Xianci, and her guard Gu Master Zhang Zhu. Shang Xianci was gentle, kind, and intelligent. Gu Master Zhang Zhu was mature and steady, and had abundant experience. Especially the latter, Fang Yuan could already feel that this Zhang Zhu was already starting to suspect him. In private, Bai Ningbing also reminded Fang Yuan, you rejected that 150 yuan stone back then, that was a mistake. With your identity on the surface, how could you not be moved by such a huge sum? To be cautious, we should stop cultivating, and guard against Zhang Zhu's secret investigation. But Fang Yuan rejected this suggestion, and continued to cultivate every night. Bai Ningbing also cooperated. She was indifferent towards her identity being exposed, and in fact she was more than happy to see Fang Yuan fail. Snow Silver Primeval Essence was a huge help to Fang Yuan, and his cultivation speed was as fast as flying. On the night they officially left Fei Ho Mountain, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 2 initial stage to middle stage. When the travel-worn caravan arrived at the foot of Huangjin Mountain, he also used up the crocodile strength Gu, permanently increasing his strength by 1 crocodile. On Huangjin Mountain there were large numbers of gold mines. The soil on the mountain was rich in gold, and even if one scooped up some sand from the mountain stream, after sifting through it, one could obtain dozens of gold grains. During the day when sunlight shone on Huangjin Mountain, it would often reflect a layer of hazy golden light. The light shrouded the whole mountain, giving it a splendid and magnificent beauty. If this Huangjin Mountain was placed on Earth, it would definitely cause a reign of terror and war. But in this world, yuan stone was the currency, and gold could only be regarded as a metal mineral. Its greatest use was as a supplementary material for Gu refinement. On Huangjin Mountain there were 2 clans. On the mountain sun there was Huang Clan Village. On the mountain shade there was Jing Clan Village. One mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers from Qingmao Mountain. It could be seen that Huang Clan and Jing Clan did not have a harmonious relationship. The arrival of the caravan was naturally welcomed by the two clans. But the joint notice from the two clans also arrived. The caravan could only choose one village. If they chose Huang clan, they could not enter Jin clan. And vice versa. The caravan had many people and there was a lot of mobility. Previously, the two clans had used the caravan to sneak attack each other. Thus they issued a strict order. As for which village to go, the caravan leaders had different opinions. They each had their own needs and after some discussion, this mixed caravan was split into two, and the two groups entered the two villages. Of course they could not enter the village, and the group could only set up camp around the village. Chapter 246. Suspicious. Shang Xianxi's gaze moved under her thick eyelashes. Zhang Zhu nodded and said solemnly, "In fact, I've been suspicious of them since the day I entered Fei Ho Mountain. Miss, you have to reward them with 150 yuan stone. Such a huge sum of money, yet they are not moved at all. This is really thought-provoking." He paused and continued, "These days I've been secretly observing them. I found more suspicious points. First, they rarely communicate with the servants around them, wishing they could become invisible. Second, they rejected the recruitment of many clans, no matter how good the conditions were. Miss, do you remember how he looked like when he came to seek refuge with us that night? He too has such great strength, how could he be injured like that? Finally, according to my observation, his companion, although dressed as a man, is actually a woman." There was silence in the tent. After a long while, Shang Xianci smiled. "Having great strength doesn't mean you can definitely win against others, right? Two fists can't fight against four hands. It's normal for He Tu to be injured. Actually, I already know about these suspicious points you mentioned." Zhang Zhu didn't reveal the slightest surprised expression. He understood Shang Xianci and knew her intelligence. "Miss?" Shang Xianci blinked, her gentle and beautiful face revealed a trace of playfulness. "Uncle Zhang Zhu, you've been holding it in for many days, right? You realize that I haven't dealt with this matter, so you came to remind me today." Zhang Zhu laughed. "Miss, I can't hide anything from you. But why do you always let them stay by your side?" "Because I don't think they have any evil intentions." A light of wisdom flashed in Shang Xianci's eyes. "We suspected them at Fei Ho Mountain. If they didn't stand up at that time, we wouldn't have seen any suspicious points. But why did they still stand up and help me?" This. If they had ulterior motives, they would definitely hide at the side and watch the show, or accept the 150 yuan stone. But they didn't. When He Tu said he wanted to repay, his expression was so sincere that I felt what he said was true. He really wanted to repay this favor. Shang Xianci said. Zhang Zhu was speechless. "But they definitely aren't simple, they definitely have a secret." Shang Xianci's smile was like a flower. "Everyone has a secret. I also have a secret. Does having a secret mean that I'm a bad person? The world is bright, and those who know how to repay kindness will have a limit to how bad they can be, right? That being said, I still feel that they have a motive. Maybe they're plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be the gangsters' spies. Sneak into the caravan and cooperate with the devil Dao to rob it. That doesn't make sense either." Shang Xianci shook her head. "Since he's a spy, he should be even more hidden. Why is there a need to show off in Fei Ho Mountain? With so many people trying to recruit them, they could easily join other teams. Wouldn't it be easier to hide? Why did he choose to stay with us? I think they must have some difficulties. We help them and they repay us. Now that they want to hide their identities, I think we should help them again." Zhang Zhu shook his head and sighed. "Miss, why are you always thinking for others? You have to know that we can't let our guard down." "Uncle Zhang Zhu," Shang Xianci said in a low voice, "if there really is a great calamity, please do not fight to protect the goods. If these goods are lost, then so be it, it's no big deal. My mother's last wish was for me to bring the keepsake to Shang Clan City to find a certain person. But she also said, if that person is not willing to accept us, we can only rely on these goods to survive. My mother left in a hurry, and did not clearly state who she wanted me to find. But I think money is just a worldly possession. Mother has already left me, Uncle Zhang Zhu. You and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Miss, please don't say that." Zhang Zhu's eyes reddened as he choked with sobs. Come, take a look, authentic Xinjia silk. All kinds of fine wine, I welcome everyone to taste it. Single breath golden light goo. Only 50 yuan stone. Hawking sounds rose and fell as people moved about. In this temporary market, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Every time a caravan came, the village would feel like it was welcoming a festival. Not just the caravans, there were also people from Jin clan who came to sell their goods. The most common were large numbers of golden sculptures or utensils. Pots and pans as well as human and animal sculptures, the carvings were deep and lifelike. Together with red, green, yellow and blue gems or pearls, they looked even more exquisite. Because of the favorable geographical location of Huangjin Mountain, gold could be found everywhere. The people who lived here, even the servants who did not have clothes to cover their bodies, wore some golden rings, golden necklaces and so on. Many young girls wore hairpins, earrings and bracelets, all shining with golden light, beautiful and beautiful. They were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting with each other with a unique charm. As for Jin clan's Gu masters, their attire was more or less the same as Qingmao Mountain. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, long pants, a belt, leggings and a pair of green bamboo shoes. But some people's leggings were tied with hemp ropes mixed with golden threads. And some belts, cuffs or trouser legs were all inlaid with gold. This was the specialty of Huangjin Mountain. The Gu masters of southern border clans all wore similar attire. As for demonic Gu masters, they wore all kinds of strange attire. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved through the crowd. They had already found 3 or 4 Jin clan people, and bought some milk and goat milk. To feed the bone spear Gu in his aperture, Fang Yuan had already done his best. But even so, 2/3 of the bone spear Gu had already starved to death. You are buying so wantonly, aren't you afraid your identity will be exposed? Bai Ningbing expressed her doubts. As long as it is a disguise, it will be exposed one day. I don't mind, but your flaw is too big. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing and said. Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. She knew where her flaw was, and that was her gender. Back in the village, even the old lady could see it. Women and men had different physiological characteristics. To disguise this, a specific Gu worm was needed, but Bai Ningbing did not have it. Thus, even if she wore loose clothes, wore a straw hat painted black and tied her chest, she could not prevent her identity from being exposed after a long time. Fang Yuan continued. Thus, rather than hiding it, it is better to expose some of it. Let them feel that they have seen through many things, and feel that the situation is under their control. That will make them feel more at ease. Exposure was necessary, it was not a bad thing. To get close to them, he had to expose his identity, only then could he gain their trust. Fang Yuan could not take the initiative to lay his cards on the table. It would be too unnatural and not in line with their previous behavior. As long as they found out and probed, Fang Yuan could use this opportunity to expose some things. Bai Ningbing realized, that means you are intentionally waiting for them to find out, and then make a response? You are finally smart for once. However, after 3 days, the reaction and probing that Fang Yuan was waiting for did not come. Bai Ningbing finally found a chance to mock Fang Yuan. So even you have times where you miscalculate? Fang Yuan coldly snorted, pondering in his heart. From Zhang Zhu's expression and actions, I can see that he has long been suspicious. The reason why he did not probe earlier was probably because he could encounter danger on the road, so he endured it. But now that the caravan is relying on the Jin family village, it is very safe, so the probing should have come a long time ago. Unless. In Fang Yuan's heart, Shang Xianxi's face appeared. What a smart person, and also has courage. She should be the one who stopped Zhang Zhu. This is a bit troublesome, it is not good to be too smart. Fang Yuan sighed. Shang Xianxi's gentleness and kindness were deeply rooted in his heart, causing him to underestimate the girl's intelligence. Shang Xianxi wanted to reach a tacit understanding between smart people with Fang Yuan. Both of them had a tacit understanding and pretended to be confused. But Fang Yuan's goal was different. This tacit understanding became his obstacle. If that is the case, then I can only take the initiative. Understanding this, Fang Yuan sighed and took the initiative to find Shang Xianxi. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside the tent, looking at Fang Yuan's intentions, Shang Xianxi and Zhang Zhu's faces revealed a surprised expression. He did not look for them, but they took the initiative to look for him. This was out of the girl's expectations. Zhang Zhu's heart was moved. Are you finally going to reveal your foxtail? Partnership. Miss Zhang, I am ashamed to say this, but we need yuan stone, and I have some experience in business. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and the yuan stone that I earn, how about splitting it 50-50? Fang Yuan slightly bowed. Neither servile nor overbearing. Without yuan stone and being poor, you want to borrow chickens to lay eggs? You are too confident. Zhang Zhu's eyes flashed with a cold light. What makes you think that you will definitely earn money? And what makes you think that our Zhang family will definitely lend to you? In business, there will definitely be profits and losses. Of course, I will not earn without losses. As for why, maybe it is because I feel that Miss Zhang is a good person and will lend to me. If you want to ask me the reason, I can only answer you, that is what I feel. If my feeling is wrong, then let's pretend that this never happened. Fang Yuan smiled. He was missing an ear, and his body was full of burn marks, so his smile was somewhat terrifying. But when Shang Xinci looked into his eyes, she saw a kind of self-confidence, decisiveness, and the brilliance of strategizing. This brilliance, on the contrary, set off a different kind of charm from the ugliness. Really interesting, it seems that he also noticed our suspicions. So, he wants to reach a tacit understanding between smart people? Shang Xinci's eyes flickered. After a moment she smiled. This kind of frank communication method made her feel inexplicably safe, and also fresh. If not for you, He-Tu, I would not even have a quarter of the goods left. They were already snatched away by those monkeys at the Bandit Monkey Mountain. Since you have this idea, then I will leave these goods to you, she said. If the servant girl Xiao Dai was here, she would have immediately made a fuss. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then bowed to express his thanks. Miss, you are. When Fang Yuan left the tent, Zhang Zhu finally could not bear it anymore. Shang Xinci mischievously blinked like a child. Isn't this very interesting? Listen to what he said just now. We haven't even done business yet, but he wants to split the profits with me 50-50. This tone, it is as if he will definitely make money. Humph, he is a boor. How much talent does he have? Zhang Zhu disdainfully sneered. Speaking of business brains, who can compare to you, miss? For so many years, how did you manage your family business and how did you develop it? This old man still remembers it vividly. If not for those Zhang family people being jealous. Alright, what's the point of talking about the past? Since Uncle Zhang Zhu also recognizes my talent, then you should believe me. Even if He-Tu loses all these goods, I can still start from scratch, right? Shang Xinci said. Chapter 247. So many goods it won't be cheap. At least 50,000 yuan stone. The Jin Clan Gu master looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. After getting permission from Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan immediately found several Jin Clan Gu masters. The person in front of him was already the sixth person. I don't have yuan stone. Fang Yuan shook his head. But I can use my goods to exchange for your goods. Barter? The Gu master slightly raised his brows, not very surprised. Bartering was also a common thing, especially in merchant caravans. To him, as long as the value was not too different, bartering was not a loss. Then what goods do you intend to use to exchange? Fang Yuan led him to look at the goods on the spot. Jin Clan's Gu master frowned. Your goods are cheaper than mine in the market. But in this golden mountain you can sell them for a good price, right? Fang Yuan laughed. The Jin Clan Gu master frowned even more. If the price is set too high, it won't sell anymore. Then sell them slowly, there will be a day when they are all sold out. Rare goods are more valuable, at that time you can just sit at home and collect money. Fang Yuan smiled. The Gu master laughed heartily. He said so much just to lower the price, but his heart was already moved. You are not bad. Although you are a mortal, you are neither servile nor overbearing. I have 3 shops, are you interested in helping me? I will give you the status of a shopkeeper. We can discuss the salary. The Gu master patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan tactfully refused, making this Gu master feel some regret. He-Tu, what the hell are you doing? After this transaction, Xiao Dai ran over with a cold expression. You actually exchanged all of Missy's goods? What are you trying to do? You are too daring. Xiao Dai stomped her feet in anger. Don't you know our goods are all carefully selected by Missy? If we transport them to Shang Clan City, we can sell them for double the price. Quick, exchange them back. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all her goods to me. In other words, these goods are all mine. I'm handling my own goods, what's wrong with that? Fang Yuan glanced at Little Butterfly with a cold glint in his eyes. Xiao Dai shuddered and felt her heart skip a beat. Fang Yuan decided to expose himself a little more. This was the first time he spoke to Little Butterfly without any pretense. Xiao Dai was originally eloquent, but at this moment, there was a chill in her heart. I'll tell Miss, just you wait. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but she still ran away in a panic. Of course, her snitch did not cause any trouble to Fang Yuan. However, the servants that Shang Xinci brought also had a lot of opinions about Fang Yuan's actions. Many people discussed in private, thinking that He Tu had gone mad. Fang Yuan knew the value of the original goods, which also made him realize Shang Xinci's business talent. However, this was the first time the latter was doing business. Although he had talent, he lacked experience. Merchants did not simply transport goods to the terminal and earn a profit from the price difference. A real expert merchant earned money along the way. It was to use a keen eye to discover business opportunities in time, to be familiar with the specialties of each famous mountain and the needs of each big family, to establish a network of relationships and benefit from both sides. Of course, these requirements were too high for Shang Xinci. After all, she was only 16 years old this year. Although she had talent, she was still a young girl. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he spent nearly 100 years doing business. He had mixed into a caravan and served as a leader. He had opened a shop and a stone gambling shop. He had also held an auction. In terms of experience and vision, the leaders and deputy leaders in the caravan were not even worthy of carrying Fang Yuan's shoes. Not to mention Shang Xinci, who had just started doing business. There is still some distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I operate wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of this batch of goods by 7 or 8 times. This multiplier was already quite terrifying. Any higher, and Fang Yuan could not do it. Due to all kinds of practical conditions, 7 or 8 times was already the highest standard in this world. Of course, if I use illegal methods, not to mention 7 or 8 times, even 70 or 80 times is easy. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a poem from his previous life. The law-abiding worries every day. The strong man sings happily every night. Harming others to benefit oneself rides horses and mules. The upright and fair starve. Repairing bridges and roads is blind. Killing and arson are many. I go to heaven and ask Buddha. Buddha says, I have no choice. Haha, the so-called system and laws are all used to oppress the masses and restrict the weak. No matter which world, it is the law of the jungle. Thus, even in the era of law, there were countless influential people who used loopholes in the system to escape the punishment of the law. Not to mention this Gu Master world where strength speaks the loudest. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had painstakingly built up a fortune of close to 10 million and countless businesses. Then he was casually annexed by the strong, going bankrupt and living on the streets. For the next 400 years, whenever he thought of it, he would be extremely glad that he had this experience. Thanks to hardship, it taught people the truth. It was this experience that woke him up, and all kinds of restrictions that he had been brainwashed into on earth were shattered. People were often deceived not because of the scene in front of them, but because of the shackles in their hearts. To Fang Yuan, if he abided by business ethics as a proper merchant, he could at most earn 7 or 8 times. If he used some illegal methods and became a bad merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he abandoned his duty and swindled to his heart's content, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he directly killed and looted, he did not even need to use capital. A business with no capital was always the most profitable. But Fang Yuan's current business had other motives. Thus, he could not use any illegal methods. This made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. However, on the night before the caravan was about to set off, a Jin clan Gu master secretly came to find him. I have a private transaction, are you interested? This Gu master was one of the people who had bartered with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not mind at first, but after 5 minutes he changed his mind. You are saying someone wants to sell jeans on grass? He was extremely astonished, even suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Jeans on grass could not be replaced by other materials for Jean Clan. It was an extremely important strategic resource. Because of its refinement material, Jean Clan could refine large amounts of golden silkworm goo. Now, someone actually wanted to sell it. In Feng Yuan's memories, it was because Jean Clan had a large amount of rank 3 golden silkworm goo that their strength increased greatly, allowing them to eliminate Huang Clan and dominate a region. Wait a moment, Huang Clan still exists now. That is to say, Jean Clan has not completed the incomplete recipe for the golden silkworm goo? That's not right. According to this period of time, they should have made some progress. Otherwise, why would they plant large amounts of jeans on grass? Feng Yuan's thoughts flashed like lightning. He purposely probed. My goods are almost finished. Jeans on grass is an uncommon material. Although it is rare, very few people need it. Seeing Feng Yuan show signs of rejection, that Goo Master immediately became anxious. This price is negotiable, we can discuss it properly. Feng Yuan's gaze flashed. Seeing that the other party was in a hurry, he continued to try to lower the price. After a few rounds of bargaining, the price of jeans on grass was pushed to its lowest point, a tragic sight to behold. The other Goo Master's face turned pale, his expression also turning ugly, his tone becoming impatient. You win, we'll go with this price, can we make the deal? This price was very low, much lower than the cost of cultivating jeans on grass itself. If he sold it, it could be said that he would lose everything. Jean Clan's Goo Master also understood this, his heart bleeding secretly. Feng Yuan also knew this was his limit, but he shook his head. This price is too low, honestly speaking, I don't really believe your attitude. Jean Clan's Goo Master immediately scolded. You bastard. You were the one who pushed the price down. And now you're saying it's too low? Feng Yuan spread his arms. You said it yourself, this is a private transaction. There is no proof of delivery. If you sell me fake goods, who can I reason with? Look, the caravan is leaving tomorrow. By then, even if I suffer a loss, I will have to leave. Your suspicions are true. Jean Clan's Goo Master's anger subsided. Don't worry about the goods. They are 100% genuine. I'll tell you the truth. This was secretly taken out by my young master to sell. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance at this point. He had finally obtained some useful information. He purposely exclaimed, Your young master stole it. This jeans on grass is actually the clan leader's favorite plant. Thus he specially planted 3 mu of it. Who asked our clan leader to have such a special hobby? So you don't have to worry, the jeans on grass is not something important. Even if the son was found out, he would only be beaten and scolded. The Goo Master said. Feng Yuan heard this and immediately understood. So it was like this. Jean Clan had always been determined to restore the golden silkworm goo recipe. At this time, they already had some ideas and knew the importance of the jeans on grass. Thus they planted 3 mu of it. However, to prevent the Huang clan from noticing this information was restricted to the higher-ups of the clan. Even the young master did not know. He only thought that the jeans on grass was planted by the clan leader for fun. The jeans on grass took a long time to nurture, usually requiring 4 years to mature from a seedling. In his memory, the Jean clan attacked a year later. The rank 3 golden silkworm goo's attacks were sharp, eliminating the Huang clan and starting to dominate Huangjin Mountain. If these 3 mu of jeans on grass were gone, the market would not be able to obtain such a large amount. Then the Jean clan would have to delay for several years to eliminate the Huang clan. Obviously, the jeans on grass was a hot commodity. If he really bought it, he would poke the Jean clan's hornet's nest. If it was a normal person, they would definitely avoid it, but Feng Yuan saw a huge advantage in it. Although this piece of meat was boiling hot, it was already in his mouth, how could he not eat it? To speak the truth, although Feng Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he still had a need for Yuan stone. And this need was not small. When he arrived at Shangclan City, he would need a large amount of Yuan stone to buy goo worms. Just relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus daily accumulation was not only troublesome, it was far from enough. That young master is a wastrel. I think he is usually doted on by the clan leader. Maybe he owed money recently and is tight on money, so he placed his sights on the jeans on grass. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan laughed. This piece of meat, not only would it help him buy goo worms, it would also leave a deep impression on Shang Xinci. This was killing two birds with one stone. The Jin clan Gu master saw Fang Yuan smile and also laughed. That means you agree? Of course. Fang Yuan looked at him. If this deal went through, this guy would definitely be out of luck. Chapter 248. Daybreak. The east was about to break. The first rays of the morning sun appeared. The cold air of the night condensed into dewdrops, remaining on the grass. Jin clan's temporary market was being dismantled. The tents were put away. The carpets on the ground were rolled up. The goods were wrapped and reloaded. After staying in Jin clan for a few days, the caravan prepared to set off again. To the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would still make a profit. Thus, although many people looked tired, they were filled with joy and smiles. Xiao Dai's expression was extremely ugly. Miss, I just checked that He Tu almost exchanged all the goods. Among them, I actually saw 3 carts full of jeans on grass. Jeans on grass? Shang Xianci heard this and frowned. Xiao Dai was furious. She pulled Shang Xianci's arm and said, even an outsider like me knows that jeans on grass cannot be sold. But he still exchanged so much. Miss, this He Tu is messing around. Xiao Dai, calm down first, don't be impatient. Shang Xianci patted Xiao Dai's hand. These jeans on grass should have been exchanged by him last night. I did not know. However, the other goods that he traded for had a certain logic to them as well. Think about it, it is already not bad for a mortal like him to be able to do this. Miss, why are you speaking up for him? I am doing this for your own good. These goods are originally ours, why should we let an outsider squander them away? Most importantly, he can't afford it. Lord Zhangzhu, why don't you persuade Miss? Xiao Dai pouted. Zhangzhu sighed. Miss Xiao Dai's words make sense. Lending them to him earlier was to test him. Now that we have seen through him, why should we let him continue? We all believe in Miss' ability, but if we can reduce our losses, why not try to do so? When we reach Shang Clan City, we will be able to struggle less. This? Shang Xianci pondered. She was still young. Hesitation flashed in her eyes. Previously, she felt that the goods Fang Yuan exchanged were reasonable. But this jeans on grass. Exchanging for so much jeans on grass was definitely the biggest mistake. Jeans on grass might be easy to preserve, but there was little demand, it could not be sold. Hoarding so much in one go, sooner or later it would rot in one's hands. In the end, he had no choice but to lower the price and sell it. It could be said that he was destined to lose money. Excuse me, are you Miss Shang Xianci? Right at this time, a middle-aged male Gu master with sweat all over his forehead ran towards Shang Xianci with an anxious expression. Looking at the metal token on his belt, he was a rank 2 Gu master. Shang Xianci smiled. Yes, I am. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, I am the personal guard of the Patriarch. I have a presumptuous request on the orders of the Patriarch. Oh, please go ahead. Sir, you should have purchased a large batch of jeans on grass last night. The whole story is like this. Our Patriarch loves jeans on grass, so he personally raised some to admire them. Unfortunately, the young lord secretly dug it up and traded it behind the Patriarch's back. Right now, the clan leader had already confined the young lord. At the same time, I want to redeem the jeans on grass that I sold to Mississippi. I beg Miss to let go of it. The personal guard Gu master spoke politely, but there was a hard edge in the soft tone, showing his resolute attitude. Miss? Zhangzhu's expression was solemn, and he could not help but remind her. The personal guard Gu master represented the Jin clan leader. This matter could be big or small, and if it was not handled properly, it would be very serious. Shang Xianci glanced at Zhangzhu and nodded, expressing her understanding. I understand your Patriarch's feelings. Actually, I am also a flower lover. I will definitely give all the jeans on grass to you, not keeping a single one. Miss is understanding and reasonable. It is truly a joyous thing. The personal guard Gu master's expression relaxed, showing a smile. Shang Xianci continued. This transaction was handled by one of my subordinates. I will call him over now. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the commotion here. He Tu, you are in trouble, Miss is calling you over. Xiao Dai came to call him. Fang Yuan rushed to the personal guard and cupped his fists. I am in charge of the purchase of jeans on grass. I heard your patriarch wants to buy it back? The personal guard Gu master saw that the person who came was not a Gu master but a mortal. After a moment of astonishment, his face showed slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted, that's right. Mortal, be happy. Lord Clan Leader is generous and benevolent. He is willing to use 3,000 yuan stone to buy back your 3 carts of jeans on grass. So much? At the side, Xiao Dai was shocked, showing obvious joy in her eyes. Zhang Zhu's tightly furrowed brows also gradually relaxed. 3,000 yuan stone should be the highest market price for jeans on grass. This showed the Jin clan leader's sincerity. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Jeans on grass is extremely precious. Only 3,000 yuan stone to buy it back. Isn't this too insincere? The personal guard immediately frowned. What? According to the market price of jeans on grass, this is the highest price. Mortal, what price are you buying it for? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Let's not talk about the price, we are all businessmen, we naturally have to buy low and sell high. 3,000 yuan stone is too little, not selling. You. The personal guard clenched his teeth, stretched out his palm and spread his 5 fingers. Fine, then I'll raise it by 2,000 yuan stone. 5,000 yuan stone. Xiao Dai was shocked. She looked at the 5 fingers stretched out by the personal guard. Her face quickly turned red with excitement. 5,000 yuan stone? This is what you said, you can't go back on your word. She was so happy that she almost jumped up. She did not expect things to turn out this way. Fang Yuan had already made a profit. But Fang Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's face turned cold and threatened. Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These jeans on grass originally belonged to my clan. The 2 of you are not allowed to make private deals. Without proof of transaction, I can even say that you secretly stole the jeans on grass. The personal guard's anger made Zhang Zhu's heart jump. He looked at Fang Yuan. If you can sell it, then sell it. Fang Yuan laughed. You sell it and I buy it, it is a mutual agreement. What's more, it was your young master who sold it to me. If you insist that it was theft, then I can't do anything about it. Jin clan is powerful, they can bully the weak and directly snatch it back. Here the goods are over there, you can take it. But as far as I know, I am not the only one who bought the jeans on grass. Many people have a share, is the Jin clan going to snatch it as well? Fang Yuan had already expected this situation. Thus he only bought a large portion last night. The remaining jeans on grass was sold by that Gu master to others. You. The personal guard was furious, but under Fang Yuan's pressure, he could only clench his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan. Your clan bought the most, brat, are you trying to embarrass me? Of course not, I only want to complete this transaction. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Forget it. Then add another 2,000 yuan stone, 7,000. Mortal, bring all the jeans on grass you bought here. The personal guard shouted. Hey too, there is no harm in selling it. As a businessman, harmony brings wealth. Shang Xianci couldn't bear the pressure any longer. Since Miss has said so. Fang Yuan nodded before changing the topic. Then I will take a step back. 8,000 yuan stone, you can buy all the jeans on grass I have. Once he said this, Shang Xianci and the rest's expressions froze. The personal guard reacted, unable to restrain his anger. What? You scoundrel! Fang Yuan smiled. Business is business, Lord Gu Master, please don't be angry. Actually, I wanted to buy 10,000 yuan stone. If Lord cannot make the decision, why don't I talk to your clan leader? No need. The personal guard waved his hand, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme disgust. You are a mortal, what qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan Leader? Quickly scram and take the goods. I will remember you taking advantage of others when they are down. This was no doubt agreeing to Fang Yuan's price increase. Soon both sides completed the transaction. Fang Yuan used goods worth less than 500 yuan stone, and in just one night, he exchanged them for 8,000 yuan stone. Missed 2 chests full of yuan stone. Xiao Dai beamed with joy. During the entire transaction, she was trembling in fear. But now that she saw the yuan stone, she felt everything was worth it. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Did you already know that? No, it should be a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She sized up Fang Yuan and evaluated. Doing this will offend Jin clan. A mere 8,000 yuan stone is not worth it. Zhang Zhu frowned. He looked at Fang Yuan with some dissatisfaction and warned, "Don't take such risks in the future." Fang Yuan smiled, turning towards Shang Xinci. "According to the original agreement, half of these 8,000 yuan stone will go to Miss. My share of yuan stone, please help me take care of it." "Is everything settled?" Jin clan leader stood on the hill, looking at the caravan leaving. An elder stood beside him and reported, "Yes, clan leader. The Jinzan grass that was sold has been bought back. But Zhang clan took the chance to extort us, truly hateful." Jin clan leader raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Tell me." The elder explained in detail. Jin clan leader laughed. "A mere 8,000 yuan stone, don't worry about it. That Miss Zhang, on the other hand, has some intelligence, using a mortal slave to test the waters, allowing her to earn this sum of money. Lord clan leader, I am worried that Zhang clan already knows our clan's secret, thus taking the chance to extort us? Don't be so suspicious. If they knew the importance of the Jinzan grass to our clan, how could they only extort 8,000 yuan stone? Either they buy it all or they don't buy it at all. But, just in case, send Gu masters to keep an eye on them until they leave Huangjin Mountain. See if anyone sneaks into Huang clan village. If there is, kill them on the spot." Saying so, Jin clan leader revealed his killing intent. The elder's heart shuddered. "Yes, Lord clan leader." Taking one last look at the golden mountain behind him, Fang Yuan turned around with a smile on his face. Chapter 249. The caravan traveled west, crossing mountains and ridges. Half a month later, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at Soulwood Mountain, which was eerie and quiet with withered trees. He sold a small portion of his goods and bought a lot of special wood. 20 days later, they arrived at Giant Rain Mountain. The Giant Rain Mountain was full of potholes. These were all big holes made by the raindrops. When it rained here, each raindrop was as big as a wine jar and had a huge impact. Thus, the Tong family village on Giant Rain Mountain was built in the hollow of the mountain. If it was built in the open, it would be destroyed by the raindrops after a few rains. In the Tong family village, the golden oil lamps that Fang Yuan bought from Golden Mountain were very popular. During their stay, it rained 3 times. Fang Yuan collected many blue oil raindrops because of this. These raindrops were a type of material that had a wide range of uses. These huge raindrops were a disaster for the Tong family village, forcing them to live inside the mountain. But they were also natural treasures and were their main commodity. After leaving Giant Rain Mountain, the caravan arrived at Square Brick Mountain. The stones on this mountain were very special. Every piece was in the shape of a brick, but they varied in size and thickness. The Dafeng family had lived on Square Brick Mountain for thousands of years, and was a large family. Their residences were much better than the Tong family village, and were made of bricks and tiles. The village was surrounded by tall walls. There were towers inside the walls and blockhouses outside the walls. Fang Yuan remembered that the Dafeng family had an eccentric elder who liked wood carvings. After contacting him, he learned that all of the grotesquely shaped soul trees that he had purchased from the Soulwood Mountain had been purchased by this family elder. Just like that, under Fang Yuan's control, the Zhang family's goods increased and decreased. But every time there was a change, they would earn huge profits. As the number of times increased, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Fang Yuan pushed everything to Shang Xinci, and Shang Xinci's talent in business gradually spread. Time passed. After passing by 4 more villages, the caravan gradually approached Howling Moon Mountain. That night, the caravan set up camp with their backs against a cliff. We have already entered Howling Moon Mountain. The next part of the journey will be barren mountains, filled with insects and beasts. There are no villages. From tonight onwards, everyone must be on guard. The Jia clan leader instructed. The vice leaders in the tent nodded. Shang Xinci's eyes brightened. This was the most dangerous part of the trade route up to this point. After this, they would reach Bloodtear Mountain. After a few more villages, they would reach Shangliang Mountain's Shang clan city. Alright, next is to arrange the defensive positions for this week, the Jia clan leader said. An hour later, everyone finished their discussion and walked out of their tents. Zhang Zhu went up to her. Miss, dinner is ready. Are we inviting He Tu and Bai Yun over? Of course. Shang Xianci nodded and said, I'm going to ask him for advice on how to be a merchant during the banquet. These days, Fang Yuan earned more than he lost. He sold the goods and earned 5 to 6 times the profit. Xiaoshang Chun Shan. Xiao Fang Yuan Lin Snow. According to the agreement, Fang Yuan gave half of his profits to Shang Xianci. But in Shang Xianci's heart, how could a mere yuan stone compare to Fang Yuan's business experience and insights? She had no cultivation talent and was only a mortal. Business was the ability she was most proud of. Yet, in this field that she was proud of, Fang Yuan's strength made Shang Xianci admit that she was far inferior to Fang Yuan. Many of the seemingly absurd decisions showed shocking results in the subsequent transactions. Shang Xianci was not a person who gave up on herself. After understanding the gap between her and Fang Yuan, she would invite Fang Yuan to a banquet every day. Just a few pointers from Fang Yuan would benefit her greatly. She was extremely talented in business. Like a sponge absorbing water, she grew rapidly. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more she admired him. "Sai, young lady, you have to be careful. These two people obviously have a story. They are not ordinary people." Zhang Zhu sighed. His eyes revealed a worried expression. He was afraid that Shang Xianci would sink deeper and deeper. "Don't worry, Uncle Zhang Zhu, I know what I'm doing." Shang Xianci was indeed intelligent. She never talked about other things with Fang Yuan, only business. He would not beat around the bush when he spoke, nor would he beat around the bush. She felt that although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were mysterious, they were not dangerous. Fang Yuan relied on proper methods to do business, and never reneged on his debts. Every profit he made, he would split it 50-50 with Shang Xianci. This kind of behavior invisibly gave Shang Xianci a sense of security. But tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan did not accept. "I feel a bit tired today, so I won't be going." He waved his hand and said to Xiao Dai, who came to invite him. Not every time Shang Xianci invited him to a banquet, Fang Yuan would nod. Out of 3 banquets, Fang Yuan would only go once. Xiao Dai pouted, looked at Fang Yuan resentfully, mumbled a few words, then left. Previously, when Fang Yuan refused, Xiao Dai made a few noises, feeling indignant for her young lady. But as Fang Yuan earned more and more, Xiao Dai's attitude also changed. She was never indignant, but became accommodating and helpless. No matter what world, no matter what level, people with strength will always be respected. As Fang Yuan closed the tent, Bai Ningbing was already sitting cross-legged on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes glowed faintly. Previously, when Fang Yuan refused Xiao Dai, she was a bit surprised. But after a few times, Bai Ningbing realized the beauty of this. As the saying goes, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. Fang Yuan refusing the invitation, not accommodating Shang Xianci, would instead make the young lady feel that Fang Yuan had nothing to ask of her. "Let's begin." Fang Yuan also sat cross-legged on the bed, with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, and 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence poured into Fang Yuan's body. Bone-flesh unity goo flashed with green-red light, and through its conversion, 6% of the snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yuan sank into his mind and concentrated, activating this primeval essence to cleanse his aperture's walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not endure such a huge cleansing force. But now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls were deep enough to withstand the continuous cleansing of the snow-silver primeval essence. It was just that the duration could not be too long, and he needed to rest every once in a while. Water-like light fluctuated on the aperture walls, circulating. The pure white light continued to strengthen, and some places were already showing signs of solidification. Evidently, Fang Yuan was already one step away from rank 2 upper stage. Fang Yuan had rich cultivation experience, and knew what to do. He planned to strike while the iron was hot, and charged to rank 2 upper stage tonight. Time passed, and unknowingly, it was already late at night. Howl! Suddenly, a wolf king's howl could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, countless wolf howls could be heard, responding to their king. Wolf attack, wolf attack. Damn it, wake up. There is a wolf group attacking the camp. So many wolves. There are simply too many to count. Many people shouted in fear, and the camp woke up in a short period of time, before erupting in excitement. From this commotion it seems the wolf group is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened for a while before smiling. On the journey of the merchants, they had encountered several beast groups' attacks. After experiencing it, she was no longer surprised. This is Howling Moon Mountain. Some people say all the wolves in southern border live here. When the moon is full, the wolf group will look up at the full moon, and their howls can resound throughout the entire mountain, rising and falling continuously. But this is the first night, and we already encountered a wolf group. Our luck is not too good. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, multitasking, and did not stop cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing Gu Master, where are the Healing Gu Masters? My father is injured, he is losing a lot of blood. The southeast defensive line has been broken through. Quickly go and provide support. The situation was much more serious than Bai Ningbing had expected. From the moment they discovered the wolf group, in just a few minutes, one of the defensive lines in the camp was broken through, and the wolf group had entered the camp. Take up your weapons and fight these beasts. The miserable cries of the servants, the sounds of battle, and the shouts could be heard continuously. Are we going out? Bai Ningbing asked. Go out for what? What can you do? Don't forget your current status. After a while, Fang Yuan absent-mindedly replied. But the wolf group has already charged over. The goods you just bought will suffer losses. Bai Ningbing laughed, her tone filled with schadenfreude. Then let's just suffer losses. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, servant Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey two, are you two here? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Heavens, you two are really here? Such a huge commotion and you two were not woken up. Many wolves have charged into the camp. Although the situation is under control, what if one or two escaped? Young miss asked me to call you over. With Lord Zhangzhu's protection it will be very safe over there. Xiao Dai shouted. No need. Since the situation is under control, let's not disturb your young miss. One or two wolves with my strength I can still deal with them. Fang Yuan said. Xiao Dai urged a few times but was still rejected. Finally she angrily stomped her feet outside the tent. You really can't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for not reminding you two when you die. After saying this she hurriedly left. The wolf group continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. The beast group attack this time caused the most disastrous loss since the caravan was established. 3 Gu masters died in battle, more than 10 were injured, countless servants died, and all kinds of goods were lost. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they suffered the most losses. These goods were all borrowed by Fang Yuan. After a rough estimation, in just one night, Fang Yuan had lost close to 1,000 yuan stone. After daybreak, when he counted the losses, he showed a bitter smile, but he did not mind it at all, because just last night, he advanced to rank 2 upper stage. In just a few months, such a cultivation speed made by Ningbing, one of the people involved, secretly amazed. Chapter 250. The night of bloodshed passed, and the morning light shone on the ruined camp. In the heavy atmosphere, everyone cleaned up the battlefield, packed up their goods and set off again with a heavy heart. However, this wolf group attack was only the beginning. A few days later they were attacked by the Grey Wolf group again. The scale this time was even larger than the previous time. However, the caravan was fully prepared, and their losses were reduced compared to the previous time. After repelling the Grey Wolves, the caravan had yet to catch their breath when they were attacked by the Lightning Wolf group 3 days later. 3 Frenzy Lightning Wolves and 9 Bold Lightning Wolves killed a total of 15 Gu Masters. Finally, they left behind a ground of wolf corpses, with only 1 injured Frenzy Lightning Wolf leading the remaining wolves to retreat. Although many Gu Masters in the caravan wanted to take revenge, they did not have the strength to do so. They did not dare to enter Howling Moon Mountain, and could only watch as the wolf group retreated. This attack made the leader and deputy leader of the caravan aware of the danger they were in. That night they decided to quicken their pace and leave Howling Moon Mountain as soon as possible. But even so, in the next half a month, they were still attacked by the wolf group frequently. gray wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, two-headed wolves, and even blood-fanged wolf. After leaving Howling Moon Mountain, everyone in the caravan heaved a sigh of relief. After a period of peaceful days, when they entered White Tiger Mountain, they were attacked by a beast group again. This time it was the turtleback ape. These white apes were huge and had shells on their backs, with clear turtle patterns on the shells. Although the ape group's attack did not cause many casualties, many goods were lost, causing many people to bleed in their hearts. Feng Yuan's goods also met with misfortune. Of the dozen carriages, only less than half of the goods were left. The caravan's morale plummeted. These people worked so hard to earn money. But these losses made many people's efforts futile. This trip was a waste. I did some calculations yesterday. In total, I only earned less than 2,000 primal stones. My side is worse, we have already lost 30% of our goods. No matter how bad it is, can it be worse than the Zhang clan? They have already lost a huge portion of their goods. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I would have stayed in the clan. Why would I take the risk and earn so little? Under such an atmosphere, 5 days later, a group of white tigers attacked. The caravan suffered losses again. Another 7 days later, a group of flaming tigers attacked. The caravan camp was engulfed in flames, and large amounts of goods were burned. Everyone's morale was at rock bottom, and many people had already lost everything. 10 days later, just as they were cheering for leaving White Tiger Mountain, a Biao appeared. 5 tigers and 1 tiger, a tiger with wings. Tiger. This tiger was like a tiger with wings. A Biao was at least 1,000 beast king. A tiger was at least 1,000 beast king. In order to resist this tiger, one of the deputy leaders of the caravan unfortunately lost his life. The ferocious tail followed the caravan, continuously harassing them for hundreds of li. In the end, after some discussion, the caravan decided to abandon the rook to protect the general, and they abandoned nearly 100 servants. Most of these servants were disabled. They wailed and cursed or cried and begged for mercy, but none of them could change their fates. After leaving the White Tiger Mountain, the caravan took a good rest and reorganized. The leaders of the various families were generous with their rewards. Finally, their morale was boosted and their spirits were lifted. The size of the caravan was reduced to less than half of its original size. But after this cruel elimination and training, the caravan had the temperament of an elite. This is the most difficult time in my many years of doing business. These wild beasts, why are they attacking so frequently? After this trip, I will retire. No matter what, we need to reevaluate the risk of this trade route. The main reason is because these mountains are uninhabited. Without a village to guard and clean up, these wild beasts are growing without restraint. Some sighed, some were disheartened, and some still had hope. But bad luck seemed to be entangled with this caravan. In the following journey, not only were there attacks from all kinds of beasts, there were also many insects and wild goo worms. The caravan's numbers dwindled. People no longer cared about profits and losses. They started to feel the pressure of life and death. Many goods were voluntarily abandoned in pursuit of speed. The sunset filled the sky, and the setting sun was like blood. The caravan passed through the forest. Everyone was silent. Their expressions were tired and numb, and their morale was low. Many of them were wrapped in bandages and had injuries of varying severity. On the bumpy mountain path, they moved forward step by step. It had rained yesterday, and the mountain path was muddy and slippery. A handcart loaded with goods had its right wheel stuck in the mud. The ostrich pulling the cart raised its neck and neighed, tried its best to move, but it could not move. At this time, 2 hands were placed on the back of the cart, and with a strong lift, the wheel was lifted out of the mud. The one who did it was Feng Yuan. He clapped his hands casually. The goods that weighed thousands of kilograms were not heavy in his hands. However, even though the cart was out of the mud, the wheel was stuck and could not move. Bai Ningbing bent down and inspected the cart's wheel. After being in the caravan for so long, she had learned many things to disguise her identity, and had completely assimilated into the caravan. What is this? She stretched out her hand and touched the cart's axle, her eyes flashing with suspicion. There seemed to be something hidden at the grinding point of the cart's axle. As the wheels moved forward, it was continuously ground into black powder. This fine powder fell to the ground and could not be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing touched it with her hand. Her hand was covered in this fine powder, and when she rubbed it, the powder turned into a layer of grease. Oh, this is the oil powder I added to the wheel. It can lubricate it and make the cart move more smoothly. Fang Yuan walked over and took out a cotton handkerchief. He grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and wiped it clean. Then he squatted down and touched it with his hand. The wheel could move again. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder in his hand and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder with a smile. The two continued forward. Bai Ningbing walked slower and slower. The doubts in her heart rose, forming a thick and undispellable fog. She felt that something was wrong. When did Fang Yuan make this oil powder? Why didn't I know? Was it at the beginning? Or at Mount Huang or Howling Moon Mountain? Strange, he had never cared about the caravan. He did not even frown when the caravan suffered so many losses. How could he be so meticulous and even notice a small problem like the cart's lubrication? Strange. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a lightning-fast thought flashed through Bai Ningbing's mind. In that instant, her body shook, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. A possibility echoed in her mind like a voice in a deep valley. She stopped on the spot, and her heart was filled with shock. After a long time, an ostrich that had been walking past her suddenly cried out. This sound woke her up. Fang Yuan's figure was already far away, and he was about to disappear into the crowd in front of him. This fellow. Bai Ningbing lowered her head. Under the shadow of the straw hat, her blue eyes shone with a cold light. The sun had completely set, and the stars gradually appeared in the night sky. The caravan stopped at a riverbank and decided to camp here for the night. However, just as they were halfway through setting up the camp, a group of cold jade owlcats appeared near the camp. There's a herd of owlcats. Stop your work immediately and form a defensive formation. These damned beasts, I only had one bite of my dinner. The people cursed as they ran around. Benefiting from the previous ordeal and training, the caravan quickly formed 3 tight defensive lines. The cold jade owlcat had the body of a leopard and was extremely agile. Its face was like an owl's. A pair of huge eyes took up almost half of its face and shone with an eerie green light in the darkness. The owlcat king screeched in pain, and the owlcats swarmed towards the camp like a tide. Kill! The Gu masters at the front line shouted. At once multicolored lights flashed, flames burned, rocks flew, lightning flashed. Countless owlcats fell in the attack, but more and more came forward. Oh heavens, this is a large group of cold jade owlcats. Someone shouted. Ah, save me! Somewhere in the defensive line could not hold on any longer. A Gu master was pounced on by 3 owlcats. His screams stopped and blood splattered. Quick, block that gap. 2 Gu masters were sent as reinforcements. But it was useless, the gap was getting bigger, and the entire defensive line was affected. Retreat, retreat! Without a choice, everyone retreated to the second defensive line. In the intense battle, the situation fell into a deadlock. Link the handcart and the carriages together, and stack the goods together to form a tall wall. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line was being built urgently. Large numbers of servants were moving the goods, and were sweating profusely. No one could slack off. Fang Yuan carried a huge wooden box, and Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over and placed her hand on his other side. On the surface, she seemed to be helping Fang Yuan, but in fact, she moved closer to Fang Yuan's ear and gritted her teeth. You lured this group of cold jade owlcats here, right? Fang Yuan seemed to be shocked. Why do you say that? Stop pretending. Those powders are very strange. I don't believe a person like you would be so kind as to consider these minor details. Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. You finally found out. Fang Yuan did not deny it. Bai Ningbing could not help but grind her teeth. So the frequent attacks on the caravan were all because of Fang Yuan's contributions. The two carried a wooden box, moving slowly. The people around them moved back and forth, shouting and shouting. All of their attention was focused on this ambush. No one paid attention to Fang and Bai's whispers. Why did you do this? After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. Fang Yuan laughed. Yes. Chapter 251. Bai Ningbing resisted this impulse and squinted her eyes. She was after all intelligent and thought of some things. What does Shang Xinci have that is worth you putting in so much effort? Previously, she thought Feng Yuan was lusting after Shang Xinci's beauty. But now she overturned this thought. She understood Feng Yuan only great benefits would make him go through so much trouble. But after being together for so many days, Bai Ningbing already understood Shang Xinci's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan and was a mortal with no cultivation aptitude. Shang Xinci was indeed as beautiful as a flower, but this kind of appearance was not a strength on her, but a weakness. This appearance would attract the demonic claws of greed and evil, and she did not have the strength to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Gu master beside her, she would have been captured long ago and turned into a plaything. What was the value of such a person? Her business talent was nothing compared to Feng Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not understand. Feng Yuan did not reply to Bai Ningbing. You two over there, move faster, don't dawdle. Not far away, a Gu master pointed at Feng and Bai and shouted. Feng and Bai quickened their pace as Bai Ningbing lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? If someone finds out, these people will not rest until you die. Then did they find out? Feng Yuan countered with a question. As the two put down the wooden chest and walked back. To eliminate his suspicions, Feng Yuan sacrificed his goods during the first beast group attack. After several beast group attacks, Zhang clan's goods were the most damaged. Many people sympathized with Shang Xinci, and even Shang Xinci had looked for Feng Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she suddenly realized that although Feng Yuan seemed to have sacrificed a lot of goods, the truly valuable goods were still kept until now. These goods accounted for more than half of the value of the goods, and his losses were not much. His methods were extremely secretive. If she did not discover it by chance, she would still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid it from me. The two of them picked up another box. Feng Yuan seemed to know what Bai Ningbing was thinking. He chuckled. To deceive the enemy, it's best to start by deceiving your own people. Besides, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You have your uses. Oh, what's the use? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but ask. It's a warning. You're the closest person to me. If you found something fishy, then the others should have as well. But it was a coincidence today that Feng Yuan shook his head. Coincidences also represent certain trends. However, it's about time. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. What do you want? In the end, the cold jade owlcats did not manage to reach the third line of defense. The second line of defense stood firm and defeated the invading owlcats. After the battle, the survivors counted the casualties and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times has this horde of beasts attacked? I want to go home. Damn it. My luck this time is too bad. Should we continue forward? Maybe it's a good idea to stay and wait for the other caravans to help us. Everyone's mood was extremely low. Many people complained. They felt that the future was uncertain and did not want to continue forward. Panic, anxiety, fear, and other emotions permeated the entire camp. Leader Jia, why do you arrange for my Chen family to guard the first line of defense every time? What are your intentions? Vice Leader Chen, I've always been fair and just. Your Chen family is the strongest. Now that we're in the same boat, we're helping each other. Capable people do more work. Naturally, we have to take on more responsibilities. The sudden quarrel attracted the attention of many people. Jialong and Chen Shuangjin glared at each other. The atmosphere was tense. My Chen family is the strongest? Leader Jia, you're lying through your teeth. We all know how many experts your Jia family has left. Chen Shuangjin sneered. Bullshit. My family's Jia Ping was sacrificed. What about your Chen family? Jialong scolded. You two, now is not the time to quarrel. Lin family's vice leader walked over and advised. In the end, Jialong and Chen Shuangjin parted on bad terms. Even Lord Jialong and Lord Chen Shuangjin are quarreling. Aren't Jia family and Chen Shuangjin very close? Sigh, at this juncture, everyone is in danger. They're all thinking about how to preserve their family's strength. No matter how good the relationship is, it's useless. According to the latest news, the two young masters of Jia family are quarreling. Chen family seems to have completely sided with Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jialong is Jia Fu's subordinate. No wonder he doesn't have a good attitude towards Chun family. A few Gu masters conversed softly. Fang Yuan's heart moved. Several days later, the caravan, whose morale was low, advanced to Xiangye Mountain. Xiangye Mountain towered into the clouds, with large numbers of elephants resting there. The climate here was unique. From the foot of the mountain to the waist of the mountain, it was hot and humid, filled with rainforests. From the waist of the mountain to the peak, pure white snow covered the area, dry and cold with cedar trees. Everyone was very careful. What made them happy was that in the few days they had been in Xiangye Mountain, they had not been attacked by any beast groups. Is my good luck finally here? Extreme sorrow brings bliss, it's about time. What a pity, almost all the goods were lost. We'll have to pay a lot of money this time. Be content. It's good enough that we managed to keep our lives. After Xiangye Mountain, Mubei Mountain and Shuangjiang Mountain, we will reach Zhao Village. Once we get there, I'll sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone talked at once, looking towards the future. Their morale rose slightly. It's snowing? One person raised his head and saw specks of white falling from the sky. Nonsense, this is the foot of Xiangye Mountain, how can it be snowing? Someone did not believe it, but when he raised his head, his expression froze. It's really snowing. Damn it, this is not snow, it's feathers. Someone suddenly shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be white feather flying elephant? Right at this time a strong wind blew and white feathers flew like a snowstorm. Hundreds of elephants trumpeted and flew down from the sky, charging towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it! It really is the white feather flying elephant. How did we provoke them? They should be living at the waist of the mountain. Get into formation. Quickly get into formation and face the enemy. But it was too late. The elephant group charged down and everywhere they went, people and horses were thrown off their feet. These white feather flying elephants had white feathers all over their bodies. 2 curved elephant tusks were 10 feet long, thick and sharp. The huge impact made them invincible. The advancing caravan was caught unprepared. Just one attack from the elephant group took away the lives of over 100 people. Many servants were trampled into meat paste. Carriages were pierced by the elephant tusks, and 3 black-skinned fat beetles died in an instant. Winged snakes and ostriches scurried everywhere, causing a stampede. For a moment the scene was extremely chaotic. Gu masters, all Gu masters, gather towards me. Jialong shouted from the crowd. But he had just gathered over 10 people when the elephant group charged down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew into the sky and started to prepare for the 3rd attack. Sigh. Jialong heaved a long sigh, knowing there was little hope of a counterattack. He could only shout, "Everyone escape, escape to the surrounding rainforest." Needless to say, many people had already charged into the rainforest. But the white feather flying elephant's charge was extremely strong, and as they charged into the rainforest, the trees were instantly broken and countless people were trampled by the elephants. These flying elephants looked holy and elegant, but their nature was extremely bloodthirsty. A flying elephant aimed at Shang Xinci and the others, charging down like a meteor. Miss Run. I will lure it away. At the crucial moment, Zhang Zhu stepped forward and shot out a red light, hitting the flying elephant. The flying elephant was furious, turning around and aiming at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was a healing Gu master. His attack and defense were not strong, and he fled in a sorry state in the rainforest. The flying elephant charged, bringing with it a loud whistling sound. Zhang Zhu sprinted and threw himself forward in time. The flying elephant heavily crashed into his back, breaking several trees and scattering white feathers all over the ground. So close! Zhang Zhu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and just as he got up, his vision turned black. Bam! A thick tree trunk was swung by the white feather flying elephant's trunk, and it crashed into Zhang Zhu's body. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Zhu activated his defensive Gu, and his whole body was covered in a layer of golden light. Puff! The golden light dispersed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying far away. He saw stars and felt dizzy. He fell on the ground, unable to move. He could vaguely hear the sound of the elephant's feet, and it was getting louder and louder. His spine felt a chill, and his rich battle experience told him, His life was in danger. He did not have time to think, and immediately rolled on the ground. By a hair's breadth, the white feather-flying elephant missed him. Bam! With a loud sound, the white feather-flying elephant fiercely crashed into the mountain wall, and its two tusks were deeply embedded into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant howled loudly, and shook its head with all its might while retreating with its four legs. Zhang Zhu's blurry vision finally became clear, and he stood up shakily. Seeing this clear scene, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been smashed into pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. The defensive goo was in a weakened state, and was on the verge of destruction. I need to quickly return to Mrs. side. He was extremely anxious as a goo master. He was in such danger. Miss and Xiao Dai were both mortals, and their lives were hanging by a thread. That white feather-flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, and Zhang Zhu turned around and ran, chasing towards the location in his memory. When he reached the location, Shang Xian Ci had already disappeared. Zhang Zhu was hesitating on which direction to go, when a goo master ran over with 3 white feather-flying elephants chasing after him. "Save me!" he shouted. "Damn it!" Zhang Zhu cursed. He recognized this person as a young goo master from Chan tribe, called Chan Xian. Zhang Zhu was worried about Mrs. safety, and could not care about saving Chan Xian, and immediately ran. Chapter 252. Zhang Zhu cursed loudly, but was still dragged into it in the end. After a thrilling chase of life and death, the two managed to shake off a flying elephant. Finally, they reached a cliff and were blocked by 2 flying elephants. The ground shook as the flying elephant charged over. "Lads, split up and run!" Zhang Zhu shouted, pouncing towards the left. "Oh my god!" Chan Xian shouted, but before he could move, the flying elephant charged over, smashing a huge hole in the cliff and stabbing its tusks into the mountain rocks. The 2 flying elephants were temporarily restrained. "Heaven is protecting me. I am not fated to die." Zhang Zhu fiercely gasped for breath, lying limply on the ground. The cliff was shaking, and the 2 flying elephants were roaring furiously. They continuously shook their heads, causing rock fragments to fly everywhere, and the hole where the tusks were stabbed continued to expand. Zhang Zhu was shocked, knowing these 2 flying elephants would soon escape. He quickly propped up his body and tried to get up. He had just stood up when suddenly the sound of wind came, causing his body to shake. Swoosh! A white bone spear with spiral patterns pierced through his back to his chest. Then the spear tip was firmly nailed to the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the bone spear, dripping onto the ground. Zhang Zhu's movements turned sluggish, his mouth slightly opened, and fresh blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He slowly lowered his head, seeing this fatal spiral bone spear. At first he thought it was the white feather-flying snow's tusks, but soon he realized this was a goo master's attack. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head and see the culprit behind his back. But the next second, swoosh, another bone spear shot out. This spear directly pierced through the back of his head, and then came out from his mouth, the spear tip firmly fixed on the ground. Zhang Zhu was firmly fixed, his eyes widening in vain, but his pupils had shrunk to a point. He was dead. He died with everlasting regret. In a hidden corner, Fang Yuan watched from afar. These days he had already thoroughly understood Zhang Zhu's background. This Zhang Zhu was his obstacle. He had to be eliminated. The 2 white bone spears gradually disintegrated, turning into specks of white light and dissipating in the air. Without support, Zhang Zhu fell to the ground. A white feather-flying elephant pulled out its teeth and rushed towards Zhang Zhu's corpse, stomping on it. She stomped them into meat paste and crushed their bones. The white feathers scattered, and the flying elephant rose from the ground and flew into the air again. Seeing this, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Zhang Zhu was already dead. The flying elephant crushed the body, saving Fang Yuan the work of cleaning up the crime scene. He quietly retreated. Not long after he left, the other white-feathered flying elephant also flew away. Its tusks pierced through the mountain wall, leaving 2 bowl-sized holes. A large part of the mountain wall caved in, and rubble was scattered all around. Suddenly, the pile of rubble trembled and a head popped out. Oh my God, you scared me to death. Thankfully, I had the berry earth goo and escaped from this calamity. Chun Xian crawled out of the ground, breathing roughly as he broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. This burial goo could allow a goo master to go underground and hide temporarily. The disadvantage was that once it was used, the goo master could only be buried in one place and could not move. Moreover, when activating it, the goo master needed to continuously use a large amount of primeval essence. Chun Xian was chased all along, and only at the last moment did he have the time to use it. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. A goo master actually tried to assassinate Zhangzhu. Looking at Zhangzhu's corpse, which had already been stomped into meat paste, Chun Xian swallowed his saliva and fled in panic. The elephant group wreaked havoc for over 2 hours before leaving. Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were covered in mud, looking battered and exhausted. Xiao Dai's face was even greenish-purple. Evidently she had bumped into something while running. Missy. She was scared out of her wits. Death was so close to her that her body trembled as she walked. Shang Xianci patted her hand, trying to comfort her. But in truth, her face was also deathly pale. Along the way, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed freely. Broken wheels, dead ostriches, black-skinned fat beetles and winged snakes' corpses were strewn across the merchant road. As the survivors gradually gathered together, the sounds of moaning, wailing, and sobbing became one. As the leader of the caravan, Jiaolong's face was ashen. The casualties this time were too severe. The entire caravan had suffered severe losses. Less than a tenth of them were completely crippled. After gathering the caravan, there were only over 100 people left. Most of them were goo masters, while a small portion were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Chang clan had suffered great losses, not to mention the other caravans. Lin clan only had 3 goo masters left, and some unfortunate clan caravans had even died. The rainforest was also dangerous. Many people did not die from the stampede of the white feather-flying elephants, but were instead greeted by the ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in the rainforest. Bai Yun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thank you for luring away a white feather-flying elephant for us. In the crowd, Shang Xianci found Bai Ningbing and took the initiative to thank her. Feng Yuan was not at ease with Bai Ningbing and was worried she was colluding with Zhangzhu. Thus he personally went to kill Zhangzhu. And Bai Ningbing was in charge of secretly following Shang Xianci and protecting her life. This is nothing, I have always been repaying kindness. Lady Zhang, the one who saved you was not me, but your past good deeds. Bai Ningbing said. She was usually reticent, almost never speaking. If she spoke, she would purposely change her tone and lower her voice. Right now, she no longer concealed herself and spoke with a normal tone. Her tone was cold and her voice was clear, clearly a female's voice, causing Shang Xianci and the servant girl to show a strange expression. Right, Bai Yun, have you seen Uncle Zhangzhu? Shang Xianci asked with an anxious expression. I have searched everywhere but have not found him. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Feng Yuan had already returned. She knew Zhangzhu was definitely dead. Lady, don't worry, Zhangzhu is a goo master with extraordinary skills. He might even be on the way back. She consoled. I hope so. Shang Xianci's brows were tightly furrowed, the uneasiness in her heart increasing. On the other side, Leader Jiaolong stood at a high place and shouted, Everyone listen, the smell of blood here will soon attract other beast groups. We need to evacuate quickly. Everyone move quickly. Bring as many goods as you can carry. Those that cannot be moved, you have to abandon them. We need to leave this place in 15 minutes. The danger was not over yet. Everyone could only forcefully raise their spirits, suppressing the pain in their hearts as they busied themselves. Save me, someone save me. My blood is still flowing. Bring me along, I only lost a leg, I can still walk. I beg you, I will give you Yuan stone as a reward. 2, 3. Even 4 will do. The servants who were severely injured and couldn't move all let out pleading sounds. Very few people received help. These crippled people could not bring in manpower, instead they were burdens. Many people were heartlessly abandoned. Seeing the caravan leaving, many people went crazy and started cursing loudly. Some people crawled on the ground trying to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang. You are the kindest and kindest. Lady Zhang, please have mercy. Zhang Xianxi's footsteps were hesitant. Her lips were trembling. Her face was pale and her gaze was flustered. The mountain wind blew her green dress. Her hair was disheveled. She was as weak as a grass in a storm. Lady Zhang, let's go. Now is not the time for you to be kind. Fang Yuan walked to her side, held her arm, and forcefully pulled her forward. Xiao Dai, who usually chattered like a sparrow, was now silent, her legs trembling as she hurried along. Believe me, everything will be fine. Fang Yuan's tone was gentle. Zhang Xianci covered her chest, constantly breathing deeply, as if the air was thin, making it hard for her to breathe. At first, she only breathed through her nose, but gradually, she opened her mouth, taking in large gulps of air. Her footsteps became more and more unsteady. Her limbs became weaker. If not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. Her whole body was soaked in sweat. The mountain wind blew, making her shiver. After this shiver, Zhang Xianxi's breathing gradually calmed down. After another 10 steps, she no longer breathed heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth. Her breathing was no longer heavy. After 50 steps, her footsteps became strong again, no longer needing Fang Yuan's support. The mountain road extended upwards. She walked up a slope. A gust of mountain wind blew, completely messing up her hair. She stretched out her hand, tidying it up as she walked. When she tidied up her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her eyes disappeared, only leaving behind a determined look. Thank you, she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her hand. Standing on the slope, she slowly stopped and looked behind her. Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked since I was born. She sighed, her face was still pale, her voice extremely soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This was Zhang Xianci? As expected of someone famous in the southern border. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but look at Zhang Xianci in a different light. For a mortal girl to be able to adjust so quickly after encountering such a tragedy, it was not easy. On this road, there were incessant sounds of begging and crying. These sounds were nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Zhang Xianci, it was the greatest torture and interrogation. Especially when Zhangzhu was missing, her greatest support had disappeared. Zhang Xianci could bravely face all of this. It was truly praiseworthy. This road was an ordinary mountain road, but it was also a difficult and anxious mental road. Zhang Xianci gritted her teeth, did not collapse, and walked forward with determination, as if in an instant she had matured. Fang Yuan chuckled, looking at Zhang Xianci with a profound gaze. Miss Zhang, you have a kind heart. Why don't you go and save those people who have been abandoned? These words were met with an angry glare from Xiao Dai. Zhang Xianci smiled bitterly. If I could save them, I would definitely do it. Unfortunately, even if I tried my best, I would not be able to save them. Fang Yuan laughed. This is what I admire about you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you make me admire you. Miss Zhang, on the road of life, there are many trials and tribulations. Sometimes the road is very muddy. As long as you do your best, you can feel at ease. Zhang Xianci looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had already faintly guessed that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. Fang Yuan's words just now confirmed this point. In her mind, she had unintentionally given some help to Fang and Bai. These could only be considered small favors, but she had won the recognition and appreciation of Fang and Bai. After that, Fang and Bai had repaid her several times. First, Feiho Mountain helped her, then they helped her earn money, and just now they saved her life. She was a weak girl who had been exiled by her family, and most of her goods had been lost. What was there for them to covet? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action alone showed that although they were mysterious, their characters were pure and upright, and their hearts hid the truth, kindness, and beauty. It was his good fortune to run into them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xianci's heart could not help but ripple. She stared deeply at Fang Yuan and sincerely said, "Thank you." Although it was only 2 words, it revealed the deep gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Zhang Xianci knew that almost all the disasters were single-handedly directed by Fang Yuan, what kind of attitude would she have then? Chapter 253. The casualty count is out. We have 137 people left, 78 Gu Masters and 59 mortals. A vice leader reported in front of everyone. At this moment, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were gathered together, discussing their way out. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling. The caravan leader Jiaolong frowned deeply, his brows almost forming a knot when he heard this. A large caravan of over 1,000 people, to think that there were only so few people left. 78 Gu Masters sounded like a lot, but there were only 12 rank 3 Gu Masters here. There were 28 rank 2 Gu Masters, and the remaining 38 were rank 1 Gu Masters. In this number, one had to exclude the injured. In fact, those who still had battle strength left were less than half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could be abandoned as servants, but Gu Masters were different. Every Gu Master was a precious treasure of the clan. They could not be abandoned. Jiaolong knew that these injured Gu Masters were a huge burden to the caravan. In order to maintain their lives and heal their injuries, the caravan's already crumbling logistics would definitely worsen. But Jiaolong did not dare to abandon them. Once he did, the morale would completely collapse, the Gu Masters would be in danger, and the entire caravan would collapse. Their final outcome would be to be devoured by beast groups. At this moment, the vice leader changed the topic. The only thing worth rejoicing over is that the caravan still has a lot of goods left. If we evenly distribute those ownerless goods, we will have a large amount of yuan stone. It can make up for our losses. In the disaster earlier, many people died, but the goods were not damaged. If they were evenly distributed, the survivors would instead benefit from it. Hearing this, the eyes of almost everyone in the tent lit up. Merchants pursued profits even if they were in danger. This did not change their nature. Everyone looked at each other for a while, before Vice Leader Chan Shuangjin coughed. Evenly distributing, I feel it is not appropriate. In the battle earlier, my Chan clan sacrificed the most. We also killed the most white feather flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods. 30%? How can that be? Your Chun clan sacrificed a lot? My Yuchi clan sacrificed a rank 2 peak stage young genius. No matter what, our Ji clan wants at least 20%. Everyone started to argue, gradually starting to argue. In front of benefits, there was no one who wouldn't be envious. Shang Xianci was the only one who remained silent among them. Powerful teams would want more. The weaker party insisted on an equal distribution. The quarrel grew louder and louder. It spread out of the tent and attracted countless inquisitive gazes. Shang Xianci suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly fell silent. Everyone. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes swept around. The most important thing now is not these goods, but how to survive. Perhaps the horde of beasts would arrive in the next moment. We are already grasshoppers on the same rope, chained together by fate. However, the strength of each of us is limited. Only by working together can we have a chance of survival. She paused for a moment. I propose that we first contribute our goods and take out the items that are helpful to us. Here, on behalf of the Zhang clan, I will set an example. I am willing to give up all the goods in my hands for free. What? Free contribution. For a moment, many people were stunned. Chan Shuangjin, Jiaolong, and the others' faces also changed. I'm tired. I hope that everyone can discuss an effective method as soon as possible. Goodbye. Shang Xianci nodded and turned to open the curtain. She walked less than 5 steps out of the tent when an even louder sound erupted. Now with the addition of the Zhang clan's goods, the benefits were even greater, making people even crazier. Shang Xianci slowed down her steps, clenched her fists and sighed deeply. She was also a businesswoman. Naturally, she pursued profits. The so-called voluntary contribution, just now was of course not from her heart. It was just that the current situation forced her. She was like a baby carrying a large sum of money. Walking beside an adult, she had to protect herself. Returning to her own tent, Xiao Dai's eyes were red. She was curled up in a corner crying. She and Shang Xianci had lived together since they were young. The shock that the white feather flying elephant brought to her was only now bursting out. Xiao Dai. Shang Xianci sighed inwardly and sat beside her to comfort her. Miss, I'm scared. Oh, Lord Zhangzhu still hasn't come back. Can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai plunged into Shang Xianci's arms crying bitterly. Shang Xnci patted her back and comforted her, but Xiao Dai still cried. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhangzhu may never come back. Shang Xnci said in a low voice. When she said this, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body tremble in her arms. Miss, it can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai looked up, her eyes red and kept shaking her head. Accept this fact, Xiao Dai. Shang Xnci suddenly shouted. We can only rely on ourselves now. Don't cry, you can't cry. Crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves? But we are all mortals. If it wasn't for Lord Zhangzhu, we wouldn't have been able to complete this journey. Xiao Dai's eyes were brimming with tears, her mood very low. That's right. If it wasn't for Uncle Zhangzhu, those people wouldn't have let me become one of the vice leaders. Xiao Dai, you're right. We are mortals. But mortals also have mortal strength. Shang Xinci's eyes flashed with a resolute light. She stared at Xiao Dai with a burning gaze. She grabbed Xiao Dai's arm and shook it. Xiao Dai, do you believe me? Xiao Dai looked at Shang Xnci in front of her, and felt an inexplicable power. This power came from Shang Xnci and then spread to her body, infecting her heart, making her feel as if she was being illuminated by light. Miss? Xiao Dai's eyes flashed. She had never seen her miss like this. At this moment, she felt that her miss was unprecedentedly bright and beautiful. I believe you, she softly but firmly replied. Very good, Xiao Dai. Listen carefully, we're in danger. Sometimes people are more terrifying than beasts. Let's take all our savings and go find He Tu and Bai Yun together. Yes, miss, I'll listen to you. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. In the tent, Feng Yuan and Shang Xinci sat facing each other. Feng Yuan looked at the beauty in front of him with a playful expression. You just said that you have already given away our goods for free? Given them to those greedy hyenas? That's right, Shang Xinci admitted frankly. Feng Yuan's lips curled up, his gaze filled with admiration towards Shang Xinci. She was truly a smart person. She knew when to give up, and when to give up she had courage. With Zhangzhu dead, Shang Xinci was only a mortal. Even though she represented Zhang tribe, her status was not equal to the other vice leaders. It was simply too easy for these Gu masters to take Shang Xinci's goods. They could kill Shang Xinci and push the blame to the beast groups. At that time no one could say anything. Zhang tribe would also not investigate a huge scale for a mere Shang Xinci. Thus, to Shang Xinci, these goods in her hands were extremely troublesome and could bring her calamity. Thus she wisely gave up on this calamity and threw it to others, trying to ensure her own safety. But she also deeply understood that this safety was not reliable. Thus she came here. I am here to apologize to you, He Tu, I am very sorry. Shang Xinci bowed towards Feng Yuan. You borrowed these goods, logically speaking these goods should be yours. I have overstepped my boundaries this time. I was extremely rash and rude. To express my apologies, please accept these. Shang Xinci brought 2 wooden chests this time. Without opening them, Feng Yuan knew that these chests were filled with yuan stone. A large portion was earned by himself. He gave the other party a 50-50 split. Feng Yuan could not help but look at Shang Xinci. The two's gazes met in mid-air, gradually forming a tacit understanding. Both of them were smart people, many words did not need to be said. In Shang Xinci's understanding, Feng Yuan was purposely hiding his identity. It was very likely that he was a Gu master. According to his various actions during their interactions, Shang Xinci felt that Feng Yuan was a very reliable person. If there was anyone who could help her, Feng Yuan was undoubtedly the best choice. Because Shang Xinci trusted Feng Yuan very much. However, Shang Xinci also had her misgivings. Firstly, she did not know Feng Yuan's true strength. There was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3. Secondly, Feng Yuan definitely had his reasons for hiding his identity. He might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Without getting Feng Yuan's promise, Shang Xinci donated the goods. After ensuring her safety, she brought all her savings to find Feng Yuan. She said that she was here to apologize, but in truth she was implicitly inviting Feng Yuan, hoping for his help. She knew that Feng Yuan was the same type of person as her. This was a tacit understanding between smart people. The two looked at each other for a long time. Fang Yuan smiled and broke the silence. These yuan stone, please take them back. Shang Xianxi's expression changed slightly, her heart sinking. In her understanding, Fang Yuan rejecting these yuan stone was no doubt refusing to help her. But what could she do about this? Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had already repaid her a lot. There were very few people in the world who could do this. Shang Xianci could not ask for anything. But if He Tu did not help her, who else could it be? Bai Yun? No, the two of them had a close relationship, they would naturally help each other. Shang Xianci could not think of anyone else. A bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. I understand. But these yuan stone, just take it as me giving He Tu a gift. A man's wealth is his own ruin. If you don't accept it, I'm afraid I will have to give it away. Fang Yuan laughed. Miss Zhang, I think your understanding is a little wrong. When we first joined the caravan, Bai Yun and I were seriously injured, our lives hanging by a thread. Our strength was at its lowest, but we were coveted by some strong slaves. When a tiger leaves its mountain, it will be bullied by dogs. It was you who protected us and gave us the opportunity to recuperate. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kindness is a life-saving grace. And I am a person who will repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. Although you are a mortal, I approve of you and even admire you. It is fate that we met in this vast sea of people. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water, let alone a life-saving grace. Take yuan stone back. I will do my best to protect you. Shang Xianci heard this and could not help but exclaim softly. Her eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddened and soon became misty. Chapter 254. How could the icing on the cake compare to providing timely help? Strong winds know the strength of the grass. A swaying board shows a person's heart. Fang Yuan saw Shang Xianci's expression, but he was not pleased. What came next was the main point. He continued. But there is one thing I need to tell you. Sir, please speak. Shang Xianci stretched out her jade-like fingers and wiped the corner of her eyes, calming her mind. Bai Yun and I are demonic path members. Fang Yuan said. Shang Xianci nodded without any surprise. She had already expected this. Before this, Zhang Zhu had also guessed this and told her to be on guard against Fang and Bai. Therefore, Shang Xianci was mentally prepared and naturally accepted this fact. She did not have cultivation aptitude and was born as an illegitimate child. Her different life experiences made her mature early and had a deep understanding of this world's essence. Moreover, she did not have a good choice right now. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold. Demonic path members have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. We both have murder cases on our hands. Shang Xianci subconsciously pursed her lips. You need to believe me, only then will I be able to help you. But don't worry, when I feel I have repaid your kindness, I will leave quietly. I won't let you have any connection with demonic path members. But before that, we will appear with the identity of Zhang Clan's Gu Masters. I hope Lady Zhang can fulfill this identity for us. Fang Yuan lightly said. Shang Xianci's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Sir He Tu, please call me Xianci. Sir may be a demonic path member, but you are an honest person with principles. Xianci is not pedantic. The righteous path has many hypocritical and filthy people. Being able to obtain Sir's protection is Xianci's fortune. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at Shang Xianci with deep meaning. I hope you don't regret it in the future. Xianci was about to speak when a voice came from outside the tent. Is Zhang Xianci in this tent? An arrogant male voice that was not old could be heard. Lord Gu Master, please wait. My lady is discussing important matters inside. Xiao Dai stopped him. Something important? Your Zhang clan's goods have already been donated. What's there to discuss? The newcomer sneered. Lord Gu Master? Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, followed by the sound of her being kicked to the ground. Get lost, you lowly maid, you dare to block my Fei's path. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes flashed with panic and worry. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Fang Yuan stopped her. The curtains were suddenly pulled open, and a sinister-looking young Gu Master appeared in front of the two. Zhang Xianci. The young Gu Master's gaze immediately landed on Shang Xianci. not concealing his desire and greed. You sure made me look for you for a long time." The corners of his mouth twitched and he raised his head. With an imposing manner of controlling the situation, he examined Shang Xianxi's entire body. Shang Xianxi was dressed in a green robe and looked like a delicate lotus. Such a beautiful figure had long been engraved into the hearts of many people in the caravan. Fei yearned for her day and night. He tried to pursue her several times, but was rejected by Shang Xianxi. He had wanted to use force, but because of Zhang Zhu's existence he could only endure. Now that Zhang family's only Gu master Zhang Zhu was dead, Shang Xianxi was just a mortal. Such a beautiful woman, Fei had long coveted her. And now he finally had such a good opportunity. Fei's gaze was filled with desire and aggression, making Shang Xianxi's heart tighten, and even more sorrow arose in her heart. She had taken the initiative to abandon the goods, but she still could not obtain safety. Her appearance had become a source of disaster. These righteous Gu masters usually appeared sanctimonious, but at this moment, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Shang Xianxi was clear that this Fei was the one who could not wait any longer. Behind him, there were many other pairs of wolf eyes. "I wonder why Lord Fei is here?" Shang Xianxi stood up, bowed and asked. "Ha ha ha." Fei raised his head and laughed. "I am here to help you, Xianxi. Little sweetheart, your family's Gu master has not returned. He must be dead. You are just a weak girl. Only by relying on me can you safely survive. Little pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me. This young master is just this kind. Come with me." Saying so, he moved forward to pull her away. Shang Xianxi's complexion was pale, but she was a young girl after all, so she could not help but take a step back. This delicate and pitiful appearance made Fei's heart burn with lust. "Miss, you can't go with him." Xiao Dai ran in and stretched out her arms, blocking in front of Fei. Fei was furious and with a slap he slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai immediately fell to the ground. Her cheeks instantly turned red and swollen. She felt dizzy from the slap, and her ears were ringing. "Xiao Dai." Shang Xianxi quickly squatted down and helped her up. "Miss, leave quickly, even if I die, I will never let you take Miss away." Xiao Dai struggled to stand up, and fiercely stared at Fei. Her gaze was filled with fear, anger and determination. "Lowly servant, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his hand and was about to strike down. Suddenly, a large hand stretched out from the void and fiercely grabbed his arm. "Who is it?" Fei was startled, and when he took a closer look, he saw an ugly man dressed like a servant grabbing his arm. "How audacious of you!" Fei's face twisted, full of anger. He wanted to retract his arm, but Fang Yuan's hand was like an iron clamp, unexpectedly not moving an inch. "Dog servant, you still won't let go." Fei was extremely angry, his killing intent rose, and he was about to mobilize his true Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His face was full of burn marks, and he was also missing an ear. At this moment he was sneering, revealing a gloomy and terrifying aura. Fei's heart suddenly palpitated. Fang Yuan had already let go. Then he lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked Fei's stomach. Bang! Fei only felt a huge force coming at him, and he was unable to resist it. An intense pain came and his whole body flew out like a broken sack, breaking out of the tent and landing on the ground, at least 2 or 3 feet away. This movement was a bit big, and a person suddenly shot out from the tent. The people around the tent all stopped to watch. Even the curtains were torn apart. Through this big hole, Shang Xianxi and Bo Dai saw Fei lying on the ground, not moving at all. The 2 girls were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid attention to amicability, and even when they were wronged, they still had to show a smiling face. Shang Xianxi's background was not good, and she had long learned to endure, and was used to living with her head lowered. Although there was once rank 3 Zhang Zhu, he was a healing Gu master, and could not do anything alone. Many conflicts were resolved gently, like water, or like a warm sun melting snow. And this sudden kick from Fang Yuan was like a shocking thunderclap, like a precipitous cliff, without a trace of gentleness. It was forceful, overbearing and ostentatious. The intense violence was far beyond the 2 girls' expectations. Fei lay on the ground, staring blankly for a few breaths of time. Then the intense pain in his abdomen aroused his intense humiliation and resentment. He was kicked, and the person who kicked him was a servant. Scoundrel, you actually dared to kick me. How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are dead meat. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Fei let out an angry roar, standing up from the ground. His face was flushed with anger, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with anger, like a wild beast that was about to devour someone. Die! He took a step forward, crazily rushing towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan took a steady step forward, raising his head and chest, blocking the two girls. Fei got closer, and suddenly jumped up to 6 feet from the ground, before diving down towards Feng Yuan. I will smash you into a meat patty, he shouted, stretching out his two palms. Under the effect of the goo worm, his palms suddenly expanded by more than 3 times, bringing with it a fierce sound of wind and a fierce force, fiercely slamming towards Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan was really a mortal receiving this attack, he would definitely have his bones broken and flesh torn by Fei's 2 palms, dying on the spot. However, he was not a mortal. Not only was he not a mortal, he was also a rank 2 upper stage goo master. Not only was he a rank 2 upper stage goo master, but he also had a rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Ever since advancing to rank 2, Feng Yuan's aperture could hold some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during this period of time when beast groups frequently attacked, Feng Yuan would store some snow silver primeval essence just in case. Thus, although Feng Yuan was a rank 2 upper stage goo master, his battle strength was absolutely not like this. And this Fei was only a rank 2 initial stage goo master. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, messing up the two girls' hair. Looking at Fei descending from the sky like a god, his 2 palms slamming down with great power, Xiao Dai's face turned deathly pale. Shang Xianxi's heart jumped, and she could not help but shout, "Careful!" Feng Yuan sneered, bending his index finger and lightly flicking. Spiral bone spear goo. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out, rushing towards the sky. What? Fei was shocked, his mind was in chaos and he quickly dodged. The bone spear pierced through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and getting stuck in his shoulder bone, causing blood to flow out. Intense pain came, and Fei's momentum came to a halt, and he miserably fell to the ground. You are actually a goo master, he screamed, his voice filled with panic and astonishment. Feng Yuan did not pay attention to him, and directly rushed over, clenching his right fist and swinging his arm, smashing towards him. Fei's vision darkened, and he could only see the fist shadow rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Damn it! He cursed and quickly activated his goo worm, and subconsciously raised his palms to block in front of him. Bam! The strength of 2 boars and the strength of a crocodile burst out. The enormous strength directly caused Feng Yuan's iron fist to pierce through Fei's palms, shattering his defense, and then ruthlessly smashed into his face. His nose broke in an instant, and his whole face caved in from the punch. He flew out, blood spurting out like crazy. When he fell on the ground like a broken sack, he was already dead. Fuck murder. A goo master was killed. The spectators were all shocked, some screamed, and some roared. Feng Yuan's whole body was shrouded in a layer of white armor. This was the canopy goo's activation. Without this layer of defense, he could not display his strength to his heart's content. Goo, he is actually a goo master. Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open. Shang Xianxi was also shocked, speechless. She looked at Feng Yuan's back, and suddenly thought of what he had just said. Demonic path people have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. Moreover, we have murder cases on our hands. Chapter 255. Murder, he really killed someone. What happened? What the hell is going on? Fei's corpse was lying on the ground like a dead dog. How could it not attract attention? In a short period of time, the commotion here had already spread to the whole camp. More and more people were gathering here. Many people saw Fei's corpse and could not help but exclaim, then began to inquire about what had happened. For a moment, the crime scene was surrounded by 3 layers of people, whispering and discussing. 2 people suddenly fought. It's amazing, he died in an instant. That person is the murderer. Someone carefully pointed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan crossed his arms and raised his head, standing on the spot with an indifferent expression. He ignored the surrounding people's discussions, as if he did not see them. He is just a servant, how can he kill a Gu master? Naturally, someone was suspicious. Of course he is not a servant, I saw him shoot out a white spear and kill O Fei with one punch. His strength is amazing. A Gu master who was watching the process said. A white spear. Chen Xian happened to hear this and his heart jumped. He had accidentally witnessed the scene of Fang Yuan killing Zhang Zhu. And the image of Fang Yuan's spiral bone spear was deeply imprinted in his mind. Thus, he was very sensitive to the words white spear, and immediately linked it to the same thing. What's going on? What the hell happened here? Jia Long's unhappy voice came. It's the leader and deputy leader. The crowd quickly opened up a path. Someone died. Yes, he was killed. Isn't this deputy leader O's youngest son? The deputy leader saw this scene and discussed in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Ah, my son! What happened to you? What happened to you? A figure rushed out and ran to O Fei's corpse, then suddenly stopped. This person was O Yanggong of O clan, short and thin with a hooked nose. O Fei's whole face collapsed. His brain and blood mixed together and flowed into a big pool. Obviously, his life force was completely extinguished. O Yanggong stared at his son's corpse as tears rolled down his cheeks. My son, you died so tragically. Who was it? Who was so deranged as to kill my son? I'm going to tear him to pieces. He fell into a frenzy of rage and roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone's gazes unavoidably landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and said slowly, Of course I killed him. Are you blind? I've been standing here for a long time. Can't you see me? This answer was too arrogant, and the crowd immediately became restless. Jia Long and the other leaders couldn't help but frown. Fang Yuan's fearless look made them feel that something was wrong. In particular, Fang Yuan was dressed in the clothes of a house servant, which made it even more difficult for them to see through him. Thus, they all chose to watch from the sidelines. You are the murderer. O Yanggong's gaze was like a knife as he stared intently at Fang Yuan. Even though he was furious, he did not make a move. This made Fang Yuan a little surprised. His own son had died in front of him, but this O Yanggong actually restrained his killing intent and did not act impulsively. In fact, those who were able to do business outside were all blind. O Yanggong had lived for so many years and was used to life and death in the business world. As a clan elder, he was able to stand tall in the O clan without falling. However, he did not want to make a move, but Fang Yuan did. To be honest, O Fei's appearance made Fang Yuan very happy. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and then make a strong appearance to intimidate the crowd. However, just one O Fei was not enough. If he could add this O Yanggong in front of him, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Old man, you came at the right time. Your son dared to be disrespectful to my family's miss. The anger in my heart has not yet subsided. Your son committed a crime because you didn't discipline him properly. You are the main culprit, hand over your life to me. As he spoke, he took a step forward and in the blink of an eye, he was about to hit O Yanggong. O Yanggong was so angry that his beard was crooked. What was Fang Yuan saying? What kind of fallacious reasoning and heresy was this? He was clearly the one who killed someone, but he was actually falsely accusing him as the main culprit. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and brazenly counterattacked towards Fang Yuan. With a boom, the two fiercely collided. Following the muffled sound, the airwaves surged. Fang Yuan retreated 5 to 6 steps before stopping his retreating momentum. The white light armor on his body flickered weakly a few times before it lit up again. The sky canopy goo in his aperture had already withered. O Yanggong was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In the air, he vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. He barely managed to stand, but his face was already as white as paper. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. How can this be? This ugly man clearly has the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. O Yanggong is at a disadvantage, he is old and weak, his strength is lacking. Instead, that person is playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. The deputy leaders quickly analyzed the situation. You are courting death. After suffering this loss, Ouyang reacted and became even more furious, wishing he could directly chop Feng Yuan into 8 pieces. Earlier, he had not expected Feng Yuan to take the initiative to attack, and was also not familiar with Feng Yuan's information. In a moment of desperation, he did not have time to think and chose to block the attack. Kid, I will let you know the difference between rank 2 and rank 3. Ouyang roared and pounced towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was not afraid. He raised the sky canopy gu, with a spiral bone spear in one hand and a blood moon gu in the other, and jumping grass under his feet, he fought with Ouyang. Everyone hurriedly retreated, creating a large space. Ouyang was rank 3 initial stage, while Feng Yuan was rank 2 upper stage. With a small realm and a large realm difference, the difference in cultivation could be said to be huge. But Feng Yuan's situation was very special. In his body was the snow-silver primeval essence borrowed from Bai Ningbing, and he mostly used rank 3 gu worms. His overall battle strength was even higher than Ouyang. In less than 5 rounds, Feng Yuan had the upper hand. This scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. What is going on? A rank 3 gu master is actually being suppressed by a rank 2 gu master. This is too absurd. Everyone could not believe it, and many people were dumbstruck. After another few rounds, Feng Yuan had completely gained the upper hand, firmly suppressing Ouyang. Only a few people saw through the trick. Although this ugly man has a rank 2 aura, his true cultivation is probably higher than this. Right, he definitely has a gu worm that can conceal his aura. We did not discover him when he disguised himself as a servant. This person's heart is sinister and ruthless. Every move is aimed at Ouyang's vital points. Ouyang's situation is very bad. Ouyang was complaining incessantly in his heart. He had thought he could win against Feng Yuan, but he had not expected Feng Yuan to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder he took the initiative to attack him without fear. His cultivation was not weaker than his. This was really too despicable, too shameless. After another few rounds, the battle situation was completely clear, and most people could see Ouyang's terrible situation. Ouyang's defeat is certain. If this goes on, he will be killed. Ouyang was originally inferior to him, and he suffered a huge loss at the start. He will not be able to take revenge for his son's death. This ugly man has great strength and is fierce and ruthless. Where did he come from? I know this person. He is the servant who won against many bandit monkey kings in Feiho Mountain. Everyone discussed spiritedly with worry, curiosity, fear, shock and other emotions. Both of you please stop. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing that Ouyang was about to be killed by Feng Yuan, as the caravan leader, Jialong could not bear it any longer and flew up, wanting to interfere in the battle. Ouyang was already sweating profusely from Feng Yuan's attacks. His heart was pounding and his face was deathly pale. Hearing Jialong's words, he was immediately overjoyed, seeing hope. He hurriedly withdrew and went over to Jialong. Feng Yuan's eyes swept over quickly, knowing that he could not catch up. He laughed and stopped his charge. Brother Jialong came at the right time. Let's use the bone spear to kill him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. So this ugly man and Jialong knew each other? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. And he called him so intimately, it seemed like their relationship was not bad. This was the second thought. No, maybe he called him that on purpose to confuse everyone. This was the third thought that came to everyone's mind. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly, while the onlooker is confused. The spectators did not get caught in the battle, so their thoughts were naturally sharp. Jialong's heart was filled with doubts, because he did not say a word to Feng Yuan at all. Ouyang was bewildered. He could not determine the true relationship between Jialong and Feng Yuan. Even though he also thought that Feng Yuan was probably bluffing, but what if it was true? If that was the case, then he would fall into a pincer attack from Feng Yuan and Jialong. Ouyang naturally did not dare to take the risk when it concerned his own life. He changed his direction and moved away from Feng Yuan and Jialong, retreating towards the southeast direction. Let's talk nicely. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jialong immediately stopped. Feng Yuan laughed and chased after him. Yanggong immediately understood that he had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap, and was about to speak when someone from the crowd behind him suddenly attacked. Bai Ningbing suddenly attacked ruthlessly. In an instant 3 spiral bone spears shot out. There is still one more person. Yanggong was horrified. He had no time to turn his head and subconsciously activated his defensive goo. But his goo was already at the end of its tether. It blocked 2 spiral bone spears, and the third bone spear's tip directly pierced through the back of his head, exposing the front of his skull. Yanggong was dead. His death caused everyone to turn pale with fright, and the crowd immediately went into an uproar. This was the caravan's vice leader, a rank 3 goo master. Yanggong's death caused the leaders' and vice leaders' expressions to change as they felt an intense threat. Audacious maniac. He actually dared to kill the vice leader. Let's work together and capture them. Who dares to capture me? Bai Ningbing threw away her straw hat, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Her cold gaze swept through the crowd as snow-silver primeval essence overflowed. It's snow-silver primeval essence. She is actually rank 3 peak stage. In the caravan, only Jialong was rank 3 upper stage. The rest of the leaders were either initial or middle stage. Everyone's momentum stopped. Come if you want to die, haha. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood side by side. The last trace of snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was mobilized and played with in his hand. Oh my, what the? Another rank 3 peak stage. Everyone's hearts trembled as their momentum stopped. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stared coldly at the crowd. The camp was deathly silent. Chapter 256. Whoosh, a gust of mountain wind blew, making the camp even more quiet. Over 100 people formed a circle, and in the circle there were 2 corpses lying on the ground and 2 people standing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's gazes slowly looked around. Their piercingly cold gazes made countless people avoid looking at them. Finally, Fang and Bai's gazes landed on Jialong and the other caravan leaders. These people had charged out aggressively, but were immediately stunned by the cultivation displayed by Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Right now they were standing on the road, unable to advance or retreat. Including Yanggong and Fei, the caravan now only had 11 rank 3 goo masters, 27 rank 2 and 38 rank 1 goo masters. Such strength was naturally much stronger than Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. But this was a temporary caravan that was mixed together. These goo masters came from various clans, and were usually on guard against each other. If they were to fight together, they would not be able to do so unless the situation was favorable. They had their own needs, but they were not united, and each had their own way of doing things. If the hearts of the people were not united, the caravan would not be easy to lead. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing displayed rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were no doubt 2 tough bones. No caravan could swallow them, and even if they attacked together, the whole caravan would suffer heavy losses. For a moment Jialong, Chan Shuangjin and the others looked at Fang and Bai, and then quietly sized each other up. None of them wanted to become cannon fodder for others. Moreover, in this situation, beast groups were attacking frequently. The caravan was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. The external pressure and the hesitation in their hearts made them hesitate. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Their reaction was within his expectations. The rest was up to her. Although this happened suddenly, and he had not communicated with Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan believed that with Shang Xinci's intelligence, she should have sensed this opportunity already. Sure enough, Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai walked out of the tent. Leaders, these 2 are my Zhang clan's hidden elders. Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun. Shang Xinci introduced. Although her voice wasn't loud, she was the only one speaking, so her words were clearly heard by everyone. The leaders all had different expressions, while the crowd was chewing over the names He Tu and Bai Yun. Shang Xinci smiled faintly. The 2 lords had a secret family mission and coincidentally joined this caravan halfway. The caravan leaders looked at each other in silence. Since they were hidden elders, even the head of the Zhang clan might not know of their existence. There was also a secret family mission, so it was not easy to find out their motives. Shang Xinci's words stopped them from asking any more questions. Of course, although this statement was reasonable, It was only Shang Xianxi's side of the story. The caravan leaders were all astute people, and each of them had their own considerations. No one completely believed it. Those who doubted it were still doubtful. But regardless of whether they suspected or believed, the strength of Fang and Bai was there for all to see. Therefore, there could only be one way to deal with this matter. Hence, I see. This is all a misunderstanding. Jialong suddenly laughed 3 times, his face brimming with enthusiasm. He cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai, sincerely praising them. To think we had 2 such heroes hidden beside us. This father and son pair of O clan are really too outrageous. Their style is very problematic. I have advised them several times, but alas, they did not listen to me. Today they will be executed on the spot. It can be said that they deserve it. These words immediately determined the nature of this matter. The other vice leaders also reacted at this time. They inwardly scolded Jialong for being shameless as they cupped their fists towards Fang and Bai. Zhang clan's reputation has spread far and wide, as expected of our southern border's first-rate clan. I am Lei Gongcheng of Lei clan. To be able to meet the 2 of you, it is my great fortune. It is our fortune that the 2 of you were able to get rid of evil for the people. The vice leaders were full of smiles as they lied through their teeth, distorting the truth. The murderers became the representatives of justice, and the O clan father and son pair became heinous evildoers. As for the other Gu masters of O clan, there were only 3 left, who cared about their unsightly expressions. O Yanggong was dead anyway. Without a rank 3 Gu master, who would dare to step forward? Who could step forward? You scoundrels, why are you not greeting the 2 Lord Gu masters? One of the vice leaders pretended to be unhappy as he shouted, "We greet Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun." Among the crowd, more than 20 people quickly bowed towards Fang and Bai. The whole camp became noisy again. The caravan has suffered heavy losses and is in imminent danger. We were fortunate to meet the 2 of you. Please come to the tent and discuss the matter. Jialong approached and invited them with a sincere tone. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. The former looked at Shang Xianci, who was walking over, and inquired, "Xianci, what do you think?" Seeing this, Jialong immediately raised Shang Xianci's level by a level in his heart. Shang Xianci slightly shook her head and said in a delicate tone, "I am tired, let the leaders discuss." Fang Yuan praised her cleverness in his heart. It was time to retreat in order to advance. He nodded and added, "Our Zhang clan's goods have already been donated for free. We have no interest in these things, so we will not participate." This? Jialong hesitated and wanted to persuade him again. But Shang Xianci had already turned around. Fang and Bai did not give Jialong a chance, only throwing the crime scene to them and letting them deal with it. They showed an imposing manner. "Everyone disperse, go back to your own matters. Don't we need to consolidate the camp?" 2 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters appeared. This is a good thing. Also, O clan, come out and collect these 2 corpses. Jialong took charge of the situation. O clan's remaining 3 Gu masters ran out. 1 rank 2 middle stage and 2 rank 1. They held back their anger and tears, lowering their heads as they carried the O clan father and son's corpses away. The crowd gradually dispersed. When the cheerful caravan leaders returned to their tents, they could no longer maintain their expressions. Their hypocritical smiles disappeared and were replaced with seriousness, bewilderment, indifference, and worry. Jialong slowly sat on the main seat and said in a low voice, 2 Gu masters suddenly appeared. What do you all think? These are 2 madmen, openly killing people, lawless and out of control. Poor O Yanggong, we were just sitting here with him. In my opinion, these 2 are very suspicious. What hidden elder? That is Zhang clan's girl's side of the story. Looking at these 2's actions, they are very likely to be demonic path members. That's right, demonic path members sneaking into caravans is a common occurrence. I reckon that Zhang clan girl has already been abducted by them. Jialong nodded. Everyone's thoughts are roughly the same as mine. Zhang clan members have a flamboyant character and foundation. We are all outer sect members, we are clear of it. How could there be a hidden elder? But these 2 are a bit troublesome. They are both rank 3 peak stage. Yes, it is a bit troublesome. These 2 don't look old, but they are already rank 3 peak stage. Such aptitude. Everyone, there are pros and cons to everything. In my opinion, there is also a good side to this matter. Borrowing their strength, we can greatly increase our strength. A vice leader said. The key is, how can we make use of them? Just now, I took the initiative to invite them because I wanted to discuss it together and have them contribute. In the end, I failed. Jialong sighed. Don't want to contribute? When the beast group attacks, who can stay out of it? At that time, it will not be up to them. A vice leader snorted in displeasure. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Demonic Path Gu masters have always been unruly, arrogant and extreme. Just relying on external pressure is not enough. We need to attack from both sides. I wonder what suggestion Brother Gong's son has? Actually, this suggestion is very simple. I'm just afraid everyone is not willing. It is to give a portion of the goods to the two of them. At that time, they will have to protect their own goods and will naturally need to put in effort. Once he said this, the tent fell into silence. Jialong looked around and suddenly said, "This suggestion is very good. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Demonic Path Gu masters do not have the support of their clans. Their desire for cultivation resources is even stronger. Everyone, you don't need to worry about losses. Did you forget O clan?" These words made everyone's eyes brighten. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance caused Zhang clan to become an influential force in the caravan. And O clan was trampled to the last place by them. With the death of O clan's father and son, there were only a few people left in O clan's caravan. There was no need to worry about them. The O clan had too many goods under their control. "Uncle, I have an important matter to report to you." Chun Exine had been paying attention to the tent, and after the caravan leaders finished their discussion, he walked to Chang clan's vice leader Chan Shuangquan. Chan Shuangquan grabbed his hand. "I know what you want to say. This is not the place to talk. Let's go." The two returned to their own tents, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Chan Exine said, "Uncle, do you remember when I reported to you how Zhang Zhu was killed?" Chan Shuangquan nodded with a grave expression. Zhang Zhu was killed by a bone spear. And today, He Tu and Bai Yun also used bone spears. That's right. Uncle, these two people have ulterior motives. They are ruthless and malicious. If we publicize the evidence of their crime, everyone can work together to kill them, and kill the danger ahead of time. Chun Exine said excitedly. Chan Shuangquan slowly shook his head and sighed. Chun Exine was puzzled. "Uncle, you don't agree?" "It's not that I don't agree, but it's not feasible. I saw it with my own eyes. We have evidence. As long as we publicize the fact that they killed Zhang Zhu, no one will tolerate two traitors who would stab people in the back." Evidence? We have witnesses, but what about material evidence? Chan Shuangquan sneered. "Even if we have material evidence, what's the use? My nephew, it's not enough to just have evidence. The key is to have strength. Just now they killed the O clan's father and son. You saw it, everyone saw it. Everyone is a witness, but what's the use? We all come from different clans, our hearts are not united. How can we deal with these two evil thieves? Uncle, are we just going to let them go? They're too dangerous. I won't be able to sleep. If they find out that I'm an insider." Chun Exine became more afraid as he spoke. You think too highly of yourself. You think they don't know you? Maybe they already know, maybe they already saw you, but they didn't make a move. Why? Because you're nothing to worry about. Chun Exine, don't be naive. In this cold world, only strength is everything. Chun Shuangquan sighed. Chapter 257. The sky was dark and gloomy. The clouds were very low, as if a storm was coming. The caravan moved forward on the mountain path with heavy footsteps. The large black-skinned fat beetles in the caravan were all dead. There were only 2 winged snakes left, each with a disability. But there were more backpack toads left. Because of their small size, they moved quickly and could easily avoid the attacks of wild beasts. As for the ostriches, although they were about the same size as the backpack toads, they liked to bury their heads in the soil when they were frightened. This method of deceiving others and themselves caused them to suffer the most casualties. Shang Xianci was mixed in the crowd, looking at the dozen or so backpack toads beside her with a complicated gaze. The goods on these backpack toads were all Zhang clans. Although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not participate in the discussion, the caravan leader still allocated a large batch of goods to her. So this is because of strength. Shang Xianci sighed in her heart. Previously, when Zhang Zhu was around, these leaders had a calm attitude. But now they were polite and even had a hint of flattery. There were also those Gu masters and family servants. Right now, their gazes towards her were filled with respect and wariness. All these changes are because of these two. Shang Xianci looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing not far away. Her gaze was somewhat complicated. On one hand, she felt a sense of security from Fang and Bai. On the other hand, she who had a kind heart felt fearful of Fang and Bai's ruthlessness in killing people. It seems we scared that girl. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were walking side by side, and after sensing Shang Xianci's gaze, she softly laughed. 7 to 8 days had passed since they killed O clan father and son. The influence spread to the whole caravan. Of course, this included Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Fang and Bai. Shang Xianci's gaze also avoided eye to eye with Fang Yuan. This reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. This master and servant pair had grown up in Zhang clan village, and were influenced by the righteous path. When Fang and Bai showed their demonic nature, they could not help but notice the difference between them. There was still a long way to go before he could accept two demonic cultivators. Fang Yuan was not worried about this. External pressure would force them to accept and compromise. People always have to live. Next, after a few beast attacks, the estrangement in their hearts would gradually disappear. The problem now is him. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Xian. This young Gu master seemed to be the guy who escaped with Zhang Zhu. He thought that the white-feathered flying elephant had already crushed him into meat paste. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Even if a Gu master's cultivation was not high, if they had 1 or 2 special Gu worms, they could not be underestimated. Without the earth communication eargrass, Fang Yuan no longer had any means of detection, allowing him to escape with his life. No one knew how much he knew. But no matter what, Fang Yuan had a way to deal with it. He was a cautious person, always thinking about failure before thinking about victory. When he made the plan, he had already considered the possibility of being discovered. So, after he killed Zhang Zhu, he purposely displayed his powerful strength. If someone really found out, seeing Fang and Bai's valiance and ruthlessness, most people would feel fear and hide it. O clan's father and son were on the tip of the spear. If not for O Fei, Fang Yuan would have found a chance to cause trouble, or when the beast groups attacked, he would have displayed his powerful methods. Of course, if he was exposed, Fang Yuan had many methods to retaliate. The caravan leader Jialong was a very good chess piece. He was Jia Fu's man, and Fang Yuan had obtained Jia Fu's token at Guyue village. As long as he showed the token and did some things, he could obtain Jialong's trust. But no matter how perfect a plan was, there would be mistakes when it was implemented. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. Even if Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, there was a chance of failure. However, it was also because of this that life was so exciting. Fang Yuan's first thought was the worst result. If his luck was extremely bad when he killed Zhang Zhu, someone would see it and leave behind solid evidence. In the end, it would cause Shang Xianci to realize the truth and develop deep hatred towards him for biting the hand that fed him. Then what should he do? It was very simple. Just kill Shang Xianci. She was only a mortal now, killing her was easy. Shang clan leader also did not know she was his own daughter. If he did it cleanly, there would be no repercussions from Shang clan. Looking at the result now, Zhang Zhu was dead, and Fang Yuan's luck was not the best, leaving behind a trail. But it was not the worst, at least Shang Xianci was still kept in the dark. Fang Yuan was sure of this. Because Shang Xianci was still young, in Fang Yuan's eyes, her emotions could not be hidden. Crocodile elephant group is ahead. A crocodile elephant group is charging towards us. Alert, alert. At this time, the investigative Gu master ahead flew back, bringing bad news. The caravan was slightly disturbed, but soon calmed down. It's only crocodile elephants, don't panic. We don't have enough manpower, we can't defend here. That's right. Everyone scatter and enter the rainforest. The Gu masters gave the wisest order. The caravan members' hearts were already stretched taut, and they quickly scattered. If they encountered such a situation before Feiho Mountain, Perhaps there would still be people who were worried about the goods and hesitated. But now they resolutely gave up, not even looking at these goods, and focused on escaping. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing protected Shang Xinci and her servant, charging into the rainforest. He was not surprised at the crocodile-elephant group's arrival, because it was his plan. Rumble, the crocodile-elephant group rushed over, and soon there were miserable cries and sounds of trees being knocked down. Fang Yuan brought Shang Xinci and the rest, carefully evading in the rainforest, but there were many crocodile-elephants, and they still encountered one. The crocodile-elephant was small, about the same size as a yak, which made it more agile. Its whole body was covered in scales similar to a crocodile's, and its defense was thick, far surpassing the white feather-flying elephant. The elephant's tail was also like a crocodile's tail, dragging on the ground. Seeing this crocodile-elephant charging over like a small mountain, Xiao Dai cried out in alarm. Shang Xinci's face was also pale. "Don't worry," Fang Yuan indifferently instructed, and brazenly charged towards the crocodile-elephant. One man and one elephant fiercely collided with each other halfway, causing a loud sound. Fang Yuan took 2 steps back, and the white light armor on his body shook 3 times. And that crocodile-elephant's skull was shattered, blood gushed out, and it was knocked to the ground, pushing back for over 10 steps. Then it crashed into the trunk of a large tree. Only then did it suddenly stop. Amazing! Seeing this, Xiao Dai's eyes opened wide in shock. This was only an ordinary crocodile-elephant, and not a 100-beast king. Fang Yuan had snow-silver primeval essence, and also the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, so it was very easy for him to prepare it. However, Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai had never seen such a fiery scene. That Zhang Zhu did not have great strength, and was a healing gu master, so he mainly dodged and assisted during the battle. Fang Yuan's head-on collision and unbridled fighting style naturally left a deep impression on the master and servant. About 2 hours later, the crocodile-elephant group gradually retreated, and the caravan people walked out of the rainforest one after another. After calculating, only a gu master and a dozen servants were sacrificed. The losses were not huge. After arranging the goods, the caravan moved forward again. A few days later, they left Xiangya mountain boundary and set off towards Mubei mountain. In the next half a month, the caravan encountered the attacks of black rock bears, iron-crowned deer groups, and so on. Because Fang and Bai were almost inseparable from each other's protection, Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai were unharmed. After staying together like this, the master and servant's attitude also changed. Shang Xinci became much closer to Fang Yuan, and when they conversed, they laughed and did not avoid each other's eyes. And Xiao Dai had completely turned into a worshipper of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Worshipping strength was a common trait of all living beings, because only by being strong could they have a higher chance of survival. Moreover, although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were of the demonic path, they were extremely principled. In the eyes of the master and servant, they did not ask for anything else, and had never touched them, only repaying their kindness. This action was filled with the aura of a hero. Even in the righteous path, how many people could do this? Even if Fang Yuan was ugly, in the hearts of the master and servant, he was many times more adorable than many hypocritical righteous path people. A few days later, the caravan entered Mubei mountain boundary. Zombies started to appear in the surroundings. Mubei mountain was not called Mubei mountain in the past. Over 100 years ago, there was a large clan on the mountain. A demonic path gu master changed everything. He was once a servant of this clan, and on the day of his wedding, his beautiful wife was forcefully taken by a gu master of the clan and raped to death. He buried his hatred deep in his heart, and by coincidence, he obtained the inheritance of the demon zombie king. After enduring for close to 100 years, with his rank 5 cultivation, he mobilized his zombie army and attacked this clan, slaughtering everyone. He did not even spare their corpses and turned them into zombies. After doing all this, he erected a huge tombstone on the ruins of the stronghold. On the tombstone, his wife's name was carved. This matter shook southern border. From then on, this mountain was called Mubei Mountain. Zombies roamed the mountain. They killed wild beasts or passersby, sucking their blood for food. And their corpse poison would infect corpses, forming new zombies. Thus, Mubei Mountain was filled with endless zombies. To ensure the safety of the trade route, every year, clans would organize zombie squads to clean up these zombies. But no matter how they cleaned up, the zombies could never be killed, never ending. After all, the size of the zombie squads was limited, and southern border had many mountains. The journey was dangerous, and the expenditure was huge. The investment was high, but the returns were small, and it was impossible to turn Mubei Mountain upside down. Any fish that escaped the net, after a period of time, would form the scale of zombies. After several large-scale alliances, the enthusiasm of the people was exhausted. This night, the caravan camped at the foot of Mubei Mountain. The starry sky was bright, and Feng Yuan looked up at the dark shadow of Mubei Mountain, his eyes flashing with a contemplative light. The time is ripe. These people have lost their value. It is time to get rid of these troubles. Chun Xian was going to die, but it would be even more troublesome to get rid of him alone. What did he know, and who did he reveal it to? Was there anyone else besides him who saw it? Feng Yuan had no idea. But Feng Yuan did not want to find out, because in his plan, if Chun Xian died, the others would also die. Only when they were all dead could it be considered clean. Chapter 258. Ding Hao hid in a bush and looked at the caravan at the foot of the mountain, licking his lips in excitement. According to the information left behind in the cave, as long as I kill 1,000 people and gather a zombie group, I can leave this place and go to Marsh Mountain to officially become Master's disciple. He was originally a mountain villager who was recruited by a caravan that passed by the village as a laborer. But when they passed Mubei Mountain, the caravan was attacked by large numbers of zombies. He was abandoned and used as cannon fodder, bringing up the rear along with dozens of other servants. The rest of the people were all dead, so he fled to the mountains in a panic. Just when he was at his wits' end, he found a cave that was very safe, and the surrounding zombies did not dare to wander around the entrance. When he entered the cave, he discovered a demonic path inheritance. It turned out that the demonic Gu master had slaughtered a clan and left behind a secret inheritance after erecting a tablet on the ruins. This inheritance was hidden very deeply and could only be inherited by mortals. Ding Hao first awakened his aperture in this cave and slowly cultivated, passing the test step by step. He originally had C-grade aptitude, but there was a rare Gu in the cave that raised his aptitude to B-grade after using it. Ding Hao cultivated wholeheartedly in Tombstone Mountain, and spent more than 8 years cultivating to the 3rd transformation realm. He reached the standard and made it to the final secret chamber. In the secret room, the demonic Gu master only left behind an inscription, calling himself Second Zombie King. If a descendant really came here, it meant they were fated. If they were willing, they could go to Marsh Mountain and become his disciple, roaming southern border with him. As the final test, Second Zombie King required the descendant to kill 1,000 people and create a zombie army. There were also detailed standards, such as how many white hair zombies, how many black hair zombies, and how many green hair zombies. But if there was a blue hair zombie, just one would be enough to reach the entry standard. Ding Hao was an honest person. Honest people often had an advantage, and that was steadfast. He cultivated alone on Mubei Mountain for more than 8 years. He endured the loneliness and could only accompany the zombies, slowly accumulating his cultivation to rank 3. He was originally a servant and could only observe the world of Gu masters from the sidelines, thus he did not understand it. When he was at a loss, this inscription had undoubtedly given him a brand new direction in life, giving him another goal to strive for. The Second Zombie King was originally a servant, and they were of the same origin, which increased Ding Hao's sense of identity. After reading this inscription, Ding Hao began to work hard. He began to kill people and accumulate zombies at the same time. Ding Hao soon discovered that the two tasks actually complemented each other. After killing someone, he could use the corpse to create new zombies. With the addition of new zombies, the power in his hands would increase, and he would be able to kill more people. Tombstone Mountain was located on one of the 3 most important trade routes in Nanjiang. There would be caravans passing through every month. Ding Hao spent another 3 years. At this time he was finally close to success, and the caravan at the foot of the mountain was the last stepping stone for him to succeed. This was the perfect prey. There were large caravans and small ones. Whenever a large caravan passed by, Ding Hao would hide far away. Ding Hao did not dare to fight against a medium-sized caravan. Ding Hao only dared to attack those small caravans and secretly commanded the zombies to kill them. When luck was good, those caravans would take the initiative to abandon some livestock or servants. When luck was bad, they would encounter a tough opponent and the zombies would be slaughtered, resulting in a great loss. They could only accumulate again. But this caravan at the foot of the mountain was worse than a small caravan. It was already crippled. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave struggling at death's door. It seemed like he could knock it down with just a light finger. Ding Hao was confident he could take care of this caravan. He felt that this was a great gift from the heavens. In the dead of night, a dark cloud slowly floated by, blocking the moonlight. The surroundings of the camp darkened. Kill! Ding Hao's eyes shone as he shouted in his heart. The arranged zombie army moved stealthily towards the camp from all directions. What's that sound? The investigative Gu master outside the caravan camp was extremely vigilant. There's a discovery? The Gu masters beside him were all nervous. The gazes of the 5 Gu masters were fixated on the darkness in front of them. Although the moonlight was blocked by the dark cloud, a huge bonfire was still lit in the camp. The bonfire let out a crackling sound as the mountain wind blew. As the fire changed, a zombie with white hair all over its body hopped into the investigative Gu master's vision. The Gu masters looked at each other and laughed. Haha, a white hair zombie. TSK, making a fuss over nothing, you scared me. Little San, go and get rid of this unlucky zombie. The leader of this group of Gu masters said indifferently. This kind of white hair zombie had the weakest battle strength, even weaker than ordinary wild beasts. Yes, boss. A young Gu master laughed as he walked over. Be careful of its corpse poison. It will be troublesome if you get infected with it. I don't have a Gu to decipher it. The healing Gu master in the group reminded. I know. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The young Gu master who walked out waved his hand impatiently. If he was really infected with the corpse poison, he would have to ask other Gu masters to heal him at least half a piece of yuan stone. But this kind of white hair zombies' attacks were rigid and easy to dodge. Since entering Mu Bei Mountain, the young Gu master had killed many. This kind of thing, as long as I pay attention to dodging, I will be fine. The young Gu master was mumbling to himself when his voice suddenly stopped and his relaxed steps froze on the spot. His pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What's wrong? The 4 Gu masters at the back felt something was wrong and quickly asked. The young Gu master was alerted by this voice and his body shook as if he was electrocuted, turning around and running. Quick, send the signal. There are zombies. He shouted with a panicked expression. It's just a white hair zombie, what's there to be afraid of? Fuck me. The 4 Gu masters shouted at the same time. About a few hundred white-haired zombies hopped towards the camp. Among the white-hair zombies, there were even stronger black-hair zombies mixed in. The bonfire was still burning and there were many shadows in the darkness. No one knew how many more zombies were approaching. Clang, clang, clang. In the camp, the sound of a gong suddenly resounded. There is a zombie group approaching the camp. They have surrounded the whole camp. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone get up and defend. Jia Long and some vice leaders climbed up the temporary wooden wall, their expressions extremely grave. Damn it, which god did the traveling merchants offend this time? Their luck is so bad. I have been to Mu Bei Mountain more than 10 times, but I have never seen such a large zombie group like today. Everyone, there is no point in complaining. At this point, if we want to live, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Let's work together and defeat this zombie group. Everyone in the camp shouted angrily, raising their morale. In contrast, the zombie army outside was silent. Only the sound of jumping footsteps could be heard. The formation of the two sides formed a strange and distinct contrast. The slaughter soon unfolded. The Gu masters relied on the wooden walls to defend and used all kinds of long-range attacks. Colorful lights appeared around the camp. Icicles, fireballs, vines, rolling rocks and so on, giving the zombie vanguard a severe warning. Large numbers of white-hair zombies fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, burned into charcoal, frozen into ice cubes and crushed into meat paste. Kill, kill, kill. Ding Hao sneered as he hid in the middle of the mountain. He was no longer a novice, he had accumulated these years of experience. These white hair zombies were cannon fodder. Their purpose was to waste the Goo Master's primeval essence. Sure enough, after a while, the Goo Master's attacks became sparse and weak. I can't go on, I don't have much primeval essence left. I also need to recover my primeval essence. Someone take my place. Damn it, why are these white hair zombies endless? There were too few Goo Masters in the caravan, and the white hair zombies were endless. Finally, they resisted the pressure and reached the wooden wall. Under the impact of the zombie horde, the makeshift wooden wall suddenly let out a sound of imminent danger. Damn it, hold on. Call the reserve team to reinforce us. Both sides fell into a deadlock on the wooden wall. One side wanted to charge in while the other side wanted to defend this pass. The large amount of white hair zombies was expended, causing Ding Hao to feel some heartache. It's your turn, my babies. He willed, and a group of black hair zombies charged up from the rear and entered the battlefield. White hair zombies moved slowly. They would be harmed by sunlight and could not walk in broad daylight. If they were fed fresh blood, they could grow into black hair zombies after a few years. These zombies were covered in black hair. They had greater strength, stronger defense, and faster jumping speed. Although they would also be burned by sunlight, they were not as afraid as the white hair zombies. The black hair zombies' battle strength was equivalent to 100 Beast King. The group of black hair zombies that Ding Hao sent numbered more than 50. They gathered together and charged. They found a weak point in the camp's defense, and immediately smashed through a wall, causing it to collapse. Even though the camp had mobilized manpower to block them, but there were still several black hair zombies that charged deep into the camp. A black-haired zombie swept its arms and sent a rank 1 Goo Master flying. The Goo Master fell on the ground, unable to get up. The black hair zombie jumped and pounced towards him. My life is over. The Goo Master closed his eyes in despair, when he suddenly heard a loud sound. He opened his eyes and saw a solid figure blocking in front of him. As for that black hair zombie, it was lying far away. It's that Lord He Tu from Zhang clan. The Goo Master's heart shook. Howl! That black hair zombie's chest caved in from Fang Yuan's punch, but it did not die. Instead, it jumped up and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's whole body was covered in a layer of white light armor. He slightly frowned, and when it got close, he grabbed its arms and tore them apart. The black hair zombie was immediately torn into two halves by Fang Yuan's enormous strength. Blood mixed with corpse poison splattered, but was pushed away by the white light armor. Fang Yuan casually threw away the two halves of the corpse. With such injuries, even a myriad Beast King level blue hair zombie would die. Thank you, Lord He Tu, for saving my life. The saved Goo Master was completely intimidated by Fang Yuan's imposing manner. He shouted in admiration. Fang Yuan ignored him and looked at the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 259. At this time, most of the wooden walls had already collapsed, and an endless stream of zombies charged into the camp, tangling with the Goo Masters. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this zombie army was controlled by Ding Hao from behind the scenes. If it was an ordinary zombie group, they would swarm together, or after the white hair zombie died, the black hair zombies would come forward. How could there be such coordination? There was clearly someone controlling them from behind. And the person controlling this zombie group was undoubtedly Ding Hao. Fang Yuan remembered. After Second Zombie King slaughtered the clans of Mu Bei Mountain, he left behind an inheritance here. The beneficiary of this inheritance was Ding Hao. This person later became Second Zombie King's eldest disciple, and although he was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely loyal. Later on, during the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, he took the initiative to die in place of Second Zombie King. I wanted to find you, but to think you would come to me on your own accord. You saved me a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had planned to use Ding Hao to eradicate the caravan and kill everyone else. Although he had methods to attract the beast groups, it was not easy to control the scale. The caravan's strength was being whittled down, and if he attracted a large number of beast groups, it would bring danger to his own life. If he had to protect Shang Xinci, it would be even more troublesome. In this situation, Ding Hao was the best chess piece. But this Ding Hao, where is he hiding now? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and scanned the surroundings. If he wants to command the zombie army, he naturally has to choose a high ground that can overlook the battlefield. Of course, he has other goo worms that can observe the camp from a bird's eye view. But no matter what, his hiding place can make it easy to escape. Fang Yuan lost the earth communication eargrass and had no investigative methods, so he could only rely on his guesses. The battle became more intense, hundreds of zombies fell, and the goo masters also suffered heavy casualties. In front of the endless zombie army, they retreated step by step, and soon reached the center of the camp. Here in a hurry, they had piled up goods to form a bunker, and some rank 1 goo masters used many methods to reinforce it. There are too many zombies, we can't defend this place anymore. We need to break out. Break out? How? There are at least dozens of black hair zombies. We should defend. When the sun rises, the zombies' battle strength will fall. We don't need to do anything, the zombies will retreat. The crowd began to argue, and their opinions were divided into 2 factions. One side wanted to break out of the encirclement, while the other side wanted to defend. The 2 sides were still arguing, and the zombie horde was already closing in. The biggest flaw of this temporarily assembled caravan was exposed at this moment. That was the inability to achieve true unity. They lacked a strong voice to preside over the overall situation. Fang Yuan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this time he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Stop arguing!" The quarrel immediately stopped. In everyone's eyes, he had ranked 3 peak stage cultivation, and was one of the strongest experts in the caravan. Especially at this moment of life and death, Fang Yuan undoubtedly had the right to speak. Fang Yuan looked around, his gaze as cold as a knife. Under the illumination of the fire, his ugly face looked ferocious. Those who want to stay behind are all idiots. If we could break out of the encirclement, why would we stay here? The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed, appearing extremely domineering. The goo masters who were clamoring to defend to the death showed indignant expressions, but did not dare to say anything. And those goo masters who insisted on breaking out of the encirclement showed joyful expressions. Lord He-Tu is wise. Lord He-Tu, we will follow you. At this time, only Lord He-Tu can turn this desperate crisis around. They spoke one after another, wanting to prop up Fang Yuan and let him take the most dangerous vanguard role. But Fang Yuan sneered and scolded again. "All of you shut up. Those who are clamoring to break out, you are all a bunch of idiots." The goo masters who were praising Fang Yuan earlier stiffened, their expressions changing uncertainly. Those who were defending to the death showed mocking and gloating smiles. "Sir He-Tu, what do you mean?" Jia Long's expression was ashen, his tone gloomy and his gaze unkind. "Humph, whether we defend to the death or break out, we need to investigate the situation. Do you know how big this zombie horde is? If there is a large army hidden in the darkness, wouldn't breaking out be walking right into a trap? If this is all, you who are defending to the death can clearly escape early, but you want to wait for the smell of blood to attract more zombies, aren't you courting death?" Fang Yuan's spit flew everywhere. Being scolded, no matter who it was, their expression would not be good. Chen Shuangquan asked darkly, "Then sir, do you have any good suggestions?" Fang Yuan stared angrily and pointed at Chen Shuangquan. "So you fools, your brains are stuffed with shit. I have spoken for so long, but there are still people who don't understand. Of course we have to break out, we have to first try to break out. Investigative goo masters put in more effort." Chen Shuangquan's expression turned even uglier after being scolded by Fang Yuan. A ball of fire accumulated in his heart. But when Fang Yuan killed O Clan's father and son, it left a deep impression on him. He could only restrain the anger in his heart. Fang Yuan's domineering attitude made everyone dissatisfied, but at the same time, under such circumstances, such a domineering person gave them an indescribable sense of security. Soon, under Fang Yuan's manipulation, a small team was organized to break out of the encirclement. "Break out in that direction." Fang Yuan pointed towards the southeast direction and said solemnly. "Yes, Lord He-Tu. Remember, reconnaissance is the priority, survival is the priority. If you can't do it, then retreat." Fang Yuan smiled and patted the team leader's shoulder. The team leader's heart immediately relaxed. His impression of Fang Yuan was no longer as hateful as before. The zombie horde neared the final line of defense, and the battle started. The breakout team rushed out 300 steps and helplessly retreated. Too terrifying, I found at least several hundred zombies in the darkness over there. The investigative goo master reported with lingering fear. Everyone's expression slightly sank when they heard this. No worries, you guys rest first. Second team, you guys break out from that direction. Feng Yuan commanded. This team rushed out 400 to 500 steps and had no choice but to retreat. Densely packed zombies. The investigative goo master's face was pale. Feng Yuan tried his best to let them rest, then said to the newly formed third team, go in that direction. But that direction is a valley. The team leader was somewhat puzzled. Slap. Feng Yuan slapped him. Just go when I tell you to, why are you talking so much nonsense? The team leader was stunned by this slap. He did not dare to meet Feng Yuan's furious and fierce gaze. Quickly turning around and breaking out in the direction Feng Yuan pointed. Feng Yuan formed 3 breakout teams, and after probing them one by one, they finally eliminated all possible locations. Now only that high slope is left. If I am not wrong, Ding Hao is definitely hiding there. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart, and continued to arrange the breakout teams. These people really don't want to give up. Ding Hao frowned but soon relaxed. If it was an ordinary zombie group, you guys might have broken out. Unfortunately, the owner of this zombie group is me. He secretly mobilized the zombies in the darkness to replenish their numbers, ensuring that there were no weak spots. At the same time, he arranged heavy troops at several locations. After a few rounds, the breakout teams suffered heavy casualties. Enough, if we can't break out, don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. Sigh, it seems we can only defend to the death. Everyone persevere until sunrise. These zombies are made of paper. Bullshit, we are about to succeed. This time I will personally lead the team by Yunyu Guard. Feng Yuan cursed and forcefully tried to break out. The goo masters could only form a team due to his forceful attitude. 8 goo masters suddenly rushed out, with Feng Yuan leading the way. His huge strength combined with snow silver primeval essence, as well as the sky canopy goo, he easily broke out of the encirclement. Oh no, that place is a little weak. Ding Hao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He had not thought that Feng Yuan would choose this place to break out, because this place was a dead end, and adding on the fact that he had constantly mobilized troops to deal with the breakout from other directions, the zombies in this direction were the least. We really succeeded. They broke out. The people in the camp behind him were dumbstruck. Although 5 goo masters had fallen in the process of breaking out, Feng Yuan and the other 2 goo masters had survived. We are saved. Quick, let's break out in this direction. The people in the camp cheered. Don't even think of succeeding. Ding Hao gritted his teeth, and quickly mobilized the zombie group to fill the gap. The people in the camp had yet to organize themselves, but the direction Feng Yuan had broken out from was already filled with white-hair zombies. There were also 5 black-hair zombies, and they pounced towards Feng Yuan and the other 2. The other 2 were instantly terrified. Follow me. Feng Yuan shouted coldly, and pounced towards the direction Ding Hao was hiding. The 2 panicked people had no time to think and subconsciously followed. Humph, you didn't choose any other direction but ran towards me. It seems even the heavens want you to die. Ding Hao's lips curled up, and he proudly looked at the 2 zombies beside him. These 2 zombies were tall, and their bodies were covered in green hair. They were green hair zombies, stronger than black hair zombies, and had the battle strength of 1,000 Beast King at night. After so many years, Ding Hao had only saved these 2 zombies. Go. He willed, and the 2 green hair zombies immediately shot out. 80 steps later, they collided with Feng Yuan and the other 2. Feng Yuan faced one head-on, and even though he had the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, he could only fight evenly, and both sides took several steps back. As for those 2 goo masters, they were being suppressed by the other green-haired zombie, and were already in a precarious situation. Let me. He activated the jumping grass, and with a leap he joined the battle. The 2 goo masters were overjoyed, and were about to thank Feng Yuan for his help, but suddenly 2 spiral bone spears shot out. Swoosh swoosh, the 2 goo masters were killed. Ding Hao had been paying attention to the battle, and did not expect such a change, and a huge suspicion rose in his heart. His distraction caused the movements of the 2 green-haired zombies to become sluggish. Next, Fang Yuan's words shocked Ding Hao even more. Chapter 260. Ding Hao only felt a clap of thunder in his mind, making him dizzy. Who is this person? He actually found me and knows my name. It's impossible. All these years I have been careful and never let the cat out of the bag. How could he find me? His mind was in a mess. The two green-haired zombies, as well as the black zombies and white zombies around the camp, were all motionless. The people in the camp did not expect this scene and were stunned. But Ding Hao immediately reacted and hurriedly gathered his mind. The battle in the camp started again. Fang Yuan saw that the two zombies did not continue to rush over. He knew that he had already succeeded halfway, so he shouted, "Ding Hao, if you don't come out, you will regret it." Ding Hao hid in the bushes and mobilized the zombies to surround Fang Yuan. On the other hand, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Fang Yuan coldly snorted. Of course it was my master, the second zombie king. Ah! Ding Hao couldn't help but exclaim. The words master and second zombie king were like boulders that suddenly fell into the lake in his heart. With a loud bang, huge waves were set off. He could not help but stand up and walk out of the bushes. He stared at Fang Yuan with shock and doubt in his eyes. Who are you? Ding Hao asked eagerly. Fang Yuan coldly snorted and said in a tough tone, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? I am the eldest disciple of the second zombie king. Hey Tuesday Ding Hao, I will count to 3. If you don't remove these two zombies. You are the eldest senior brother? Wait a minute, how does master know my name? Ding Hao's heart was full of doubts. But even so, he still called the two zombies back to his side. Fang Yuan's face turned serious and he scolded. Who is your eldest senior brother? Master hasn't accepted you as a disciple yet. Why are you shouting? Ding Hao was scolded and could not refute. Fang Yuan's tone softened. You talk to yourself in front of the stone tablet all day. How can master not know your name? Ah! Ding Hao suddenly exclaimed. For the past few years, he had been alone, with only zombies as his companions. When he was depressed and in pain, then, he would hide in the last cave and talk to the stone tablet about his worries. He didn't expect that Fang Yuan would expose his privacy. I thought it was an ordinary stone tablet. Ding Hao stammered. Humph, what level are you at? Of course you can't see the profundities of the stone tablet. How can you see through master's remarkable abilities? Fang Yuan sneered disdainfully. In fact, even if a rank 9 Gu master looked at the stone tablet, they would not be able to see the profundities within. That was just an ordinary stone tablet. But in Fang Yuan's previous life, after Ding Hao had made a name for himself, he recalled his life of struggle and had once said this. Ding Hao licked his lips. Although he believed most of it, he still had some doubts. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, cupping his fists. Lord He Tu, since you are master's disciple, then please show me the unique rigid heart gu of our inheritance. This was the rigid heart gu. It was unique to the Zombie King bloodline and was shaped like a heart. It had 7 orifices and was as stiff as stone. It was rank 3 and was as cold as iron, as if made of bronze. The rigid heart gu could produce the rank 2 driving corpse gu, similar to the charred thunder bean mother gu that could produce charred thunder potato gu. The rank 2 driving corpse gu was also a consumable gu. It could be used on corpses and form zombies, but it had an advantage over the charred thunder potato gu. The zombies it created could grow to a higher level. For example, white hair zombies could grow into black hair zombies, and black hair zombies could become green hair zombies. Fang Yuan had the charred thunder bean mother gu, but he did not have the rigid heart gu. In the face of Ding Hao's request, he was not nervous at all. Instead, he confidently scolded, Bullshit. I'm carrying out a secret task arranged by my teacher. I'm following the caravan in disguise. How could I bring the gu with me? This rigid heart gu feeds on zombies. How can I get zombies under everyone's eyes? Ding Hao is stunned. What this, you think I can't kill you? Fang Yuan timely revealed his snow-silver primeval essence. His rank 3 peak stage cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Ding Hao's pupils shrunk. He was only rank 3 middle stage. Fang Yuan continued. Although our bloodline can control zombies and form an army, but controlling zombies requires mental control. If the soul is not strong, the mental control will be weak, and the number and quality of zombies you can control will be average. Although you have 2 green hair zombies, if you want to control them while fighting yourself, there will be many flaws. It's easy for me to kill you. Ding Hao heard this and licked his dry lips, taking a step back with some fear. But Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic. Before leaving, Master told me that there is a Ding Hao in Mubei Mountain, and wanted me to inspect him to see if he had the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to kill me before I even looked for you, humph. This eldest senior brother, I didn't do it on purpose. When Ding Hao heard that Fang Yuan was sent by the second zombie king to inspect him, he couldn't help but panic. Who's your eldest senior brother? You haven't obtained Master's approval yet. Humph, you don't doubt me now? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ding Hao quickly cupped his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, Eldest senior brother, since you know about the rigid heart goose food and our shortcomings, no matter how stupid I am, I understand eldest senior brother's identity. Fang Yuan kept a straight face and didn't say anything, only looking at the 2 green hair zombies. Ding Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. With a thought, he sent the 2 green hair zombies away. Then he walked in front of Fang Yuan, bowed and said in a low voice, Eldest senior brother, please forgive me. I just wanted to devour this group of people and accumulate enough zombies. I really didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. If I had known earlier, I would have gone down the mountain to welcome you. I have long been determined to follow Master. Heaven and earth can prove my loyalty. Fang Yuan softened his tone. Humph, Master knows your loyalty. Before I left, my teacher also instructed me to take a look at you on account of your admirable loyalty. Even if you didn't meet the standard, as long as the gap isn't big, it doesn't matter. I see. Ding Hao was overjoyed. But Fang Yuan's face darkened, and his tone was cold. You dared to slaughter the caravan and destroy my secret mission. Do you know how much hard work your second senior sister and I had to put in to sneak into this caravan? Eldest senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose. Ding Hao's face was sad. His heart was just excited, but Fang Yuan's words hit the bottom. Second senior sister is also in the caravan? I will withdraw the zombies. What? Fang Yuan was furious. He bent his finger and knocked Ding Hao's head. Is your brain a mess? Can't you use your brain? Are you going to make me suspect by withdrawing the zombies for no reason? Idiot. Ding Hao covered his aching head and hurriedly nodded and apologized. Yes. Eldest senior brother is right. Eldest senior brother. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Fang Yuan pointed at Ding Hao. You've made a huge mistake, but since it was an unintentional mistake, I'll let it go. Next, you must do as I say and make up for your mistake. Ding Hao was scolded like a grandson, and he kept nodding and bowing to Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not make any requests. Instead he asked, tell me the truth. How many white-haired zombies, black-haired zombies, and green-haired zombies do you have? Do you have blue-haired zombies? Ding Hao looked ashamed. I'm stupid. I've lived in Tombstone Mountain for almost 10 years, but I haven't raised a blue-haired zombie. I only have 3 green-haired zombies. I left one in the cave abode to guard and brought the other 2 with me. As for black-haired zombies, I have more than 120, and white-haired zombies nearly 4,000. Fang Yuan also expected that he didn't have any blue-haired zombies. After confirming it, he was slightly relieved. He purposely made a sound of surprise and casually said, You're not far from the standard. It's good enough to have 3 green-haired zombies. As for blue-haired zombies, I only have 2. As for the second zombie king's standards for accepting disciples, he was clear. The second zombie king had left more than one inheritance. In his previous life, he had accepted 7 or 8 disciples, and Ding Hao was one of them. Later, the second zombie king joined Yition Mountain. When the righteous faction besieged Yition Mountain, the second zombie king's disciples commanded the zombie army and shone brilliantly, forcing the righteous alliance to retreat. Ding Hao no longer had any doubts after hearing Fang Yuan's words. He looked at Fang Yuan with admiration in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, you're amazing. You actually have 2 blue-haired zombies. I admire you. Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and showed an expression of being proud but deliberately suppressing it. Raising blue-haired zombies is both difficult and easy. Let me tell you, you first have to find the corpse of at least a rank 4 goo master. However, you have to try your luck and see if the corpse had used goo worms to raise its strength. If it had, it would at least be green-haired. If it is raised with fresh blood for a year or two, it will have blue hair. I see. Ding Hao heard it and combined it with his past experience. He immediately knew that Feng Yuan's words were true. He quickly said gratefully, "Thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother." Feng Yuan nodded slightly. He carefully observed Ding Hao's expression and knew that the other party had completely trusted him. Ding Hao was originally a family servant and had been hiding in Mu Bei Mountain for nearly 10 years to cultivate. He was an honest person and was really gullible. In fact, even a scheming person would be moved by Feng Yuan's words and would at least believe most of it. Since things have come to this, let's put on a show. If you do well, I will pass the inspection, Feng Yuan said. Ding Hao's eyes brightened and he quickly said, "Eldest senior brother, please say it. I will do my best to do it." Feng Yuan gave detailed instructions and charged back to the camp. With Ding Hao's secret cooperation, Feng Yuan safely returned to Shang Xianxi's side. Everyone was surprised, happy, respectful, and in awe when they saw the expert Feng Yuan return of his own accord. From their point of view, Feng Yuan could have escaped, but he came back. "It's my fault for burdening you, benefactor." Shang Xianxi's face was full of shame and guilt. "It's fine. You're just one of the reasons. Besides, Bai Yun is here too." Feng Yuan waved his hand and said this deliberately, making Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai even more moved. Chapter 261. The zombies' attacks gradually slowed down and the situation fell into a deadlock. As time passed, goo masters sacrificed themselves or zombies fell to the ground from time to time. 2 hours later, Ding Hao followed Feng Yuan's instructions and suddenly increased his momentum, breaking through the already perilous front line. There were only 30 or so people left in the caravan. They had to break through. They had the same opinion everyone could see. If they broke through, there was still a chance of survival. If they stubbornly defended, they would definitely perish. Breaking through was a bitter struggle. They were surrounded by layers upon layers of white-hair zombies and black-hair zombies blocking their way. "Don't protect these mortals anymore. They are a burden to us," Jialong shouted. Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai turned pale. "Don't be afraid, I am here." Feng Yuan guarded beside them. The rest of the mortals were mercilessly abandoned. Only the 2 of them were left. Jialong and the others did not dare to say anything, because they still had to rely on Feng and Bai's strength. The caravan moved with difficulty, and just as they were about to break through, 2 green-hair zombies suddenly appeared. "Let's retreat." Feng Yuan pulled Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai and said in a low voice. Bai Ningbing's movements paused. Wouldn't they fall back into the encirclement if they retreated? But Feng Yuan had already retreated with Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Looking at the empty space in front of her, she finally turned around and retreated with Feng Yuan. The caravan and the 2 green-hair zombies collided and a chaotic battle broke out. The green-hair zombies were as strong as 1,000 beast kings, and although the caravan had many rank 3 goo masters, they were at the end of their rope. As they fought, the surrounding black-hair zombies and white-hair zombies also closed in, surrounding the caravan. On the contrary, Feng and Bai's pressure was greatly reduced. Feng Yuan retreated dozens of steps and began to break through again. Along the way, there were many white-hair zombies, but Feng Yuan charged left and right with extreme power. The white-hair zombies fell to the ground and died if they touched them. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. Was this Feng Yuan's true strength? These white-haired zombies are so weak. When she made her move, she immediately discovered something strange. The white-haired zombies that blocked their way were several times weaker than the ones they had encountered before, and they looked rather foolish. Without a decent offensive, he was just like a punching bag. Could it be that Feng Yuan had already seen through this flaw, and was only making use of it now? Strange, these white-haired zombies all looked the same. How did he discover these weaknesses? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Feng Yuan, however, was cursing in his heart. Before he left, he had told Ding Hao to pretend to be strong but actually weak. He had to act realistically. What was this now? Ding Hao was sweating profusely. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused on controlling the zombie army. He was very nervous, feeling that he had ruined the eldest senior brother's secret mission. Guilt and worry made him try his best to cooperate with Feng Yuan's act. Previously, he didn't know Feng Yuan's identity, but now that he knew that he was his eldest senior brother, how would he dare to make a move? So powerful! Xiao Dai exclaimed. Shang Xianxi's beautiful eyes were also shining. Feng Yuan galloped unhindered in front of them, and no one could stop him. He had a kind of invincible spirit. Who didn't love heroes? Which girl didn't have a Prince Charming in their heart? A hero who would save the damsel in distress. Xiao Dai had it, and so did Shang Xianci. At this moment the master and servant looked at Feng Yuan's broad back, their hearts rippling. Although Feng Yuan was ugly in their eyes, this ugliness exuded a cute radiance. His bravery, his spirit, gave the two girls an inexplicable sense of security in their hearts. It made them want to rely on him. His acting is too fake, this coward. Feng Yuan wished he could kick Ding Hao until he had no descendants. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he also thought of Ding Hao's mental state. Seems like this is the only way. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. He suddenly removed the sky canopy goo and charged towards a white-haired zombie's claw. Immediately, Feng Yuan's flesh split open, and he was injured. Good, that's it. Feng Yuan cheered in his heart. This was the best chance to gain Shang Xianxi's trust. How could he let it go? Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed, and immediately left Shang Xianci, and ran towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had the Yanggu, and that was the key to her turning back into a male. She could not lose it. Oh my god! Ding Hao saw Feng Yuan injured, and he immediately shivered in fear. His heart was filled with self-blame and worry, and his face was panic-stricken, and he kept muttering to himself, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it, eldest senior brother. Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai cried out together. Feng Yuan was suddenly injured, and they both trembled with heartache. What are you doing here? Go back and protect them. Bai Ningbing rushed over, and Feng Yuan shouted at her. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes instantly widened. She could see. This guy was deliberately injured. What a bastard. Don't go too far. Bai Ningbing's eyes twitched as she threw down this sentence. With Ding Hao controlling from the side, the white-haired zombie bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but it was all bark and no bite. Bai Ningbing kicked away a white-haired zombie and rushed back to Shang Xianci's side. How is He Tu? Shang Xianci grabbed Bai Ningbing's arm and asked. He's fine. Bai Ningbing curled her lips. Why didn't you replace him? He's injured. Shang Xianci, who had always been gentle, said with a rare resentment. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. She couldn't tell Shang Xianci that Feng Yuan took the initiative to get injured, right? Thus she casually came up with an excuse. He's this kind of person, once he starts charging, he will never stop unless he falls. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes flickered and slightly reddened. Xiao Dai covered her mouth, and her eyes were already moist. Looking at Feng Yuan again, the master and servants' hearts rippled. What kind of person was this? Fearless in the horde of zombies, charging forward with an indomitable will. Without a doubt he was a hero full of sadness. Ding Hao saw that Feng Yuan was injured, and his heart trembled with fear, not daring to stop him. After fighting for a while, Feng Yuan brought Shang Xianci and the other two out of the encirclement of the zombies. That's it. He smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, looking at the only injury on his body helplessly. It was such a good opportunity to perform, but he only got one injury. His acting was not good enough. But even if it was only one injury, it was enough to make Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai extremely worried. Hey Tu, are you okay? You're injured, the wound is so deep, it's all because of me. Shang Xianci's eyes were filled with tears. A lot of black blood flowed out. Lord He Tu, you're poisoned, Xiao Dai said with concern. Feng Yuan puffed out his chest, and with a deep voice he said fearlessly, What's this small injury? The corpse poison is a bit troublesome, but I have the clear heat goo to detoxify it, you don't need to worry. He started laughing. On the ruins of the camp, flames soared to the sky. In order to cut off all means of retreat, and also to illuminate the camp, Everyone in the caravan ignited whatever they could before leaving. Fang Yuan and the other three rushed out of the encirclement of the zombies and found themselves in the outer circle illuminated by the flames. The flames shone on Fang Yuan's face, his chest, and his wound. He was smiling, his appearance was ugly, but in the eyes of the two girls, he exuded a different kind of heroic charm. They had once dreamed of a hero saving a damsel in distress, and the hero in their dreams was handsome and confident. To be honest, the image of Fang Yuan in their hearts was very different. But for some reason the two girls felt that he was a true hero. He was confident, he was fearless, and his heroic spirit was unparalleled. Many years later, Shang Xianci would ask herself, how did Fang Yuan walk into the depths of her heart? Every time she would involuntarily think back to this night. Behind them zombies were everywhere, and the soaring flames shone on Fang Yuan's face. His face was full of burn marks, and when he smiled, he revealed his white teeth. His deep and dark eyes looked at her. The usually cold eyes, under the cover of the orange flames, revealed a kind of warmth. Save us! The people in the caravan who were deep in the zombie horde saw the situation on Fang Yuan's side and shouted for help. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Shang Xianci had already extended her hand and grabbed his arm. You're injured, don't go, let's go. Do you remember what you told me before? Do what you can. Do what you can feel at ease. Fang Yuan laughed and patted Shang Xianci's hand. Don't worry, I don't want to go, I have no grudges with them. Let's go. However, it was also inappropriate to walk like this. What if someone knew that he killed Zhang Zhu and shouted out in despair, what would Shang Xianci think? In truth, his worry was unnecessary. Chen Xian and Chen Shuangquan, who knew, had already died in battle. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and shouted, you guys hold on, wait until I settle them down, then I'll come and help you. Brother He too is righteous. I hope Brother He too will go and return quickly. If Brother He too saves my life, I'm willing to repay you with a large sum of money. The people in the caravan all shouted. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at the master and servants' puzzled eyes and said, give them some hope, I hope they can create a miracle. Sigh, I can only do this much. Fang Yuan's image in the hearts of the two girls suddenly became much bigger. Fang Yuan led the three and ran along the mountain path. Under the moonlight, the mountain path was covered with frost and snow. According to the previous discussion, he also arranged for a group of zombies to block the path. The four rushed over and Fang Yuan gave Bai Ningbing a look and then stayed on the spot. You guys go first, I'll block these zombies and catch up to you later. The two girls immediately hesitated, but under Bai Ningbing's persuasion, they ran all the way and soon left Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan waited for a while and pretended to tangle with the zombies. Seeing that the time was ripe, he activated jumping grass and crossed the zombies and returned to Ding Hao's side. The battle was still going on. There were only 3 people left in the caravan. But what shocked Fang Yuan was that one of the green-hair zombies was also destroyed. After asking Ding Hao, Fang Yuan found out that a goo master had used a rare rank 3 detonation goo. Eldest senior brother. Ding Hao quickly bowed, his face pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. He had never tried to split his mind to control zombies at such a high intensity. Most importantly, cooperating with Fang Yuan's acting had exhausted him. In the past, when he commanded the zombies, they would either retreat or attack. It was not like today when they attacked with bare fangs and claws but had to attack empty space. After being hit by Fang Yuan, he had to control these zombies to stay still. Eldest senior brother, how are your injuries? I really didn't mean it, I have healing goo here. Ding Hao quickly explained. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. You are good, you are very hard-working. My injuries are not important, I took them myself. Now, put in more effort and eliminate all these people. Yes. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Ding Hao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, he gathered his spirit and pushed countless zombies forward. The 3 survivors knew that they were going to die. One closed his eyes and sighed, one scolded Fang Yuan and one cried loudly. Under death, everyone's nature was revealed. The zombies drowned these 3 people, and Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Did anyone escape? No, definitely not. According to eldest senior brother's instructions, I also arranged a large circle of zombies outside. Ding Hao quickly replied. Very good, you have done well. Clean up the battlefield. Be careful not to leave any traces. Yes, eldest senior brother. Ding Hao had ambushed caravans all these years, but did not expose himself. He had a certain level of skill. Cleaning up the battlefield was easy, and even Feng Yuan secretly nodded his head, pretending to be ordinary zombies attacking caravans. However, although he was older than Feng Yuan, he was not as experienced as Feng Yuan. During this period, Feng Yuan gave him a few pointers and made up for his mistakes, which made him admire him. For example, Yuan stones could not be taken all and had to be left behind. The zombies would not pick up Yuan stones. Another example was not to turn all the corpses into zombies. After all, there were deep and shallow zombie poisons, and could not be 100% turned into zombies. Eldest senior brother, please accept these Yuan stones. After a cup of tea's time, Ding Hao sensibly presented the Yuan stones he had obtained. Feng Yuan glanced at it. There were about 13,000 Yuan stones. He accepted them without hesitation, and put them all into tusada flowers. How was your harvest this time? Feng Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder, and asked warmly. Ding Hao's pale face showed excitement. The harvest this time is huge. I got 5 complete bodies, all rank 3 Gu Masters. There are also over a dozen Gu Master corpses. All of them have been nurtured. After turning into zombies, they are at least black-haired zombies. Ha ha, the harvest is good. Take good care of these black-haired zombies. There will definitely be new green-haired zombies. Ding Hao nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. This is the first time I have devoured a caravan. It is all thanks to eldest senior brother that you attracted beast groups along the way, weakening them. Ding Hao's harvest is all thanks to eldest senior brother. You are also not bad, you commanded well. But looking at your face, you have used too much energy, your mind is haggard, and your soul has already been injured. You need to rest for a while. In our lineage, the maintenance of the soul is very important. If the soul is not strong, the mind will be weak, and it will be harder to command the zombies. Feng Yuan smiled, his voice gentle. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your concern. Ding Hao had been alone for the last 10 years. This was the first time he was so cared for by others. He could not help but be excited and moved. This agitation caused him to feel a strong dizziness, his body swayed, and if not for Feng Yuan supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. I am ashamed. My cultivation is not up to par, I feel dizzy and my mind cannot operate properly. Ding Hao barely managed to stand up. No worries, go back to the cave and have a good sleep. When you wake up the next day, although your head will be splitting, your mind will be mostly recovered, and you can freely command these zombies. Feng Yuan smiled. Yes, I have experience in this area. Once I summoned too many zombies and almost fainted on the spot. Ding Hao laughed. I will be leaving soon, little junior brother. I have acknowledged you. Have a good rest, wait for me to return. I will bring you to meet Master. By the way, where is that cave of yours? It is at the waist of the mountain beside a Yin pond. It is very easy to find. The Yin pond is in the shape of a pentagram, very unique. Ding Hao was overjoyed. He quickly replied, eldest senior brother, do you really not want to come to my cave for a while? No, time is tight. I have a secret mission from my master. Oh no, someone faked his death. There is still a fish that escaped the net. Where? Ding Hao's heart shook. He quickly turned to look. Chi. The next moment, a bone spear pierced through his head. Plop. Ding Hao fell to the ground. A thick spiral bone spear pierced through his head. Blood and brain matter flowed along the spiral carvings, slowly flowing down. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen with disbelief. The smile on Feng Yuan's face gradually disappeared. He became expressionless. He slowly bent down, grabbed Ding Hao's feet, and slowly dragged him to the ruins of the camp. The fire was still burning. The zombies that had lost their master began to jump aimlessly. The corpses lying on the ground attracted them, tempted them. They crawled on the corpses and began to gnaw and tear. Feng Yuan dragged Ding Hao's corpse, walking through the corpse-strewn battlefield, his ears filled with the sounds of zombies feasting. He threw Ding Hao into the fire, and quietly watched as Ding Hao's corpse slowly melted. The goo worms on his body also let out mournful cries, and were burned to death one by one. Once Shang Xinci was recognized by the Shang clan leader, she would be closely investigated by the Shang clan. This battlefield would definitely be of utmost importance. If Ding Hao is unfortunately caught and interrogated to reveal the truth, then Fang Yuan would be in danger. Even though he was honest, easy to deceive, and a good pawn compared to Shang Xianci, his value was far from enough. Moreover, it was dangerous, it was safest to abandon him. And the goo worms on him also had to be abandoned. As long as Fang Yuan brought them with him, Second Zombie King would be able to find Fang Yuan. Moreover, it would be extremely inconvenient for Fang Yuan to feed the rigid heart goo, and it would also leave traces for the Shang clan's investigation. As for these zombies, after losing their master, they all became ordinary zombies. After they finished gnawing on these corpses, a portion would stay here, while the rest would leave and wander around Mu Bei Mountain in search of blood and food. It was believed that after their treatment, the entire scene would be more realistic. Seeing Ding Hao's corpse burn to ashes, Fang Yuan slowly turned and left. Chapter 262. In the night sky, the crescent moon hung high, the moonlight was like water. Shang Xianci stood on a rock and looked into the distance, her face full of worry. Brother He Tu, why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened to him? Little Butterfly echoed. How could something happen to him? Don't worry. Bai Ningbing leaned against a withered tree, thinking, what was this Fang Yuan up to again? Time passed bit by bit. Shang Xianci became increasingly anxious, her brows furrowed tightly. Bai Ningbing also felt something was amiss. It had been at least 15 minutes. Did something really happen to Fang Yuan? She did not care about Fang Yuan's life or death. What she cared about was the Yanggu in Fang Yuan's hands. She could not help but feel a trace of anxiety in her heart. Half of this anxiety came from Fang Yuan's disappearance, while the other half came from the helplessness in Bai Ningbing's heart. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. With the Yanggu in his hands, Bai Ningbing had to hold back in order to deal with Fang Yuan. That is, if Fang Yuan acted shamelessly, she would not be able to find a way to deal with him. After traveling with Fang Yuan, she knew what Fang Yuan's character was like. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting closer to rank 3, the agreed time was approaching. Bai Ningbing became increasingly anxious. Just as the three were discussing on how to rush back to support Fang Yuan, the latter finally appeared on the mountain path. Shang Xianci let out a sigh of relief, but when Fang Yuan walked in front of her, her heart jumped again. Brother He Tu, you're injured again. Fang Yuan purposely added a few more wounds on his body. He inhaled a breath of cold air. You guys just left and a green-haired zombie came. Luckily I ran fast. Let's go quickly, it might be chasing us now. Hearing his words, the other three naturally did not dare to stay for long. They hurried through the night. At this point, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved. He behaved himself along the way. After passing Mu Bei Mountain, they arrived at Twin Generals Mountain. This mountain was a pair of twin peaks, separated by a cliff valley in the middle, facing each other from a distance, giving off a majestic aura. Without the protection of the caravan, it was very difficult for the four of them to walk through the forest. Fortunately, the Bloodtear Mountain was just beyond the Twin Generals Mountain. Bloodtear Mountain had the Zhao family village, and it was no longer a barren mountain. There were signs of human habitation. The most difficult part of the trade route had already been passed, and the danger was greatly reduced. Fang and Bai were wanted by the Bai clan, so they naturally did not go to the Zhao clan. The four of them didn't stop. After passing the Bloodtear Mountain, they passed the Thousand Cavern Mountain, the Giant Mountain, and the Green Algae Mountain. During this period, Fang Yuan's cultivation rose from rank 2 upper stage to peak stage. During the whole journey, they only stopped at a remote village for a short while to resupply. The closer they got to Shangliang Mountain, the wider the mountain path, and the more pedestrians there were. Finally, one day, Shangliang Mountain appeared before their eyes. Phew, is that Shangliang Mountain? Shang Xianci placed her hand on her eyebrows to block the sunlight. She gazed into the distance and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Miss, we are finally here. Xiao Dai laughed and shook Shang Xianci's arm excitedly. Bai Ningbing was silent and only watched. When we reach Shangliang Mountain, we will part ways. Miss Zhang, I have already repaid your kindness. Fang Yuan said. Ah, Xiao Dai exclaimed. She didn't expect Fang Yuan to say this, and stood on the spot at a loss. Shang Xianxi's expression changed. She looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes, and her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. These days, although Fang Yuan was quiet, he had already become her pillar of support. Now that he was going to leave, Shang Xianxi immediately felt an emptiness in her heart, and she felt very disappointed. All good things must come to an end, Fang Yuan sighed. Indeed. Shang Xianxi pursed her lips tightly, and felt a little breathless. After spending these days together, she understood Fang Yuan's character. This was a man who meant what he said and had a firm will. Let's go, this place isn't very safe yet. We will part ways at the city gate. Fang Yuan took the lead. The atmosphere of the group fell to a freezing point. Even the chattering Xiao Dai didn't say a word. The closer they got to Shang Clan City, the closer they would part ways. Shang Xianxi's footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Shang Clan City was her destination. Logically speaking, success was close at hand, but now she would rather not reach Shang Clan City. But the journey was ultimately limited. They arrived at the foot of Shangliang Mountain. The tall city gate of Shang Clan City was right in front of them. It was time to part ways. Fang Yuan stared deeply at Shang Xianxi. He nodded and said 2 words. Take care. These 2 simple words caused Shang Xianxi's body to shake. Fang Yuan turned and left. Wait. Shang Xianxi gathered her courage and suddenly said. In front of the city gate of Shang Clan City, people were coming and going. It was very lively. Shang Xianxi's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Yuan. The crowd around her was surging. We will meet again. Benefactor, in your heart, you have repaid the debt of gratitude. But in my heart, you have saved me time and time again. Your kindness is as deep as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain. Benefactor, you said it before, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I will repay you. The young girl's tone was firm, revealing her determination. Fang Yuan smiled at her and turned to leave, his figure gradually fading into the crowd. Shang Xianxi stood on the spot for a long time. Missy, they are so heartless, leaving just like that. Xiao Dai walked over and held her arm. They don't want to implicate us. Even in Shangliang Mountain, their demonic path identity cannot be exposed. Shang Xianxi had a kind heart and always thought of others in a positive light. So that's it. Xiao Dai realized. Although they are demonic Gu masters, they are good people. I have decided I will make a name for myself in Shang Clan City. With my talent, I will definitely make a name for myself. Although I am a mortal and cannot cultivate, I can hire Gu masters to do things for me. In the future, I will definitely repay their kindness. Yes, Missy, I believe you. Strange, since you protected Shang Xianxi along the way. Why did you break up on purpose when we reached Shangliang Mountain? I have to remind you, we don't have investigative Gu worms. There are so many people in Shangliang City. Don't go overboard if you want to play hard to get. If we lose them, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot. That would be a huge joke. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan and reminded him with a sneer. Fang Yuan ignored him and watched Shang Xianxi and Xiao Dai walk into the city before retracting his gaze. According to his previous life's memories, the moment Shang Xianxi entered Shangliang City, Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. But to confirm and investigate, the domineering Shang clan leader put all the members of the caravan that Shang Xianxi joined under house arrest for investigation and interrogation. After finding out the truth and confirming Shang Xianxi's true identity, Shang clan leader generously compensated the caravan with twice the amount of goods. Shang Xianxi went from a mortal girl to the beloved daughter of Shang clan leader. This caused a huge commotion and became an interesting topic. Thus he had to part ways with Shang Xianxi. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were too many Gu that could not see the light of day, especially spring-autumn cicada. Once he was investigated and his aperture was searched, he would be in big trouble. In a normal village, Fang Yuan was not worried about being exposed, because usually the clan leader with the highest cultivation was only rank 4. But here Shang clan leader was rank 5 but not the highest. Shang clan had a supreme elder with rank 6 cultivation. If his consciousness entered Fang Yuan's aperture, no matter how well spring-autumn cicada was hidden, it would be discovered. There was another benefit to bidding farewell. In Shang Xianxi's heart, It would make it seem like he had no desires and did not covet anything from her, deepening the impression that he was just repaying her kindness. In the future, when he meets Shang Xianci again, he would gain her trust. Actually, the fastest way to form a close relationship with Shang Xianci was to have sex with her. Fang Yuan could feel that Shang Xianci had a good impression of him. If he took her virginity, this future Shang clan leader would fall in love with him. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, his charisma had already moved Shang Xianci's heart. He knew that if he made a request, Shang Xianci would not reject him, but he could not use this method. Once he did so, he would be Shang clan's son-in-law, and would be kidnapped to Shang clan's war chariot. Fang Yuan could no longer act as he pleased, his every move would be watched by others, his hands and feet would be tied, and even his cultivation would have to be suppressed. If his cultivation increased too quickly, the bone-flesh unity goo would be exposed. Once the bone-flesh unity goo was exposed, it would cause a commotion in the world, attracting the greed of all parties. Fang Yuan was very clear. The bone-flesh unity goo's terrifying value. Even Shang clan could not monopolize it. If spring-autumn cicada was also exposed, those rank 6 goo masters that were rarely seen, and even rank 7 goo masters would jump out one after another. After reaching rank 6, a person's battle strength would change, and every goo master would have the strength to contend against an entire clan. Once he had sex with Shang Xianci, after Shang Xianci confirmed his identity, be it her or Shang clan leader, they would both find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also a demonic goo master. With an unknown origin, investigations and interrogations were unavoidable. If he escaped, he would have to face Shang clan's pursuit and arrest warrant. This was on a completely different level from Bai clan's arrest warrant. Bai clan itself was in a precarious situation, and had no power, while Shang clan was one of the overlords of southern border. By then, Fang Yuan would only have one choice, and that was to escape southern border. Shang Yanfei sat cross-legged in the air, his whole body bathed in flames. The flames were scarlet like blood, quietly burning in the dark void. As Shang clan leader, he was occupied with clan affairs every day, and did not have much time to cultivate. But even so, with his unparalleled aptitude and comprehension, he was able to push his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage, and was only a step away from peak stage. Today's cultivation was about to end. The blood flames slowly faded, slowly converging, and finally returning to Shang Yanfei's long red hair. Without the light of the fire, darkness gradually spread, becoming the master of this place. But suddenly, Shang Yanfei opened his eyes, his pupils were blood red, his gaze like lightning, piercing through the darkness. Chapter 263. Shang Yanfei willed and vanished into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already in Shang clan's outer city. Noisy voices entered his ears. There were all sorts of stalls lining both sides of the street. The passers-by only saw a flash of blood flame as a handsome black-robed man with blood-red hair appeared out of nowhere. "Oh my god, that scared me. Who is this? He dares to abuse goo worms in Shang clan city?" Many people looked at him in bewilderment. Only a few recognized Shang Yanfei, but they did not dare to believe it. Shang Yanfei did not care about these gazes. Following the bloodline connection, his sharp gaze landed on Shang Xianci. The two girls were standing in front of a stall. "Missy, this hairpin is beautiful." Xiao Dai took out a jade hairpin from the stall, and placed it on Shang Xianci's hair. Shang Xianci forced a smile. After leaving Fang Yuan, she was in low spirits. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, was captivated by the bustling scene of the city and became lively again. Suddenly, Shang Xianci sensed something and turned around. She saw Shang Yanfei at the first moment. In the crowd, the black-robed red-haired Shang Yanfei stood out like a crane among chickens, extremely conspicuous. But what attracted Shang Xianci was not his appearance, but a mysterious connection and calling that originated from her bloodline. Without saying a word, the moment Shang Xianci saw Shang Yanfei, she knew this middle-aged man's identity. This was her father. Father. To Shang Xianci, this word was so mysterious and so distant. It contained so much grief and sorrow, and had accumulated so much grief. When she was young, she had asked her mother countless times about her father. But her mother remained silent. And now she finally saw her father. So this was the reason mother wanted me to come to Shang Clan City before she died. She realized at once, tears falling down uncontrollably. The moment Shang Yanfei saw Shang Xinci, he thought of her mother and understood her identity. Similar, they were too similar. This child's gentleness was exactly the same as hers. Shang Yanfei's heart ached. He seemed to see her again. That was on a misty spring afternoon. The willows by the lotus pond swayed with the wind. Under the shabby eaves, Shang Clan young master Shang Yanfei met a Zhang Clan young lady who was hiding from the rain. A gifted scholar and a beautiful woman. Love at first sight. They poured out their hearts and pledged their love to each other. However, there was nothing one could do about the affairs of the world. Rivers and mountains and beauties were like fish and bear's paw. How could one have both? The young Shang Yanfei's heart was burning with a strong flame. This flame originated from a man's natural ambition for power and authority. Between ambition and tenderness, between responsibility and freedom, between the pressure of a powerful enemy and the promise of a beautiful woman, he finally chose the former and gave up on the latter. Thus he defeated his brothers and sisters and ascended to the throne of Shang Clan leader. Thus, he became a rank 5 Gu master and had countless beauties. Now he had many sons and daughters. So he could not find her, because Zhang Clan and Shang Clan had been enemies for generations. When one was in the Jianghu, one had no choice. The identity of the patriarch had helped him, but it had also shackled him. The king's every move would cause the winds and clouds to change, and he would receive the attention of the world. As the Shang Clan leader, how could he ignore the clan's influence because of his personal feelings? These years he had tried to convince himself, hiding his guilt and uneasiness, using righteousness and responsibility to numb himself. He thought he had forgotten everything, but when he suddenly saw Shang Xinci, those memories in the deepest part of his heart, those tenderness, came pouring down like spring rain, enveloping his heart. At this moment his heart was in turmoil, surging. Blood was thicker than water. Kinship turned into a long river. Shame turned this long river into a sea, instantly drowning and engulfing him. He took a light step forward, disappearing on the spot and appearing in front of Shang Xinci. Xiao Dai cried out in shock. The surrounding people cast shocked gazes, but the two involved did not sense it. "You, what is your name?" Shang Yanfei tried to speak. His voice was magnetic and filled with warmth. Shang Xinci did not reply. Tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes. She took a step back, tightly pursing her lips as she stared at Shang Yanfei, her gaze showing stubbornness. It was this man who hurt mother's heart. It was this man who caused me to suffer discrimination and bullying since young. It was this man who captivated mother's dreams. Even before she died, she was still thinking about him. It was this man. He is my father. At this moment her emotions were surging, countless emotions mixed together, forming a violent whirlpool that swallowed her mind. She fainted. "Missy!" Xiao Dai, who was suppressed by Shang Yanfei's aura, suddenly woke up and screamed. But Shang Yanfei was faster than her, pulling Shang Xinci into his embrace. "Who dares to violate the city rules using goo worms? Do you want to go to jail?" A group of city guards sensed something was amiss, cursing as they rushed over. "Ah, Lord Clan leader." Seeing Shang Yanfei, their expressions changed, kneeling on the ground. The entire street was in an uproar. You are actually Shang Clan's." Xiao Dai stammered, unable to speak. Shang Yanfei grabbed Xiao Dai's arm, blood flames flashed, and the three disappeared. "Line up one by one. To enter Shang Clan City, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. Once inside, do not misuse goo worms. Violators will be sent to jail for at least 7 days." The guards stationed outside the city shouted. On the wall of the city gate there were many wanted posters. Some of the wanted posters were already old and yellowed. They were covered up, and only a corner of them was visible. Some wanted posters were brand new and were casually pasted on the wall. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing followed the crowd, getting closer to the city gate, and indeed found a wanted poster, issued by Clan Village. By Clan Village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but snort. "Please stop." The city guard arrived in front of Fang and Bai. The two wore ordinary clothes, looking like commoners. Bai Ningbing pulled down her straw hat. This is 20 yuan stone. Fang Yuan was not nervous, handing over a money bag. After the guard checked, he immediately gave way. Although the city wall next to him was densely packed with wanted posters, it was convenient to look at and compare them. But he did not even glance at them. Those wanted posters were nothing more than a show. Shang clan prioritized profits. As long as one could pay yuan stone, they could enter the city. Every day, large numbers of demonic gu masters would pass under the guards' eyes. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The loot that the demonic gu masters robbed would be sold in Shang clan city. At the same time, if they wanted to replenish their gu worms, Shang clan city was the best choice. It could be said that the demonic gu masters were one of the biggest pillars of Shang clan city's prosperity. Of course, the demonic gu masters could not be too brazen, entering the city with great fanfare. After all, Shang clan city was a righteous sect, they had to consider their image. The two walked past the tall city gate and saw a wide street. The street was crowded with people, with tall and straight green trees planted on both sides of the road. Sunlight shone on the trees, and all kinds of noodle stalls, xiaobing, tofu pudding, vegetables and jewelry vendors were all huddled under the trees, setting up all kinds of stalls. The two walked for a while, and on both sides of the street, there were tall bamboo buildings, yellow mud houses or brick houses with white walls and gray tiles. Shops, restaurants, inns and blacksmiths appeared in front of them. Brother, do you need a place to stay? Our place is very cheap, only half a yuan stone per night. A middle-aged woman walked up, her face full of smiles. Fang Yuan stared at her and walked away without saying a word. His appearance was frightening. The middle-aged woman's heart jumped and did not dare to pester him anymore, shifting her target to Bai Ningbing. Brother, it is not easy to be outside. Our inn is good, we even have little girls at night. You want to go to the brothel street, that is not cheap. We mortals trade our lives for money in the outside world. Our hard-earned money won't make a splash in those places. Our inn's little girls are the best, cheap. Some were ripe peaches, and some were so tender that water could be squeezed out of them. What kind do you want, brother? The middle-aged woman lowered her voice, her expression ambiguous. She looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's dressing, and mistook them for mortals. Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with black lines. Scram! She snorted, her voice chilling to the bone. The middle-aged woman's expression changed, her body stiffened, and she stopped on the spot. So it is a female. Ha ha ha, big sister Zhang, you must have made a mistake this time. The surrounding people who were also trying to pull people up started to clamor. The middle-aged woman could only smile. Along the way, Bai Ningbing had improved greatly in terms of disguise, even the experienced customers mistook her. Four Seasons Restaurant. An hour later, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a 5-storied building. This building had white walls and black tiles, vermilion doors and pillars. The smell of wine wafted in the air, and the aroma of food permeated the air. It was a famous restaurant in Shang clan city. 2 customers, please come in. The waiter was very good at business. Seeing Fang and Bai, he hurriedly walked over and invited them. The two had walked for half a day, climbing up the mountain. They were hungry, so they entered the restaurant. 2 customers, please sit here. The waiter led the way. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This hall is too noisy, let's go upstairs. The waiter immediately showed a difficult expression. I won't hide it from you, there are indeed private rooms upstairs, but they are only open to gu masters. Fang Yuan snorted, sending out a portion of snow-silver primeval essence. The waiter hurriedly bowed. I have eyes but failed to recognize them. Tai, please go upstairs. At the entrance of the stairs, the waiter stopped, and a young and beautiful girl with a sweet appearance immediately walked over, saying in a sweet voice, 2 lords, may I know which floor you want to go to? Our 4 Seasons restaurant has 5 floors. The first floor is for mortals, the second floor is for rank 1 gu masters, and the third floor is for rank 2 gu masters with a 20% discount. The fourth floor is for rank 3 gu masters, with a 50% discount. The fifth floor is for rank 4 gu masters, with a free reception. Fang Yuan laughed. Let's go to the 4th floor. Chapter 264. Steamed lamb, roasted duck, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, stir-fried carp, assorted intestines, sesame butter rolls, honey yam, shredded fresh peach, 8 treasure ding, steamed bamboo slices, scarlet lips, camel hump, deer antler, bear paw, 3 fresh cassava soup, beeswax pork knuckle, 3 fresh shark's fin. After a while, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing sat in a private room on the 3rd floor. In front of them was a table full of delicious dishes. Fang Yuan took a pair of bamboo chopsticks and casually ate a few mouthfuls. He first ate the steamed bamboo slices, refreshing and invigorating. Then he ate a piece of shredded fresh peach, sweet but not greasy. Then he took the bear paw, tender and tasty. The steamed lamb was also crispy and tender, with some seasoning. The taste was even better. Bai Ningbing drank a mouthful of the 3 fresh cassava soup. Her mouth was filled with saliva and the fragrance lingered in her mouth. Her appetite was also aroused. After being with you for so many days, it's rare to see you so generous. While eating, she did not forget to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and did not reply. He knew Bai Ningbing's suspicions and impatience. He had been close to Shang Xianci, putting in all his effort to protect her. When they reached their destination, they purposely parted. Bai Ningbing could not see through this. And Fang Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage, only a step away from rank 3. Back then, he and Bai Ningbing had set up a rank 3 agreement, and now they were at the final juncture. But of course Fang Yuan would not keep his promise. In his eyes, honesty was nothing more than a compromise made out of helplessness, or a beautiful disguise, a realistic mask. Fang Yuan was clear about this, and so was Bai Ningbing. So she was impatient, because she had a premonition that this scoundrel Fang Yuan would definitely break his promise. But she could not do anything to Fang Yuan. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands. She had to act cautiously. Now that there was no pursuit from Bai clan, there was no beast tied. Fang and Bai ate at the same table, seemingly harmonious and warm, but in fact their relationship was extremely tense. If they took another step forward, they would fall apart. And this step was when Fang Yuan officially advanced to rank 3. Once he advanced to rank 3, there would be no room for negotiation between him and Bai Ningbing. They would have to face each other head-on. How should he deal with Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan pondered as he ate. It was impossible for his cultivation to remain stagnant. There would come a day when the conflict would erupt. The current situation was very delicate. Fang Yuan had the upper hand because he controlled the Yanggu, but in fact Bai Ningbing also had a hold on Fang Yuan's weakness. She had traveled with Fang Yuan and had personally participated in the inheritance of the White Bone Mountain. She had also personally witnessed how Fang Yuan had attracted the beast horde to attack the caravan. She knew too much. Compared with the potential threat of Ding Hao, Bai Ningbing was undoubtedly much more dangerous to Fang Yuan. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we don't have to worry about Shang Xianci anymore. However, my cultivation wasn't high enough. Perhaps the best time to kill Bai Ningbing would be on the trade route, but at that time I would still need to borrow her power to ensure my survival. Moreover, Shang Xianci was beside me, so it would not be easy to make a move. Bai Ningbing has always been secretly on guard against me. She also has the protection of ice skin jade bone, so she could not kill me in one strike. Moreover, her battle awareness is outstanding, and after this period of training, she has become even more ruthless. Fang Yuan's mind was churning, and at the same time Bai Ningbing was also racking her brains. Ever since I left Qingmao Mountain, I finally have a chance to breathe. I must obtain the Yanggu and turn back into a man. If I directly snatch it, the chances of success are not high, unless I can kill Fang Yuan in an instant. But that scoundrel Fang Yuan, although his cultivation is only at rank 2, his overall battle strength is much higher. He is a freak, his battle experience is incomparably ruthless. Moreover, his thoughts are deep and ruthless, and he does all sorts of evil deeds. There is no morality that can restrain him, and he can do anything. More importantly, I have yet to find out his trump cards. But it is not that I do not have any advantages. His cultivation now depends on me. And I also know a lot of his secrets. Maybe I can use these things to force him to compromise. Use poison Vao Gu, and sign an irrevocable contract with him. Other than that, I can also use Plunder Gu, Miracle Hand Gu and so on to steal the Yanggu. Bai Ningbing was not stupid. She had been patiently observing along the way, thinking of her schemes. The two ate at the same table, separated by only 2 to 3 steps. They looked like good friends, but they were scheming against each other in their hearts. As the external pressure subsided, the conflict between the two of them became more prominent. In the relatively safe environment of Shangclan City, they had the time to think about these things. But the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was troublesome. Fang Yuan did things without any qualms, but wasn't Bai Ningbing the same? In her philosophy of life, it was fine as long as she lived an exciting life. Wait, moral principles? What was that? The two of them were very similar. They both looked down on the world, had strong wills, thirsted for strength, and only believed in themselves. From other people's point of view, they were all damned demons, scum that harmed society, and their deaths were a blessing to the world. Precisely because of this similarity, the two of them felt it was troublesome. The most difficult enemy to deal with was often themselves. More importantly, they had a weakness in each other's hands. If they did not strike first and give the other a chance to breathe, the other side would be finished. The more they thought about it, the more they felt a headache. Bai Ningbing is not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He had too few resources at hand. Fang Yuan has no weakness at all. Bai Ningbing squinted, her gaze cold. The two could not think of any good ideas and looked at each other at the same time. Their gazes collided in midair, and then looked away. The dishes in front of them were delicious, but their minds were heavy, and they could not taste it. Although there was a 50% discount, it still cost Fang Yuan 15 yuan stone. As expected of Shangclan City, the prices were not cheap. The two filled their stomachs and left the restaurant. Fang Yuan had just walked onto the street when he heard the discussions of the passers-by. Did you know? Just now at the southern gate, Shangclan leader actually appeared. How is that possible? It's true, he came and left quickly. The entire street was in an uproar. Bullshit. What kind of person is Shangclan leader? Why would he appear on the street for no reason? Rumor spread, some said it was Shang Yanfei, others denied it. Fang Yuan chose the eastern gate, while Shang Xianci entered the southern gate. When this matter reached the eastern gate, it was already distorted beyond recognition. To Bai Ningbing, this was just a small rumor. She did not pay attention to it. The surrounding people quickly started to talk about other topics. But to an observant person like Fang Yuan, it was the clearest piece of information. He could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Shang Xianci's matter did not deviate from his memories. Now, he just had to wait for the fruit to ripen and fall on his head. Look, that's a flying blue whale. E-Clan's caravan is here. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. For a moment, the pedestrians on the street all stopped in their tracks at the same time, looking up at the sky. A huge shadow loomed over them. In the sky, a giant blue whale slowly flew over. It was not appropriate to call it flying. It was better to call it swimming. Flying blue whale, this was a giant beast that could roam freely in the sky. It lived above the eastern sea's 9 heavens. It had a gentle and peaceful nature. Gu masters often used whale enslavement gu to control it and use it for traveling. The flying blue whale's body was huge, like a small mountain, and the caravan hid inside its body as it flew in the sky. Compared to the caravan traveling in the forest, it was not only less dangerous but also faster. But the flying blue whale had to eat thousands of kilograms of food every day. Unless it was a large clan, they could not afford to raise it. In the whole of southern border, only E-Clan had a flying blue whale. E-Clan was one of the overlords of southern border. Its status was similar to Shang Clan, and it had countless connections with Eastern Sea's forces. Truly breathtaking. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She thought back to the Bai clan village in the past. If this kind of flying blue whale were to fall on the Bai clan village, the entire Bai clan village would probably be destroyed. The giant figure moved on Shangliang Mountain, and the flying blue whale slowly landed on one of the mountain peaks. Fang Yuan could see from afar that it opened its mouth, and countless black dots slowly moved out of its mouth. These black dots were E-Clan's caravan. But the distance was too far, he could not see clearly. E-Clan's caravan is here. It seems the market is going to be turbulent again. I heard E-Clan brought a rank 5 gu this time, and is going to auction it on Shangliang Mountain. E-Clan has connections with Eastern Sea. They must have brought many specialties of Eastern Sea this time. It is worth buying. The passersby's topic had already completely shifted to E-Clan's caravan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing continued to walk upwards. Guyue village only occupied a corner of Qingmao Mountain. while Shangclan City almost covered the whole of Shangliang Mountain. In southern border, even the number 1 clan, Wu clan, did not have such a large mountain city. The whole Shangclan City had all kinds of buildings, bamboo buildings, mud houses, brick houses, shacks, tree houses, mushroom houses, caves, towers, forts, and so on. When these buildings were mixed together, it was as if Shangliang Mountain had been draped in a layer of colorful clothes. Shangclan City was the center of southern borders trade. It occupied the largest area without a doubt. But if anyone thought this was all of Shangclan City, they would be gravely mistaken. This was only the outer city of Shangclan City. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to a huge cave. You too want to enter the inner city? Please pay 100 yuan stone each. The Gu master guarding here stretched out his hand and demanded, just to enter we need 100 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing expressed her shock. The space in the inner city is small. This is to prevent unrelated people from entering. At the same time, it is convenient to maintain public order. The Gu master politely explained. Chapter 265. Fang Yuan paid 200 yuan stone and entered the inner city with Bai Ningbing. Although the inner city was built in the mountains, the streets were wide enough to allow 10 carriages to travel side by side. Once they entered, the human traffic decreased to less than half of the outer city. But Gu masters could be seen everywhere. Rank 1 Gu masters were everywhere, rank 2 Gu masters mixed in, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 3 Gu masters. Ordinary mortals were few in number. After all, to enter this place, each person had to pay 100 yuan stone. Many Gu masters were unwilling to spend this money even if they had servants to serve them. The lighting in the inner city used a type of charcoal. Charcoal burned for a long time and did not produce any smoke. Fang and Bai walked an average of 100 steps, and they would see a hole dug in the wall, with a pile of charcoal burning inside. Although the heat emitted by the charcoal was not high, with so many charcoal burning continuously, the air in the inner city was still hot and dry. Unlike the outer city where there were all sorts of buildings, it was very messy. The buildings here had a unified structure and looked similar, using red heat-resistant rocks. All sorts of side roads extended out from the 2 sides of the street. At the same time, every 500 steps on the street there would be a huge pillar. The surface of the pillar had a spiral stone staircase that went around the pillar, with a railing on the outside. Through the stone staircase people could go up or down to the streets of the next level. The inner city was not a normal city, it was 3-dimensional. From top to bottom, there were countless streets and houses, all connected to each other, extending in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked towards the mountain. This was not their destination yet. At a certain place there was a checkpoint. The Gu masters guarding it had higher cultivation, and the defenses were even tighter. Please stop, do you have a token? The guard stopped Fang and Bai. Shang clan gave out tokens with different authority to different people. This is our first time here. Fang Yuan said. Of course he did not have a token. In that case, please pay 200 yuan stone each. The guard said. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and the guard let them in. The two thus arrived at 4th Inner City. Shangliang Mountain had been under Shang clan's management for thousands of years. The entire interior of the mountain had been remodeled by Shang clan. Roads were dug, buildings were built, and areas were laid out. Thus the inner city was extremely large. From the inside to the outside it was divided into 5 districts. The first inner city was also called the Central Inner City. It was the center of Shang clan's political power, and also an important military location. The second inner city, also known as the Family City, was only for Shang clan disciples to stay in. The third inner city had an elegant environment and fresh air. It was a high-class area. The fourth inner city was the middle area. The fifth inner city was a low-end district. Further out was the outer city where there was a huge flow of people. Compared to the inner city, the management of the loading and unloading of goods was more chaotic. This kind of building structure was like a termite hill on Earth. The termite hill was 4 to 10 meters high, and the ants lived inside. The tiny tunnels were interconnected, and it was extremely intricate. As soon as the two of them entered the fourth inner city, they felt the air was moist and the temperature was dropping. The fourth inner city was a grade higher than the fifth inner city. Not only was the entrance tax doubled, But it was also reflected in other aspects. First of all, they did not use cheap charcoal, but planted a large amount of rank 1 grass gu. Its name was moonlight creeper. This vine leaf plant was attached to the walls on both sides of the street, spreading out and could be seen everywhere. Their rhizomes were dark blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a faint blue moonlight. In one section of the tunnel, there were tens of thousands of leaves, emitting a gentle blue light. Because of the large number of vine leaves, the air here was moist and water vapor spread. At the places close to the ground, it condensed into mist. The moonlight refracted in the mist, forming a light mist. It gave people the illusion that they were strolling in a fairyland when they walked on the street. The buildings here were decorated with carvings. There were artificial lawns, flower beds, and occasionally fake mountains, pavilions, and so on. There were even fewer people on the road. Rank 2 gu masters had already become the mainstream. After all, to a rank 1 gu master, just the 200 primeval stones at the entrance was a huge expenditure. The most obvious feeling was that the streets of the 5th inner city were still very noisy. But here it was much quieter. The two walked deeper into the city, and arrived at the city gate. Without a token, if you want to enter 3rd inner city, you will have to pay 600 yuan stone. The guard gu master leader was already rank 3. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and finally arrived at 3rd district. This place was different from 4th inner city. All the construction materials used were star stones. This stone was widely used by gu masters to refine gu, and could emit bright starlight in the darkness. The whole of 3rd inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking around, there was a sea of starlight, and one's vision was clear, without the obstruction of the light mist. The air was also very fresh. Looking around, there were pavilions with red walls and green tiles. Bamboo forests and famous trees were transplanted, fake mountains were built, and even spring water was drawn in, causing water to flow. There were few people on the streets. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. So rich and imposing. By Ningbing estimated, just the cost of the facilities in front of them was a dizzying amount. Shang clan was the wealthiest clan in southern border. Some people said that a single leg hair was thicker than a person's waist. Although this was an exaggeration, it was not groundless. Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. The whole of Shang clan city was a three-dimensional mountain. Shang clan's businesses were spread all over southern border. How much wealth Shang clan had, no outsider could say for sure. But Fang Yuan at least knew. Just the cost of building this 3rd inner city was comparable to the combined wealth of a dozen Guyue villages. At this place, even rank 2 gu masters were rarely seen. Occasionally the two would see a gu master, almost all of them rank 3. This was Fang Yuan's destination. If he went deeper, he would reach 2nd inner city. But to enter 2nd inner city, it was not a matter of yuan stone. He needed a token issued by Shang clan. And this token had to be of a high standard. Tong Yu shop. Fang Yuan looked at the signboard and walked in. This was a shop that sold gu worms. Esteemed guests, please have a seat inside. A young girl in charge of reception walked over and said softly. Her aura was revealed. She was actually a rank 1 gu master. Although Fang and Bai were wearing mortal clothes, one was ugly and one was in dire straits. This gu master girl still had a respectful attitude, showing her outstanding character. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were led into a private room. This was an individual room with sandalwood tables and chairs, carved beams and painted rafters, and paintings hung on the pure white walls. The words were like dancing dragons and phoenixes, the strokes strong and firm. Through the window, one could see the courtyard, with green trees and red flowers, and the chirping of birds. The young gu master girl served 2 cups of fragrant tea and left. As soon as she left, an old man walked in. I wonder if esteemed guests, are you here to buy or sell? The old man was a rank 2 gu master. He cupped his fists and asked with a smile. I want to buy and also sell. Fang Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The old man laughed and 2 rays of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. They were 2 bookworms. The bookworm was only a rank 1 gu worm, but it was extremely precious, comparable to the liquor worm. Once it appeared in the market, it would be snatched up by people. Thus it was often priceless. It was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis, and although it had a head, chest and abdomen, Its body was like a spindle, round and cute. Its whole body was pure white, and its surface seemed to be coated with a layer of enamel, giving it a glossy shine. Touching it, it was smooth and moist like a high-quality porcelain. Bookworm was a storage-type goo, similar to the Tusita flower. The difference was Tusita flower stored objects, while bookworm stored intangible knowledge and information. Even if it self-destructed, it would only explode into a harmless white light. Please take a look, the old goo master said. The two bookworms were refined by him, and could be considered as being lent to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang and Bai each mobilized a portion of snow-silver primeval essence, injecting it into the bookworm. The bookworm immediately turned into a white light, entering between the two's eyebrows. Immediately, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's minds gained a wealth of information. These contents were deeply imprinted in their minds, as if they had been repeatedly recited. Bai Ningbing was secretly tongue-tied. Tongyu shop sold tens of thousands of goo worms. There were so many of them that it dazzled one's eyes. Among them, there was no lack of rare goo worms like bookworm and liquor worm. From low to high, it covered rank 1 to rank 5. Of course, there were no rank 6 goo worms. Every goo worm had a detailed introduction, explaining their effects. There was even a price, and for some higher-ranked rare and precious goo worms there were all kinds of token standards. This meant that goo masters had to have the token issued by Shang clan to have the qualifications to buy these goo worms. Fang Yuan needed to buy large amounts of goo worms. After roughly looking through it, he retracted his mind and called out the bookworm, returning it to the old man. Although he had tens of thousands of yuan stone on him, there was still a huge gap to buy these goo worms. The crucial point was not just money, some of the goo that he planned to buy also had token standards. Dear customer, what do you like? If you buy in large quantities, our Tongyu shop will give you a corresponding discount. The old man smiled. Seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence, his tone became even more polite. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, I have goo worms to sell. Saying so, he summoned a bone spear goo. The old man was not surprised. There were many who came to Tongyu shop to buy goo worms, but there were also many who sold goo worms. He held the bone spear goo, and with just a glance, his face showed a trace of astonishment. He had never seen a bone spear goo before. Of course he had never seen one before. This was Grey Bone Scholar's unique goo worm. It was never sold in the market. Esteemed customer, please enlighten me. The old man's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan nodded, drinking a mouthful of tea. No problem, this is called bone spear goo. It is a goo worm of a clan. I will lend it to you, you will know once you try it. The old man tested it on the spot, muttering, this goo, although it is only rank 1 and is not well raised, but its attack is not bad, and it is unique, it is worth this price. Chapter 266. 310? Seeing the old man's figure, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquorworm's market price was 580 yuan stone. Bookworm was slightly higher sometimes, reaching 600. Black and white boar goo was also 600 yuan stone. But these goo were all rare rank 1 goo, and because they were few in number, their prices were high. An ordinary rank 1 goo was around 250 yuan stone, and a consumable rank 1 goo like the vitality leaf was 50 yuan stone per piece. Setting the bone spear goo's price at 310 was already not bad. The old man from Tongyu shop did not try to lower the price. But even so, Fang Yuan had to raise the price as much as possible. To him, haggling was a skill that he had mastered in his previous life. After a few words, the old man had no choice but to raise the price by another 10 yuan stone. One bone spear goo, 320 yuan stone. Alright, let's go with this price. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and a bunch of light spots flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear goo floated in front of the old man, scaring him a little. So many. He immediately regretted. Every increase of 10 yuan stone, he would have to pay close to 600 yuan stone. In fact, when Fang Yuan was at Baigu Mountain, he had taken 200 bone spear goo. But along the way, due to the lack of food, most of them had died, and only this much was left. 56 goo. That is 17,920 yuan stone. I will order someone to bring the yuan stone over. The old man kept the bone spear goo. No hurry, let's look at this goo first. Feng Yuan smiled and summoned a spiral bone spear goo. This is a rank 2 goo, it seems to be the bone spear goo. The old man showed a shocked expression. That's right, after the bone spear goo fusion is completed, you can obtain the spiral bone spear goo. It has a penetrating force and is quite powerful. Its power is quite impressive. Feng Yuan introduced in a timely manner. The old man tested it, and it was indeed as Feng Yuan said. He quoted a price of 780 yuan. After a few rounds of bargaining, Feng Yuan raised the price to 800 yuan per pill. He had taken good care of these spiral bone spear goo. There were 20 in his aperture. In this way, it was sold for a price of 16,000 primal stones. Let's look at this goo 7,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan quoted the price and took out the bone spike goo. He continued with the introductions. The old man held the bone spike goo, but did not dare to test it carelessly, smiling bitterly. This goo is a rank 3 goo, but it deals 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. When the bone spikes pierce through the flesh, it would definitely be extremely painful. To use it, a healing goo was needed. 7,000 is too high, 6,500 yuan stones, this number is just right. Let's not haggle. I'll give you a little more. Let's make it $6,700, Feng Yuan said. In the previous 2 rounds of confrontation, this made the old man realize how troublesome Feng Yuan was. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal. That will be 40,620 yuan stone. Feng Yuan's eyes turned as he reported the exact number. The old man suddenly bent his back. He bowed towards Feng Yuan. Esteemed customer, I have never seen these goo worms you want to sell after so many years of managing the shop. Moreover, they are all interconnected. Layer by layer, they seem to be of the same origin. May I ask, esteemed customer? Do these goo belong to the same inheritance? Feng Yuan nodded. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell. That's right, I inherited an inheritance by chance and obtained these goo worms. The old man's expression turned joyful. In that case, esteemed customer must have the corresponding goo refinement recipe. Esteemed customer's luck is truly enviable. Why don't you sell these recipes to my shop as well? Feng Yuan frowned. The rarer something was, the greater its value. Bone spear goo, spiral bone spear goo, bone spike goo, not only he had them, Bai clan also had them. So be it if he sold them. But he had obtained the complete fusion recipe from Flesh Sack's secret chamber. It was the only one in the world. Such things could not be sold easily. As long as they are goo worms and recipes below rank 6, they are all valuable. But how much yuan stone can you offer? Feng Yuan thought about it and asked. As long as the price was right, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. The 40,000 yuan stone he obtained from selling bone spear goo, and the others was far from enough for his plan. The old man raised 2 fingers, 200,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan had sold so many goo worms, but it was only 40,000. A formless recipe, however, could be sold for 200,000. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. The method to catch fish was far more valuable than the fish itself, because being able to catch fish meant that there would be an endless supply of fish. To Tongyu shop with the recipe, it meant that bone spear goo and the others could be produced continuously. It would become a long-term trading point with no other shops. Thus, the price of the white bone recipe would naturally be much higher. But Feng Yuan sneered. 200,000, you dare to offer this price? The old man's face turned red. This price was indeed too low. He immediately said, 300,000. Feng Yuan shook his head and was about to leave. The old man gritted his teeth. 500,000. This price is more reasonable. I will sell it to you for 680,000. Feng Yuan leisurely sipped his tea. The old man had a bitter expression. 500,000 is already my highest price. Esteemed customer, you sold so many bone spear goo, we can actually hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is already not bad to be able to sell it for 500,000. Feng Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. This recipe in my hands is unique in the world. At least 650,000, otherwise I will not sell. You are not the only shop in Shangclan City, am I right? Esteemed customer, you might not know this, But although there is more than one shop in Shangclan City, they are all under the jurisdiction of my young manager. Esteemed customer, if you cannot sell it here, you will not be able to sell it anywhere else. If you do not sell the recipe, I am afraid you will not be able to sell these goo worms. The old man cupped his fists. His tone was soft but firm, containing a hint of threat. Oh, then I would like to try. Fang Yuan retrieved all his goo worms and stood up to leave. Esteemed customer, I will advise you nicely, please stay and sell it. The old man urged him to stay. Fang Yuan ignored him and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing could only follow closely behind. Esteemed customer, you will definitely come back to me. The old man sneered. After Fang and Bai left Tongyu shop. The moment Fang and Bai left, the old man came to the secret room and activated his primeval essence, shooting out a goo. This goo turned into a ray of light and entered the bronze mirror on the wall of the secret room. Ripples appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror, and a young man's face appeared. Subordinate greets young master. Seeing this young goo master, the old man quickly knelt on the ground. What do you want? This young man was one of Shangclan's young masters, Shangji Bao. He was only 18 years old, the prime of his youth, but he had been indulging in wine and women for a long time. His face was thin, his skin was pale and his eyes were lifeless. The old man told him about Fang Yuan's matter. Shangji Bao's eyes shone with an excited and sinister light. Very good, he cried. Heaven never bars one's way. I was just worrying about how to keep my young clan leader position, but heaven sent me such a huge gift. I need to get this inheritance. With this great achievement, I will be able to pass this year's evaluation. I will do my best, but I am only in charge of Tongyu shop. The other shops, I will arrange it. Humph. If these two want to sell their goo worms, they can only lower their heads to me. Shangji Bao snorted in disdain. 8 Treasures shop. I am sorry, the higher-ups have informed me that you want to sell goo. Please go to Tongyu shop. Yuan Fong building, so it is 2 esteemed guests. If esteemed guests can sell the recipe, everything can be discussed. Stand-alone pavilion. You two are esteemed guests, I am doing business. Why would I chase away my guests? But I have no choice. After going to 3 shops, Fang Yuan did not manage to sell his goo worms. Haha. To think you would suffer such a setback. It seems that old thing was right, this is his territory. Bai Ningbing did not hold back on attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was rejected several times, but his expression was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei has many children, but there is only 1 young clan leader position and 10 young master positions. Every year, Shang clan leader will conduct an evaluation to choose the young clan leader and get rid of the worst among the 10 young masters. The vacated position will be filled by his other children. Bai Ningbing had a flash of inspiration. So it is like this. This means that this Shang clan young master is either competing for the young clan leader position or protecting the young master position. Otherwise, he would not make such a big fuss. Fang Yuan clapped. This is Shang clan's 3rd inner city. We cannot use force here. Even if Bai clan's people come to capture us, they cannot do so here. To Shang clan young masters, the restriction is even greater. The evaluation is near. Our every move will be watched by others. We are not in a hurry, let's find a place to stay first. Once they reached Shangclan City, they would not have to worry about food. At most, they would raise these bone spear goo for a few more days, and see who can outlast the other. At the same time, first inner city. Did you find out? Shang Yanfei stood by the window, looking at the scenery of the courtyard. This lady is indeed clan leader's flesh and blood. Furthermore, her soul was normal, and she wasn't possessed by someone. We have already contacted Zhang clan's clansmen and confirmed her identity. But there is something strange. She came to Shangliang Mountain with a caravan. But we could not find anyone else in the caravan with her. External clan elder Wei Yang reported. Shang Xianci did not speak but sighed inwardly. Oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make up for my guilt. I have already let down a woman. I will not let down this daughter of mine. Shang Xianci sat in front of the table. Looking at the rising steam of the tea, her eyes lost focus. From Xiao Dai she learned of Shang Yanfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the great Shang clan leader. A man with great authority. Every move of his could affect the entire southern border. Then why did he not go and see her mother? Shang Xianci was naturally intelligent. She quickly understood why Shang Yanfei abandoned her and her mother. But even before her death, her mother still missed him. Shang Xianci's heart was filled with sorrow and hatred, but most of all, she was at a loss. She did not know how to face this father who suddenly appeared. But it was impossible to escape. Someone knocked on the door. "Cier, can I come in?" Xiao Dai immediately became nervous. Chapter 267. Shang Yanfei smiled and entered the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly bowed, but Shang Xianci sat by the table motionless, not even moving her eyes. Shang Yanfei also sat beside the table. His voice was extremely gentle. "Sir, how are you feeling now?" Shang Xianci was not an unruly person. She stood up and took a few steps back, bowing lightly. "Shang clan leader need not worry too much. I fainted because I was too emotional. I have recovered now. I can hear and see clearly. I am fine now." Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand. "Here, you are fine. Sit down and talk." Shang Xianci only called him Shang clan leader. Such a deliberately distant tone made his heart ache. Shang Xianci sat down again. Xiao Dai reacted and poured some tea for Shang Yanfei. "Tell me, how have you been living these years?" Shang Yanfei gently looked at Shang Xianci. "I'm doing okay." Shang Xianci's answer was brief. It was obvious that she did not want to talk about it further. On the other hand, Xiao Dai grumbled. "Miss has always been ostracized by the clan since she was young. After Madame passed away, they became even more aggressive. They even wanted to annex our family's property. They were too hateful. Master, you have to uphold justice for Miss. Little Butterfly, pour your tea properly." Shang Xianci rolled her eyes at Little Butterfly. Xiao Dai immediately shut up and stopped talking. Shang Yanfei suffered a setback but was not angry at all. His heart was filled with tender affection. He smiled. "By the way, how did you get here? It's a long way from the Zhang family to here. Master, you almost couldn't see the young miss. Our journey this time was filled with danger. There were thousands of people in the caravan, but only the four of us were left. Fortunately, we met the help of Sir Heitu and Sir White Cloud. Otherwise..." Xiao Dai couldn't hold it in and blurted out, "Xiao Dai." Shang Xianci glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai could only shut her mouth again. Shang Yanfei memorized the two names Heitu and Baiyun as he smiled and said, "From now on you will live here. It is very safe. When you are free you can take a walk in the courtyard or the streets outside. You've just arrived here, so you're not familiar with the place yet. It's easy for you to get lost. I will send one of your maidservants over. She is familiar with the environment here. I'll be leaving first. You guys cultivate well." Shang Yanfei could tell that Shang Yanfei needed time to adjust himself. He had to give her time and space to adapt. "Old Master is such a good person. Although you are the Shang clan leader, you are so kind. Miss, he is your biological father after all," Xiao Dai advised as she watched Shang Yanfei leave. "I know. From the first time I saw him, I understood Mother's good intentions. Before Mother died, she told me to come to Shangliang Mountain, but she didn't say anything. Because she wasn't sure if he would recognize me as his daughter. Although he did recognize me now, I didn't feel good about it. Everything happened so suddenly. Miss, no matter what, no matter where you go, Little Butterfly will always be by your side." Little Butterfly sat in front of the table, grabbed Shang Xianci's hand, and encouraged her. Shang Xianci nodded, moved, and put her other hand on Xiao Dai's hand. Of course it would be even better if Miss could stay. After all, this was a Shang clan. "Oh my god, glory, splendor and wealth are at your fingertips, Miss. Even Zhang clan is not fit to carry Shang clan's shoes, Miss." Xiao Dai made a face as she shouted. "You." Shang Xianci was angry and amused at the same time. She felt helpless towards Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai giggled. Her laughter slowly infected Shang Xianci, dispelling some of the depression in her heart. Shang Yanfei walked out of the room. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. He was dressed in a black robe and had blood-red hair. His face was handsome. His eyes flickered with cold light. His habitually pursed lips revealed his resolute and decisive personality. He was Shang Yanfei, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was vicious and merciless, For the position of clan leader, he had forced 2 brothers and 1 sister to commit suicide. He was decisive in killing. When he had just ascended to the position, a remote village thought it was too far away and attacked a Shang clan's caravan. He stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and spent a huge amount of resources on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. He beheaded all the captives who surrendered, piling up their heads into a small hill, and placed them in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He was ruthless. After ascending to the position, he consolidated his authority, promoted his trusted aides, and suppressed those who disagreed. At once, he established more than 10 external clan elders. In just 3 years, he was the only voice left in the entire Shang clan's higher-ups. He had great foresight and talent in management. After so many years, Shang clan's caravan had expanded by more than 3 times. More than 100 clans expressed their allegiance to Shang clan, becoming an enormous hidden force. He appointed people based on merit. Even his own children were no exception. Originally, Shang clan had 15 young master positions. After he ascended to the position, it was reduced by a third. What was even rarer was that he had outstanding talent with a great aptitude, and while he was in charge of the clan, his cultivation also continued to rise, making others jealous and envious. This was Shang Yanfei, the man who stood at the peak of the southern border's mortals. Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female Gu master bowed towards him. Tianlan, from today onwards, you will serve Lady Ci Air with all your heart. Understand? Shang Yanfei said coldly. Subordinate understands. The young girl nodded. When you are around Lady Ci Air, pay more attention and ask around. Miss Sir may not like to talk much, but the servant girl beside her is very outspoken. She is your breakthrough point. I want you to find out how they came to Shangliang Mountain. Yes, subordinate understands. All right, you can go now. Subordinate takes her leave. Tianlan was an orphan Shang Yanfei adopted. She was loyal and could be used without worry. She was also very capable, and 3 days later, she completed her mission. Hey Tu Bai Yun, demonic Gu master. Shang Yanfei rubbed his chin. If this is true, I have to thank the 2 of them properly. But to prevent other possibilities, I need to investigate again. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei called Wei Yang. Go find these 2, one is He Tu, the other is Bai Yun, a male and female demonic Gu masters. Their appearances. Third Inner City. It has already been 3 days. Have those 2 been living in Nanshou Garden? Yes, young master. From that day onwards, they have been living in seclusion. At most, they would come out to buy some milk from cows and sheep. Subordinate guesses that the milk is used to feed those Gu worms. Damn it. Shang Yizi gritted his teeth. His gaze was like a knife, wishing he could crush Fang and Bai. The evaluation was about to begin, and among the 10 young masters, he was the last. If he did not have any results, he would definitely be eliminated. Shang Yanfei had many children, but there were only 10 young master positions in Shang clan. Between ordinary children and young masters, Shang clan's treatment was like heaven and earth. Young masters were the center of attention. They could control one of Shangliang City's businesses. They had limitless glory and great profits. Young clan leaders were even more incredible. But if they were ordinary children, their treatment was no different from ordinary clansmen. Shang Yizi had already experienced the power of a young master. If he was to return to the life of an ordinary child, he might as well die. Thus, he had to get that inheritance. Not only did he have to get it, he had to lower the price. The lower the price, the better his results would be. But Fang and Bai were stubborn like rocks, not willing to lower their heads to him. If this was 4th Inner City or 5th Inner City, he could play some tricks and force them to lower their heads. But these 2 were staying in 3rd Inner City. Even if Shang Yizi had 100 guts, he would not dare to use force here. This can't go on, they are wasting time, but I can't. Looks like I have to go personally, humph. The more Shang Yizi thought, the more restless he became. Finally, he brought a group of confidants to Nanshou Garden. Nanshou Garden was a garden for esteemed guests to stay in. In 3rd Inner City there were no inns, only small gardens like this one. Staying here for a day would cost 30 yuan stone. 10 days would be 300, in a month it would be close to 1,000 yuan stone. Nanshou Garden's price in 3rd Inner City was considered cheap. Some large gardens cost 100 yuan stone a day. And some special gardens, even if you had yuan stone, you would not be able to stay, you had to have a Shang clan token. In Shang clan city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Especially in third inner city, the prices were very high. When Shang Yizi brought his men to visit, Feng and Bai were playing chess in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. Shang Yizi snorted and said in an indifferent tone, "You two sure are in a good mood, why didn't you go to other shops to ask?" "What is there to ask? Those who want to buy will naturally come here, don't you think so?" Feng Yuan smiled lightly. "You." Shang Yizi was furious. Feng Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions with difficulty, and said arrogantly, "I see that you two have it tough, forget it, 500,000 yuan stone it is. Are you happy now?" 500,000 yuan stone? Not selling. The lowest price is 650,000. Feng Yuan glanced at Shang Yizi, before turning his gaze back to the chessboard. Shang Yizi's eyes squinted, walking a few steps to Feng Yuan, and threatened in a low voice, "You two demonic goo masters still pretending. I've already investigated your background, this inheritance was snatched from Bai clan, right? I heard you even killed Bai clan's two young clan leaders? I advise you to stop while you're ahead and quickly sell it. Let me tell you, these few days a Tai clan group has already arrived at Shangliang Mountain and are investigating your whereabouts. Tell me, if I tell them you are here, what will happen?" "Oh, then go ahead and tell them." Feng Yuan laughed. "You." Shang Yizi pointed at Feng Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. "Let me tell you, 500,000 yuan stone is enough to show my sincerity. Other than selling it to me, do you have any other choice?" "None. This is my territory, you better understand the situation." Right at this time, a light descended from the sky, turning into a goo master. This goo master looked around and slightly bowed, saying to Feng and Bai, "Sirs He Tu and Bai Yun, I am Wei Yang, under orders from clan leader. I invite you two to second inner city for a chat." "Well, what? Lord Father wants to meet them." Shang Yizi felt a bolt of lightning striking him. His eyes opened wide, showing a terrified expression. Chapter 268. Shang Yizi turned pale with fright. Suppressing the price was against the rules. If he was found out, he would be severely punished. This was an organization. Once one was in a high position, they had to follow the rules of the organization. The rules of the organization were used to protect the interests of the upper echelons. Even though many organizations claimed to represent the interests of the majority, it was just a gimmick. Thus, the higher one was, the more they had to follow the rules. In contrast, the middle and lower echelons could be corrupted. Of course, at the upper echelons, the benefits of the individual and the organization were closely intertwined. Often, the organization's benefits represented their own benefits. Shang Yizi was only a fake upper echelon. He was one of the 10 young masters of Shang clan. He was the center of attention, but his true authority came from his father. Thus, he was just a rootless duckweed. This meant that when he violated the rules, the punishment he would receive would be even harsher. Because many people were watching him. Impossible, I had already investigated before coming here. And even spent a lot of yuan stone to buy information on them from Fengyu Manor. These two are demonic goo masters, and are wanted, they are stray dogs, why would Lord Father summon them? Shang Yizi felt this was unthinkable. It was like a tycoon was making things difficult for two beggars. Suddenly, the imperial edict came. These two beggars were summoned by the emperor. The reason why Shang Yizi dared to suppress Feng Yuan was because he saw that they were alone. He wanted to cover the sky with one hand and do this in secret. No one would know and it would be foolproof. Of course, there were risks in this. But to protect his young master position, Shang Yizi had to take the risk. These two people clearly have no background at all. How did they get involved with father? Damn it, has the world gone crazy? What should I do? If the two of them leak this matter out, my young lord position is definitely finished. Kill them? No, that was courting death. In third inner city I have no chance. Now that I have father's attention, it is even more impossible. Most importantly, these two bastards, he is rank 3 peak stage. How can I live like this? In an instant, Shang Yizi's thoughts moved like lightning, trying to think of a solution. His eyes moved around, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time it was too much. Damn it, what else can I do? What else can I do? He roared anxiously in his heart. Shang clan leader is summoning us? What's the reason? Fang Yuan expressed his confusion. Bai Ningbing was even more confused. What was going on? She first suspected that it was Fang Yuan's doing, so she cast a glance at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan's puzzled expression confused her. She couldn't help but think that she and Fang Yuan had always been inseparable. If Fang Yuan wanted to do something, how could he hide it from her? Furthermore, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He stood at the peak of the mortal world. Even with Bai Ningbing's pride, she had to admit Shang Yanfei's power and influence. But why do I feel like something is wrong, as if I have overlooked something? Wei Yang smiled. Don't worry, if Shang clan wanted to harm you, why would they need to go through so much trouble? This is a friendly invitation. The clan leader is very interested in the two of you. It is our honor to be summoned by Shang clan leader. We can set off immediately. Fang Yuan threw away the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Shang Yazi was anxious, he quickly said. 650,000 yuan stone, we have a deal. Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I do not intend to sell the recipe. Shang Yazi's face turned pale, his mouth was dry. He looked at Fang Yuan with a pleading gaze. I was too impatient, please forgive me. The price can be negotiated. After you return we can discuss in detail, we can have a good talk. Fang Yuan smiled faintly without saying a word. Who would want to talk to you? But temporarily stabilizing this person could prevent him from doing anything out of desperation. It would reduce some trouble. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded. If Shang clan young master is sincere, I will look forward to it. Shang Yazi's expression relaxed, revealing a grateful and joyful expression. It was like a person who was about to fall off a cliff, suddenly grabbing onto a tree on the cliff. All right, I will wait for you, he quickly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yang extended his hand. Please. Following Wei Yang, Fang and Bai arrived at the second inner city. Bai Ningbing was looking forward to the luxurious second inner city. But here, she was shocked and disappointed. The second inner city was mainly made of stone houses. It was extremely simple, even inferior to the fourth inner city. However, she quickly realized something, and her expression became solemn. It had always been, it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Shang clan was as wealthy as a mountain, but abided by simplicity. This was not being stingy, but to maintain the vitality of the entire clan. Wei Yang brought the two to a private residence. Esteemed guests, why don't you have some fruits here? Lord clan leader has just come out of closed cultivation and is handling some matters. He will be here soon. This is the clan leader's private residence. Please stay here and do not casually walk around. I will take my leave. There was no one in the private residence. Wei Yang left, leaving Fang and Bai here. The two of them waited here for a full 6 hours, but did not even see the shadow of a ghost. Wei Yang said they could have some fruits, but where were they? There wasn't even tea. For the first hour, Fang Yuan sat on a wooden chair with a wide back. For the second hour, he muttered to himself, gradually unable to sit still, showing an anxious expression. By the 6th hour, he was visibly restless and pacing around the house. Who is this Shang clan leader? He wants us to wait here, where is he himself? Such arrogance. Fang Yuan paced back and forth, his tone indignant. Can you sit down? My eyes are going blurry, can't you just cultivate in peace? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. This was not like the usual Fang Yuan. This is strange, do you think Shang clan leader really wants to see us? Fang Yuan frowned. How would I know? I was the one who wanted to ask you. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, asking suspiciously. Did you do something bad and offend Shang clan? Fang Yuan snorted. I have been with you for a long time, you still don't know me? There is no one in this private residence, it makes me feel uneasy. Let's go out and take a look. Bai Ningbing thought about it, standing up, all right. Fang and Bai walked out of the house. This courtyard was not big, and there was nothing strange about it. At the same time in first inner city. In the study room, colorful smoke coiled and rose in front of Shang Yanfei, showing Fang and Bai's image. Wei Yang, what do you think of these two? Zhang Yanfei sat, testing his trusted aid. Wei Yong pondered. From what I can see, these two are demonic gu masters. According to the information, they are rank 3 peak stage at such a young age. Their talent is unparalleled. Among these two, He Tu is more straightforward and has a strong drive. Bai Yun, on the other hand, has a deep mind and is more shrewd. He Tu, Bai Yun, these names should be fake. Your analysis is good. In that case, you will be in charge of receiving these two in these days. Let's test their skills and probe their background. Zhang Yanfei finished speaking and withdrew the colorful mist. He was only concerned about Shang Xi and Ci, and had no interest in Feng and Bai. He already had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of these two people after a little probing just now. Combining with the information he had, Zhang Yanfei had a rough impression of them. Demonic gu masters were not all crazy people. These two were not bad, maybe because they were young, but one could clearly feel their pride. Usually, people with principles were people with lofty and unyielding character. First impressions were very important. Honestly speaking, Zhang Yanfei had a good impression of Feng and Bai. But he was a cautious person, and people who could sit in his position were all cautious. He was still waiting. Waiting for the people he sent out to investigate to return. Waiting for everything to be confirmed and stable. Deal with it like this, go ahead. Zhang Yanfei waved his hand, and from the tall stack of documents on the table, he took out the top one. He had only been in closed cultivation for half a month, and there were already so many matters piled up. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked around this private residence, and indeed there was no one. The two were hesitating whether to go out and take a look, when Wei Yong turned into light and arrived. Both of you, Lord Clan Leader is busy and cannot leave. This meeting can only be cancelled. He apologized with a sincere expression. What? You want us to come and go as you please? Feng Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent, not saying anything. Wei Yong smiled. Both of you are esteemed guests. How could the Shang clan chase our esteemed guests away? To express his apologies, Lord Clan Leader has specially ordered me to receive you too. I have already booked a banquet at Shirtian restaurant. I hope you two esteemed guests will come. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, before Feng Yuan said, coincidentally, we are hungry. Let's go fill our stomachs first. Shirtian restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Shang Clan City, occupying an entire floor of 3rd Inner City. The style was elegant, the dishes were sumptuous, and there were specialized gu masters as chefs, using special gu worms to cook. Thus, the dishes they made were all top-notch delicacies that could not be obtained through ordinary means. The meal lasted for over 4 hours. There were over 100 dishes, each with their own specialties. The wine was exquisite, and the aftertaste was endless. But Bai Ningbing did not eat much, as she was worried about the Shang clan leader's invitation. During the banquet, she tried to probe Wei Yong, but Wei Yong was a cautious person and kept his mouth shut. Instead, Feng Yuan ate until his mouth was full of grease. He drank too much and started to shout loudly, as if he had forgotten all of his anger and dissatisfaction earlier. Wei Yong looked at Feng Yuan drinking wine from a wine jar, and then at Bai Ningbing, who was only drinking water, and immediately felt that the ugly Feng Yuan was more adorable. After the meal, Wei Yong sent the two back to Nanchou Garden. Chapter 269. On the second day, Wei Yong came to Nanchou Garden as expected, and invited Feng and Bai to tour Shang Clan City. Our Shang Clan City is the largest city in the southern border in terms of area. Shang Clan has operated here for thousands of years, and the whole Shangliang mountain has been remodeled. Here there are tens of thousands of shops and hundreds of thousands of people live here. You two haven't eaten yet, let me bring you to a famous breakfast shop first. This way please. Feng and Bai followed Wei Yong, walking down the stone stairs. After about 3 floors they came to a shop called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shang Clan City is divided into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th inner city and outer city. If we arrange it from top to bottom, it can be divided into many zones such as food zone, gambling zone, nursing zone, brothel zone and so on. Wei Yong introduced. This is the food zone. There are many restaurants, and most have Gu master chefs. There are countless delicacies here. This is the nursing zone. Many Gu masters have too many Gu worms, and can place them here to be nurtured. Fees are charged according to the situation. Normally, a rank 1 Gu costs 80 yuan stone a month. We are now at the Gu fighting zone. This is purely a Gu fighting zone. Gu masters cannot fight, and can only control their Gu worms. If you too have a suitable Gu worm, you can give it a try. This is the brothel zone, the place with the most brothels in Shang Clan City. Many Gu masters come here to relax. The two of you are also traveling merchants, so you must know the immense pressure that comes with traveling. Here you can find women, men, and even Gu masters. Why are you two not interested? With Wei Yang, the local tyrant, leading them by Ningbing's horizons were broadened. Shang Clan City was bustling with activity, making one forget to return home. A day was too short and Shang Clan City was too big. Even if the three took a quick tour, they could not even cover 1% of Shang Clan City. On the third day, Wei Yang came again to entertain Fong and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. The two are Gu masters, and naturally know the difficulty of refining Gu worms. To us, the biggest fear is encountering stubborn wild Gu worms, or Gu left behind by famous experts. The higher the rank of the Gu, the harder it was to refine. Back then, Empress Wu Ji spent 11 years to refine a rank 5 dragon strength Gu. Hence, substitute refining is very necessary, and there has always been a market for it. This is the auction area. Small auctions would be held here every day. Every week or two there would be a medium-sized auction. At the end of every month, there would be at least one large-scale auction. The items that appear in auctions are usually good stuff. This is the martial arts area. There are more than 80 large and small martial arts arenas. This is always the most lively place. There was a single-person battle stage for Gu masters to practice their Gu worms. There was a double battle stage for Gu masters to spar with each other. There are also many people fighting in the martial arts arena. Just like what Wei Yang said, the battle zone was the liveliest place in Shang Clan City. It was noisy here and people were coming and going. Rank 3 Gu masters were everywhere. Big brother Wei, why are you here? A young man in the crowd immediately called out when he saw Wei Yang and quickly walked over. This man was about 27 or 28 years old. He had an ordinary appearance but gave off a strong aura. Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way to 3rd Inner City. Well done. Wei Yang patted the young man's shoulder, encouraging him. Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage and my battle strength also rose. Speaking of which, I have to thank big brother Wei Yang for your guidance. Otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today. The young man thanked sincerely. Your talent is not bad, you can still do it without me. You are not even 30 yet, but you are already rank 3 middle stage. You are much stronger than me back then, haha. Wei Yang laughed. The young man looked at Wei Yang with a gaze of worship. Big brother Wei Yang, how can I compare to you? Back then, you were only rank 3 middle stage, but you were already a hero in 3rd Inner City. At 25, Lord Clan Leader took a liking to you and recruited you. Now that you are a clan elder, how many external elders are there in Shang Clan? As long as you work hard, you can do it too. Wei Yang encouraged the young man. Next, he turned around and explained to Fong and Bai. The battle zone is a way for Shang Clan to recruit external talents. Back then, I fought my way from 5th Inner City's battle zone to 3rd Inner City, and defended the arena for 18 rounds, before being recruited by Lord Clan Leader. Back then, Shang Yanfei was not the clan leader yet. Wei Yang was taken in as a confidant, and after Shang Yanfei ascended, he was promoted to an external elder. Bai Ningbing immediately understood. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shang Clan was a huge clan, and needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on the clan members, they could not handle the situation. Every generation of Shang Clan young masters would recruit a certain number of demonic Gu masters. If this demonic Gu master became the clan leader under a young master, then they could be appointed as an external elder, and enjoy the treatment of a clan elder. Gu master cultivation required large amounts of resources. Most demonic Gu masters did not have the stable resources provided by the clan, and lived in poverty. Only by relying on the clan could they have a better life. Wei Yang was a successful example in front of them. In Shang Clan City's battle zone, there were large numbers of demonic Gu masters, To rely on Shang clan and become righteous, to become like Wei Yang, they fought and climbed up. Battle zone, this place is filled with my memories. Gentlemen, are you interested in sparring with me? Wei Yang suddenly suggested. Brother Wei, you want to go? Little Zhao's eyes shone with excitement and joy. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. Alright, then let's experience it. Fang Yuan had already expected Shang clan to probe him, so he went with the flow. Brother Wei, you don't come here often, this place has been renovated. Let me lead the way for you, Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yang nodded. Alright. Little Xiao continued, Brother Wei, what kind of place do you want? Forest, mountain, plains or desert, lake? Wei Yang, however, turned around and asked for Fang and Bai's opinion. Esteemed guests, please choose. Some Gu masters specialized in mountain battles, while others specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was a very important factor in the outcome of a battle. We can choose a place here? What kind of places are there? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao saw Wei Yang address Fang and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to be negligent, immediately introducing the places. Third Inner City's battle zone, there were tens of different kinds of places, covering almost all the common battlefields. After Bai Ningbing heard it, he could not help but feel eager. Then let's choose the Flagstone Field. The Flagstone Field was the most common battle zone. Without wind, snow, rain, sand or any other environmental factors. Specially made black flagstones covered an area of 100 feet. Look, it's Elder Wei Yang. It's Elder Wei Yang, it's him. Although he only has B-grade aptitude, he managed to walk out of the battle zone. Back then I even competed with him. Wei Yang seemed to be very popular. His appearance in the battle zone attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yang was a low-profile person. Using his authority as an elder, he temporarily sealed this battle zone, forbidding others from watching. Only Little Xiao was left. Wei Yang walked to the center of the field. According to the normal rules, both sides have to declare their cultivation level and measure the treasure light. But we are only casually sparring, there is no need for that. Both of you please make your move. Listening to his words, he actually wanted to challenge both Fang and Bai by himself. Little Xiao stood outside the field, excitedly clenching his fists. Back then, Brother Wei defeated the strong with his rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Of the 18 matches, almost every match was a classic. Right now, he is already rank 3 peak stage. I need to observe this battle carefully. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other, and suddenly moved, pouncing towards Wei Yang from both sides. You want to fight in close combat? Wei Yang stood on the spot, not moving. His body shone with a faint golden light, forming into a battle armor that covered his entire body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing charged forward, activating spiral bone spear gu at the same time. Several bone spears rotated rapidly, piercing through the air and shooting towards Wei Yang. What gu is this? Wei Yang was slightly astonished. This was the first time he had seen a bone spear gu. He did not dodge, wanting to test the power of the spiral bone spear, and took 3 hits. The faint golden light armor shook for a while, but managed to hold on. This gu is not bad. It has a penetrating force and is good at breaking through defenses. Wei Yang was not flustered. Activating his primeval essence and the light armor became strong again. Here I come. He shouted, grabbing at the air with both hands, and 2 blades of light condensed in the air, shining brightly. It's here, Brother Wei's blade light gu. Little Xiao saw this and shouted in excitement. Wei Yang grabbed the 2 blades, his gaze sweeping around as he chose to charge towards Fang Yuan. Blade Light Gu and Sword Shadow Gu are equally famous. They are the rank 3 Gu with the strongest attack. Seeing Wei Yang charging over, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Blade Light Gu might be strong, but he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass grew out of his feet. He stepped on the ground and compressed it to its limit, causing Fang Yuan's speed to increase sharply. Canopy Gu, Flying Bone Shield. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of white armor, and at the same time 3 white bone shields flew out, revolving around his body. Good timing. Wei Yang shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan and slashing with both blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he raised his right fist and punched. Wei Yang's eyes flashed with astonishment, not expecting Fang Yuan to fight so valiantly. 2 blades of light slashed down, and the white bone shields flew up to block. The blades of light cut the white bone shields into two, and landed on the canopy Gu's white armor, causing a dazzling white light to burst out. At the same time, Feng Yuan struck Wei Yang's abdomen. Although it did not break the faint golden light armor, the huge force sent Wei Yang flying. Bai Ningbing arrived just in time, and with a swing of her arm several spiral bone spears shot towards Wei Yang. Her attacks were ruthless and decisive, as if she wanted to kill Wei Yang.